Chapter 21 A nobleman who doesn't smoke. For the next week, Yu Xia was busy with the implementation of wedding hall activities. Yin spent very little time in the company, and he had less time to meet Jiang Yuwen, the scumbag, but it happened that he couldn't see it. How boring the relationship with Jiang Yuwen was in the past, but now I feel so dizzy when I see him. After thinking about it a few times, I still felt that I had to fight with Jiang Yuwen to the death and kick him out of my eyes as soon as possible so that I could enjoy the fun of work without distraction. On this point, Jiang Yuwen's idea coincides with her. Yu Xia's stay in the company is also a thorn in Jiang Yuwen's heart, especially when he thought that Yu Xia had caused him a lot of trouble since he broke up with Yu Xia. He hated it. After thinking about it, he still called Zhu Yanghu. Although the two of them have received the certificate, his house has not been implemented yet, so the two are still in a state of separation and live in their own homes. Why did you call me at this time? I haven't got up yet. Zhu Yanghu is a little internet celebrity in beauty makeup. She has free working hours and usually sleeps until 3/4 of the day before getting up. Mimen was interrupted, and she was a little unhappy. When will you arrange for me to meet your uncle? Although he is now holding the position of manager, it is too easy for him to be replaced by casually grabbing a manager in a large company. In the past, he and Yu Xia cooperated tacitly at work, and the combination of sorts did give him a lot of points. Now he has broken a wing and must find it from somewhere else to make up for it. He has to hold on to the connections and the backstage. Choosing to marry Zhu Yanghu is because he likes her good family background, and she also has an uncle who is a major shareholder of Wangshan Planning, which plays a crucial role in his future promotion and salary increase. So he wants to get to know him as soon as possible. Zhu Yanghu also seems to be happy to facilitate this matter. I want to ask my uncle when he has time. Please wait for my news. With her words, this matter is a nail on the board. Jiang Yuwen's expression relaxed a little. He loosened his tie. Well, I will treat him to dinner then. What time do you get off work today? Let's go buy a diamond ring. I like the latest design of this family. Zhu Yanghu looked at the diamond ring advertisement on the tablet and couldn't take her eyes off and her eyes were full of greed and greed. Jiang Yuwen hesitated for a few seconds before replying in a plausible way. I will try my best to get off work on time. At noon on Thursday, Yu Xia went back to the company because of something. She happened to meet Jiang Yuwen in the elevator. Next to him was a well-dressed middle-aged man with a beautiful figure. Yu Xia looked a little familiar, but she couldn't meet the number for a while. It seemed to be a senior manager of the company. Otherwise, Jiang Yuwen would not look like a flattering dogleg. Stuff of Wangshan. The middle-aged man's eyes swept over the badge in her hand and made a faint sound. Yu Xia did not expect Jiang Yuwen to introduce this senior leader to her, so she generously reported to her family, the planning department. Yu Xia. The middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Yuwen beside him meaningfully. It turned out that you were Yu Xia. She seems to know a little about the connection between her and Jiang Yuwen. Back in the office, Yu Xia flipped through the company's events and finally knew that the person just now was Lin Yuehu, the major shareholder of the company, who was also a member of the board of directors. Soon, Li Lu's assistant informed everyone to go to the conference room for a meeting. This time, we are going to make a new annual brand promotion plan for Yurinling, the makeup brand of the line of domestic goods. Their products will be upgraded across the line next year, and the spokesperson and cooperation will also be replaced when it expires. This is a big case, and several companies are negotiating. Wangshan also attaches great importance to it. The customer department, planning department and creative department are here. The customer has scheduled to bid for drafts at the beginning of next month. After discussion, several departments unanimously decided to conduct an internal draft first, and come up with a preliminary plan next week. This is a big project, which has greatly supported future promotion and salary increase, so Yu Xia is also willing to win it. She put all her spare energy into this project, and she was busy all night on Saturday. I didn't let myself rest for a while until dawn had a preliminary framework. It's just that I slept until the afternoon. Take out your mobile phone and see that there are several unread messages, one of which is sent by Shi Majing. Only then did Yu Xia remember her appointment with Shi Majing. She should have chosen a place to invite him to dinner this week, but she had forgotten it. In fact, she even forgot about his unreal husband. The bloody lessons in the past told her that there is no good end to having sex with men, and it is really good to have a career. But in line with the principle of integrity, she still has to fulfill the contract reluctantly. She opened the relevant app and randomly found Hu Yang quizzing with a good rating and sent it to Shi Majing. Shi Majing, hot steamer. Yu Xia hurriedly called He restaurant to make a reservation at 6 o'clock. Shi Majing said that he would pick her up half an hour in advance. This restaurant is in the mall, and it's time to eat on weekends. It's a time when there are many people. There was a long line of the small bench outside, and Yu Xia simply made a reservation in advance. However, after the two of them sat down, they knew how much Yu Xia chose. The tightly arranged dining tables, the dim light, the crowds coming and going, the constant shouting broadcast, and the laughter of other customers and the noise of children have greatly reduced the experience of this meal. The only thing that can be ordered is that the taste of the food is not bad. However, this may also be because Yu Xia was so busy these 2 days that she couldn't have a good meal. She noticed that Shi Macheng didn't seem to move his chopsticks much at all. Sorry, I've been too busy recently. If this place doesn't suit you, do you want to change another one? It doesn't matter. It's my own reason. I made an appointment with someone for afternoon tea before I came, so I'm not very hungry now. Shi Macheng looked away, looked at the surrounding environment again, and asked her uncertainly, do you like this kind of lively place? Yu Xia originally wanted to say no, but he changed his mind when he said it. Mr. Wang Zenki said, the fireworks in the world are the most soothing. However, I did choose this place in a hurry today. I want to feel the hustle and bustle. The best place is the long alley of the market. Gathering together is fireworks, and spreading out is the world. Shi Macheng's eyes have been completely focused on her, probably unexpected. She suddenly became literary, and her beautiful thin lips bent out an arc that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. But she didn't answer her words for a long time. Yu Xia didn't get any feedback. She looked up slightly, and the orange light above vaguely outlined his outline. His 5-of-pint facial features were all like a charming nobleman. Yu Xia felt in a trance. It seems that it is a little difficult to talk to him about the fireworks in the world. Chapter 22. Pleased with unpleasant things. Has your work pressure eased? Shi Macheng raised his eyes. His deep eyes were mixed with a little play, and his voice was low and hoarse and full of deception. Yu Xia squinted at him and gave him an indescribable expression. What do you think? After all, it's just a meal, and the plan will not run out of the meal. Shi Macheng raised his eyebrows. Do you want to release it after dinner later? 10 minutes later, Yu Xia followed Shi Macheng to the video game city downstairs. There are many young men and women gathered here. They stand in front of the colorful game consoles and are full of desire to win or lose. The music in the dance machine, the special effects in various games, and the chorus of players all make people's blood boil. Yu Xia hasn't made waves in the video game city for a long time, and now she is indeed a little eager to try. Which one do you want to play? Shi Macheng has exchanged a basket of game coins. Yu Xia despised the whole audience and put on an ambitious and willing king's posture. Shi Macheng thought that she was going to challenge the exciting project of super speed racing. The next second, he watched her take a few game coins and walk majestically to the egg twisting machine, showing a gentle smile. Shi Macheng, that's it. A minute later, Yu Xia opened 2 twisted eggs, which contained 2 lollipops. 1 grape flavor or 1 peach flavor. Which one do you want to eat? Yu Xia asked him after he understood the taste. Shi Macheng wanted to say no. He didn't like candy, but when he saw her bright eyes full of invitations, he couldn't resist at all. Grape flavor. Yu Xia handed him the grape-flavored lollipop, but seeing that he was still holding a small frame in his hand, he simply peeled off the sugar paper for him and brought the lollipop to his lips. Shi Macheng was stunned. The flowing eyes trembled fiercely. Open your mouth. Finally, under Yu Xia's sweet and greasy urging, he bit the candy. The strong fragrance of grapes is instantly transmitted from the taste buds to the nerve center, and the surrounding air seems to suddenly become sweeter. Yu Xia immediately peeled off her own and tasted it with satisfaction. Wow, the blood tank was full. Let's go and let them see what the coolest cup in the arcade is. Shi Macheng looked at her slim back as she turned around, and the smile on her lips silently enlarged. In fact, with her appearance, she doesn't have to do anything. She is already the most beautiful child in the whole video game city. Shi Macheng's smile disappeared before he could last for 2 seconds, because Yu Xia was approached by several young people as soon as she walked out. Little sister, are you alone? Would you like to play speed racing together? It's very exciting. If you don't know, we can teach why. Oh, Yu Xia glanced at them, took 2 steps back to Shi Macheng, and grabbed a handful of game coins from the small basket. Shi Macheng's face sank visibly. Just play games with other little boys under his eyes. Where should he be? Does he want to lose face? There was darkness in his eyes, and he clenched his back teeth silently. A few young people are very proud. Little sister, Which card do you choose? Yuxia stuffed the game coins in her hand into them and played by herself. My sister will invite you to a game. The expressions of several young people are more wonderful than each other. And finally they are angry with game coins. I'm not here to make up for fate. 石墨尘, Yuxia. What kind of immortal operation is this? The black and white eyes were stained with an obvious smile again. Do you want to play? The sound of one voice revived his sanity. Speed racing. Do you want to play together? Yuxia warmly invited him. Alright, he readily responded. Then, the two went to play the shooting machine again. Would you like to have a comparison? Yuxia squeezed a few game coins, and her expression was full of provocation. 石墨尘 thinks she is quite bold. Are you sure? You give me balls. After all, there is a huge difference between men and women. Yuxia measured her own ability and put forward conditions. No problem. Do you have any bets? There is no reason why 石墨尘 should not fight. Yuxia thought for a term. The loser said something his own, until he amused the other party. This is a little interesting. Sachi-Machin said, let's start. Then the two of them threw coins and began to pitch. I don't know if it's because the two people's shooting posture is too handsome, or because the two people's hit rate is too high, which attracts many onlookers. The man is full of heroism and sharpness. The woman's posture is heroic and her movements are crisp and neat. In particular, the appearance of the two is not inferior to those big stars in the entertainment industry, which is really pleasing to the eye. If I hadn't looked around and didn't see the camera, everyone would have thought that there was a crew shooting idle dramas here. In the end, 石墨尘 won. He tidied up his clothes that were messy because of the exercise, and stood aside leisurely. His eyes stayed on Yuxia with a smile. His voice was loud, and I listened respectfully. Yuxia shrugged her shoulders and as willing to gamble and lose. After pondering for a moment, he plucked the bangs in front of his forehead. Before he opened his mouth, he smiled first. His smile was bright and strong, like the sunset glow scattered for thousands of miles, which made people want to get drunk. Is it so funny? 石墨尘 was hooked and became a little more curious. When I was in junior high school, Song Yuten, the little king, was my idol. At that time, all my books and exercise books wrote Song Yuten's name. 大写 T. Once I was seen by my father Chen on the table. It was my stepfather. Guess what he said? 石墨尘 smiled faintly and said softly, our family is not short of money to buy books, so we don't have to borrow every book from Song Yuten. Yuxia was stunned. How do you know? Isn't this person too divine? Unexpectedly, it's no different from what Chen's father said. 石墨尘 looked down and touched his nose, thinking that you had already said this. Well, I guess it. Yuxia curled her lips, and more than half of her interest was swept away. Do you know what my mother said? 石墨尘 pursed his lips. Should he know? In the end, he still ignored Yuxia's mentality of wanting to betray and directly revealed the correct answer. The aunt probably thought you had fell in love early. Yuxia was so shocked that her eyes almost fell off. You, seeing her surprised look, 石墨尘 couldn't help but feel happy. But on the surface, he still pretended to be innocent and confused. And I guess it again. The two burdens didn't sound, and Yuxia was in a bad interest. My mother said, did you fall in love early? Which class is Song Yuten from? He also asked you to do his homework. If you have finished your homework, you can write it for others. We can't fall in love from an age, and he is afraid that you will go astray. Then do you know what my brother said? Yuxia asked again. 石墨尘, and the follow-up. He didn't know. Seeing that he looked at a loss, Yuxia finally regained his interest and began to act realistically. My brother looked at the family very sadly. Has our family been so poor? Do you need to rely on my sister to do homework for other students to earn money? 石墨尘 was a little suspicious. Did your brother really say that? Yuxia gave him a blank look. I made it up. 石墨尘 couldn't help laughing, and his eyebrows and eyes were bent into a beautiful arc. But she worked hard to make it up and sell it. Chapter 23 Wounded Why? Oh, if your face. 石墨尘 smile is like the fireworks of the prosperous world that are intoxicated by all sentient beings, which is seductive for no reason. Yuxia was slightly distracted, and a pair of deer eyes fixed on him shining with crystal water light. Who is he? At this time, a sharp questioning sound suddenly came out, destroying Yuxia's heart. One good mood. Looking up, it was indeed the best cousin of the scumbag. This cousin is from Jiang Yuwen's uncle's family. Her name is Chuyu. She is simple-minded, stupid and bad. When she was with Jiang Yuwen before, Yuxia didn't see her very much, let alone now. Yuxia, You have an affair with other men. Are you worthy of my brother? Zhou Huayu shouted unceremoniously. That unreasonable and unforgiving momentum. Those who didn't know thought she was in bed. Yu Xia was so tinnitus by her roar that she subconsciously rubbed her ears. She raised her eyes and stared at the little girl with her teeth and claws in front of her. She didn't give her any good face. She just spoke. Don't be so loud. I'm afraid of mad dogs. When Zhou Huayu heard that Yu Xia was implying her, she was suddenly angry and pointed at her and scolded her more fiercely. You, believe it or not, I'll tell my brother now that you hooked up with him behind his back. My aunt is right. You are a woman with water-based poplar flowers. Zhou Huayu scolded righteously. In fact, she had seen them long ago and secretly took a lot of photos. The evidence is conclusive. Please pay attention to your wording. Your words just now have constituted slander to Yu Xia. If the circumstances are serious, you can be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years. Shi Macheng opened his mouth in a low voice. He raised the mobile phone in his hand to indicate that he had recorded. Who are you scaring? After Zhou Huayu saw Shi Macheng's dignified face clearly, his arrogant and domineering aura suddenly disappeared. Completely amazed by his outstanding appearance, his eyes were fixed on Shi Macheng, and he couldn't believe that there was someone more handsome than her cousin. In her life experience of more than 20 years, Jiang Yuwen has always been her aesthetic ceiling. Unexpectedly, one day she will meet someone who will crush Jiang Yuwen completely. So I was even more angry. How can Yu Xia, a countryman from the countryside, hook up with such a high-quality handsome man one after another? You must have used a lot of shameless and coquettish tricks. Jealousy makes people look faceless. This handsome man, don't be fooled by her. She and my brother are about to get the certificate. She just takes you as a pastime and plays with you. Zhou Huayu tried his best to slander Yu Xia, wishing her to become the target of the public. Shi Macheng fixed his eyebrows and squeezed his thin lips in a straight line. This big man is a cow, ghost, snake and god. She has been looking for a man in he garbage heap before, and she also picked the most trashy one accurately. Is this how you have been bullied by their family over the years? The more I think about it, the more my face is gloomy. Give you a minute to think about how to apologize. Otherwise, you will receive a lawyer's letter tomorrow. I kindly remind you that I really don't know what's good or bad. Do you think I will be afraid of you? I just took a picture. I'll post it on the internet now, so that everyone can take a look at your dog men and women. Zhou Huayu said with a high ground. Yu Xia directly reached out and snatched the mobile phone from her hand. Zhou Huayu was caught off guard and wanted to take it back. But it was not Yu Xia's opponent at all. I can only shout and steal the mobile phone. Grab the mobile phone, everyone. Help me call the police. It melons when the masses saw such a beautiful girl as Yu Xia. She didn't look like a bad guy. It was probably a personal grudge. Naturally, they would not interfere easily. Yu Xia's operation was as fierce as a tiger, deleting the photos secretly taken by Zhou Huayu. What's the matter? Your aunt didn't tell you that their family was going to be demolished. Now she is barely worthy of his ex-girlfriend by Fumery. So your cousins come on the spot in the Civil Affairs Bureau and got a certificate from Fumery. Zhou Huayu was stunned. Are you true what you said? My brother married sister Xiaohu. Yu Xia left her mobile phone back to her. Who do you think would proudly put a cuckold on her head? When the melon-eating masses heard this, they couldn't help but sympathize with Yu Xiaobo. Unexpectedly, the fairy would also be cheated on. When they got the certificate, the hurtfulness and insultingness reached the strongest at the same time. This cheating man is really not a thing. Seeing that the onlookers were sneering at his cousin and pointing at him, Zhou Huayu was so angry that he blushed and his neck was thick. That must be your eating first, and my brother will dump you and marry someone else. It is the misfortune of the family to marry a woman like you. Fortunately, my brother is on the cliff. Yu Xia sneered. They were worthy of being brothers and sisters by blood, and they were virtuous. The operation is blamed on others. I can't hold back the impulse to smoke her. After all, the public is in public, and the fairy character can't collapse because of her stupidity. I remember that you seemed to say that you wanted to win a national scholarship. I think it is very necessary to write a real name email to praise your words just now. Yu Xia opened her mouth gently, but Zhou Huayu was so scared that she lost her face. How dare you? You dare to say that I don't dare. Yu Xia, don't go too much. As soon as Zhou Huayu opened her mouth, she said in a high threatening tone. After saying that, she remembered that Yu Xia had been separated from her cousin, and she had no thing to threaten Yu Xia. In the past, if she touched the dust at Yu Xia's place, she would tell her aunt and ask her aunt to help her vet her anger. But now my aunt has no position to trouble Yu Xia. Let's go. I have to go back to write an email and find a lawyer. Yu Xia didn't bother to talk nonsense with her anymore and said directly to Shi Macheng. Shi Macheng appreciated her clean and neat manners very much, and followed Yu Xia with a slight smile. It's just that it's inevitable to be disturbed, said. My daughter-in-law's fighting power is too strong. What should I do if he seems useless? Hello, stop. Why you was so anxious that he stamped his feet. Seeing that Yu Xia was about to disappear from her eyes without looking back, she ran to catch up and reluctantly said, sorry. Yu Xia stopped and waited for a second. She gave her a sneer that turned all sentient beings upside down. That's it. Realizing that Yu Xia was really determined to make her unable to eat and walk around this time, Why you gritted her teeth and ran to her to block her way. I'm sorry, I didn't choose my words and said nonsense. You have a lot of things. Please forgive me this time. The voice is not so small when cursing. Yu Xia smiled faintly and said sarcastically. Why you clenched his fist and repeated it again with his throat. Please remember, it's my first time to be a human being, and I don't need to let you. Next time, don't come to me again. Yu Xia restrained her smile, and her flexible eyebrows air deserted, and there was an uneasy momentum everywhere between her words. Why you gave birth to a little for no reason and did not dare to stand against her for a while. Chapter 24. Something big has happened. Early the next morning, as soon as Shi Macheng arrived at the company, Lu Ye, the general manager of the branch, came to him and stopped talking at his desk for a long time. Shi Macheng was a little impatient and talked about it when he had something to do. Lu Ye rubbed his hands, carefully picked at his face, and opened his mouth repeatedly. Mr. Shi, your car was repaired last week. I have already driven back from the CS store for you and parked in the company's underground parking lot. Shi Macheng hummed, I got it. Lu Ye waited for him blankly, but there was no follow-up, and he was in a hurry. He really didn't know how to open his mouth, so he could only sigh. Shi Macheng frowned and said directly if he had anything to say. Lu Ye's eyes lit up and responded, that, the Tugwen you drove was bought for my wife, and it was just registered that day. As a result, it's been a month, and I haven't driven home. My wife even doubts whether I gave the car to the glamorous beach outside. Lu Ye said bitterly. That day, I was about to drive the car back to give it to my wife after the license plate of the new car, but on the way, I met my president being chased, and the taillights of Bentley machine were broken. He quickly got out of the car to inquire about the situation. As a result, Shi Macheng, who rushed to do business, left him to deal with the traffic accident and left in his newly mentioned Tugwin, and has not returned the car so far. His wife asked him several times about the new car. He answered honestly that he was borrowed by the president. As a result, we have quarreled more than 5 times. My wife didn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. It is rumored that the rich man will dominate her cheap scooter and won't let go. 大写 I. He's caught a bitter in the ambition of the road. Obviously, he is safe every day, but his wife is suspected of cheating every day. It's too difficult for him. Shi Macheng didn't expect it to be like this. Why didn't you say it earlier? Lu Ye breathed a sigh of relief and waited with his hand to pick up the car key handed over by Shi Macheng. As a result, Shi Macheng told him righteously that I couldn't return the car to you for the time being. Lu Ye's heart stopped for 2 seconds. What? Mr. CH, I want his wife to be separated. I'll transfer 50万元 to you later, and you can choose a new one for your wife. If your wife needs an explanation, I can help clarify it. Shi Macheng said so, and Lu Ye didn't dare to object anymore. It's just that he is very curious. Why can't Mr. Shi stop wanting that affordable car? At this time, Shi Macheng remembered another thing and ordered him to have a female college student named Zhou Yu. Before noon, I asked for all her information. Lu Ye was on net for a few seconds, and his brain was completely occupied by the keyword of female college student. He stared at the widowed king incredulously. Is this the blooming of the 1000-year-old iron tree? Shouldn't he say congratulations first? Does he have to prepare the money first? Is there any problem? Seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, Shi Macheng asked in a low voice. Lu Ye, are you in such a hurry? I'll do it right away. Daring to hesitate anymore, Lu Ye immediately used all the resources to search for Zhou Yu in the whole city. Yu Xia stayed up all night and finally came up with the brand planning plan of Yurinling, and ushered in the internal draft of the company. She just copied the plan to the USB flash drive. Li was about to enter the conference room when he suddenly received a call from his colleague Shao Zimu. Yu Xia, it's not good. A huge screen above the stage suddenly fell and hit a worker, and his head and cervical spine were seriously injured. A thunder suddenly exploded above his head. Yu Xia was caught in place, her face visibly condensed, and her pearl-like eyes completely lost their luster. After a while, she regained her voice, with a slight tremor. Did she send her to the hospital? Probably he had never encountered this situation. Shao Zimu was also panicked and spoke a little incoherent. No. The ambulance just took the person away. Within a few seconds, Yu Xia has forced herself to calm down. I will report this matter to the director immediately, and all the work at the event site will be suspended. You should coordinate well with the customer and the construction party, and pay attention to appease the workers. If such a thing happens, the manuscript can only be temporarily postponed. Yu Xia and Director Li Lu rushed to the hospital to find out about the situation of the injured, and Jiang Yiwen went to the scene to deal with it. When I arrived at the hospital, I learned that the injured person had a cerebral hemorrhage and a fracture of the fourth cervical spine, and he was undergoing a major operation. During the operation, several critical illness notices were issued. Fortunately, the family of the injured was reasonable and did not blame Yu Xia and Li Lu. I told them exhaustively that there was no need to stay, and it was useless to stay. Li Lu also understood that the family was not interested in dealing with other matters now. She left a condolence money on behalf of the company, told the family to visit again tomorrow, and left with Yu Xia first. The next day, Li Lu had other matters to deal with. She asked Yu Xia to go to the hospital alone and explained that she must appease the emotions of the injured family. As a result, the family of the injured changed their gentle attitude the night before and scolded Yu Xia. It's all because of you that you still have the face. The family members of the injured looked cruel and wanted to eat people. Yu Xia was stunned. Overnight, her temperament changed greatly. Mrs. Xu, is there any misunderstanding? How is Mr. Xu? If you, Yu Xia didn't finish your words, you were interrupted by Mrs. Xu's angry scolding. What's the matter? How dare you ask? If it weren't for you, would our Lao Xu's life be so miserable? I went back and forth in the ghost gate several times a night, and I almost gave up my life. He is still in a coma in the intensive care unit, and he doesn't know when he will wake up. The doctor said that whether you can wake up depends on luck. Even if you wake up, you are likely to face the result of lower body paralysis. He is just over 40 years old. How can I bear to tell him such a cruel result? He is the pillar of our family, and almost all the income of the family depends on him alone. How can I, a woman, support this family in the future? The child is still in school and doesn't know anything. What do you want me to tell the child about his father's current situation? Yu Xia has never dealt with this situation, and she didn't expect the situation to be so serious. She understands Mrs. Xu's feelings very well. If it were her, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to accept such a cruel reality. I'm sorry. Under such circumstances, no matter how much she comforts, she looks pale and weak. Can a sorry word make my old Xu wake up and appear in front of me vividly? It didn't happen to you. Of course, you can stand and talk without back pain. Get out of here. I don't want to see you now. Your company is as big as Wangshen. If something happens, you will send a yellow-haired girl who will come over to play. Chapter 25. Leave it to me to deal with. Mrs. Xu's words with guns and sticks made Yu Xia very uncomfortable. Our company, however, the other party doesn't give Yu Xia a chance to talk at all. Shut up. I don't want to hear your fake nonsense here. It's all because of you. If it weren't for your poor supervision, how could my Lao Xu suffer this great thing? Let me tell you, if Lao Xu really has a good or bad, I will go to the door of Wangshen Company every day to pull banners and raise loudspeakers to criticize. I will see how you will open the door to do business in the future. You go. I don't want to see you now. You go. Mrs. Xu seemed to vent all her resentment on Yu Xia, and reached out and pushed her hard. Yu Xia was caught off guard and suddenly lost her balance. She retreated again, and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Mrs. Xu didn't expect this to be like this. Her face changed and she closed her eyes sadly. Just when Yu Xia thought she was going to fall her butt, she leaned against a meat wall on her back, and then a burst of force came from her shoulder, helping her regaining her balance. Thank you. She hurriedly stood up to say thank you, but turned around and saw that it was Shi Macheng. He was wearing a straight white shirt and black trousers, which was quite tasteful, and an elegant and reserved temperament was naturally released visibly. Why are you here? Shi Macheng stared at her shocked expression and said lightly, I'm here to see a friend. How about you? What happened just now? His gaze crossed her and fell on the middle-aged woman not far away, which became extremely deep, with a terrified coldness. If he was not mistaken just now, Yu Xia was pushed by the middle-aged woman and almost wrestled. Mrs. Xu suddenly felt a little guilty and left after humming. Yu Xia didn't know where to start. He smiled bitterly and said it was okay. Shimajin narrowed his eyes and gave her an expression that he didn't even believe the punctuation marks she said. It's okay. Why did you go to the hospital early in the morning? Don't tell me that you are here to be abused. Yu Xiaoqiang smiled. You can see it. Maybe the water has been bad recently, and everything is not going well. Tell me if you don't mind. Yu Xia just touched her nose, and her heart was really blocked and needed to talk to someone. So I briefly told the beginning and end of the matter. Shimajin was full of incredible after listening. The responsibility for this matter is neither in your company nor in you. Why do you want to mediate? But our company is the most powerful in these parties. Sometimes the strong group in life is the weak group in public opinion. If our company ignores it, once it makes a fuss, Wang Shen's reputation must be the most seriously damaged. And when I came with our director yesterday, the families of the injured communicated well. I don't know why there was a 180-degree change today. At that time, the company is afraid that I will think that I am not capable and make a mess of the good situation. I don't know how to go back and explain to the leader now. Yu Xia said distressedly. Originally bright and agile, her face was full of gloom, and her eyebrows wrinkled so that she could kill a fly. The elevator door opened, and Shimajin protected her to let her go first. Yu Xia stared absent-mindedly at the decreasing number of the elevator display, and then heard Shimajin say lightly, "Go home and have a good rest. This matter can't be solved by you as a small employee." Yu Xia took a step back incredulously and stared at him suspiciously. What's the matter? Shimajin didn't understand why she suddenly kept her distance from her. You are not an undercover agent sent by the enemy, are you? Do you think I'm too good in the company? Originally, her livelihood was unstable. If it were as true as Shimajin said, she would have broken the jar and fallen. You can roll up the cover and go back to the countryside to plant land tomorrow. Shimajin felt very vivid and interesting when he saw her hairy appearance. Her bright eyes met her questioning eyes. I can help you with this matter. Yu Xia suddenly became interested. When she raised her eyes were bright. What can you do? I know an expert who may help the injured. Really, I don't need to lie to you. So I ask, do you to go home so that you would not be asked about your strengths and weaknesses when you go back to the company. I'll let you know as soon as I have news, before I get off work at the latest. Shimajin's tone was light, but inexplicably, he gave people a down-to-earth feeling. The eyebrows suddenly stretched a lot. So what do I need to do? Shimajin smiled shallowly, with a little soothing effect. You don't need to do anything. Shall I take you home first? Yu Xia is afraid of delaying high-s work, so she doesn't need it. You also need time to contact experts, right? Shimajin laughed, which was urging him to do things. Don't delay the matter of a phone call. With that, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed out directly. Mr. Chen, I'm in Jiangchen. A friend here was injured, his head and spine. He has had surgery, but his condition is not very good. I would like to ask you to have a look. Okay, I'll ask someone to book a plane ticket for you later. After collecting the mobile phone, he looked at Yu Xia again. Are you relieved? Yu Xia pursed her lips a little embarrassedly. Thank you. Later, Shimajin will give her feedback on the progress from time to time. At noon, Shimajin told her, PF@ Millie of the INJURED has been PERSUADED and asked Mr. Chen to the IAGNOSE the INJURED. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he sent a message again. Mr. Chen has consulted the injured, and the recovery of the injured is not a big problem, but it is impossible to restore to the same as before. The family accepted the result. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Shimajin told her again, her injured person has what her new pound will follow to Mr. Chen to turn for turner to her number habilitati and next her FF. Millie of the injured has said that they will not investigate and hold Wang Shen accountable. You can rest assured. Yu Xia read Shimajin's news over and over again, and she didn't know what to say. In fact, he can completely stay out of it, but I ran around all day for it. Although everyone he sent was good news, Yu Xia knew very well that the whole process must be very difficult and full of obstacles, especially the attitude of the injured family, which asked them to stop pursuing this matter. Shimajin must have worn out his mouth. Yu Xia the world love of his steamer if terror is on with him beyond of cruel lunar steamer plus referral for task 10 wrote it down I will end and be polite to you 10 do for dinner 余下 didn't end tired walk to 10 余下 wait NIOTR plus HU 10 after receiving the address of the restaurant sent by 余下 Shimajin immediately put down the dishes and chopsticks. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I have something to do and can't accompany you to dinner. Mr. Chen saw through him at a glance and went to see the little girl. Shimajin didn't hide it. Yes, I'll introduce you another day. Chapter 26 Little Couple. 余下 shows a very distinctive SM store, and the whole store is only about 40 or 50 square meters. But the store is very popular. It's probably just in time for dinner, so I can only share a table with others at this time. If you don't mind, let's change the store. 余下 fully asked Shimajin's advice. Or do you want to have a big meal? She seemed to realize that it seemed a little too perfunctory to invite people to dinner in such a street shop. It's just that Yu Xia is really not in the mood to spend a lot of time on the meal. Fortunately, Chen is an easygoing person. He pulled his lips lightly. It doesn't matter. Is this also the store you often visit? That's it. Their taste is very good. Xia took him into the store. She ordered a pork chop omelette rice, and then asked Chen, what do you want to eat? Chen had eaten almost as Mr. Chen before he came, and he was not very hungry now, but he still looked at Xia with anticipation. Do you have any recommendations? Xia looked up and glanced at the menu. The seafood risotto was quite good. Chen is as good as the flow, so let's have a copy of this. At this time, there was only a table for 4 people and 2 empty seats in the store, and a young couple was sitting opposite them. The two of them fed each other as if no one was around. Xia was very embarrassed and felt that she was forcibly fed a mouthful of dog food. It's enough to feed. What's more, as soon as the boy put a piece of carrot in his mouth, the little girl said coquettishly that she also wanted to eat it, and then came up and bit the outside of the boy's mouth. Xia, the eyeball hit the ground. Is this the content she can watch for free? Don't dare to look at them again, lest they do more excessive actions. He had nowhere to put his eyes, so he could only float at will. He accidentally met Chen's eyes. Chen thought she was quite funny. She looked guilty and thought she had done something unsightly. He is also an old player who has been in love several times, but he still looks like he has never seen the world. His thin lips raised a bright smile, clearly mocking her for being cowardly. However, Xia did not read the joke in his eyes, but was deceived by his charming smile. It's a foul to love like this for no reason. Fortunately, after a while, her omelette rice was ready and served, and she finally enjoyed the delicious food in the world. When I was digging a spoonful of rice to tea it in my mouth, I heard the little girl on the opposite side say to her in an extremely amazing tone, "Wow, little sister, your boyfriend is so handsome, isn't he? Excuse me, where can I get such a handsome little brother?" she said excitedly, grabbing her boyfriend's arm with one hand and pinching her own person with the other hand, not to mention how exaggerated it was. Yuxia's fried rice was almost scared back into the bowl by her surprised tone. She couldn't help but look sideways at Chen. He was wearing a white shirt today, which was clean and not stained with dust. The cuffs were rolled up layer by layer, which was quite exquisite, but it added a little ease to his whole body. His face was like a crown of jade, his nose was like a ball, and his eyes were like paint. He really looked like a fairy. Yuxia smiled at her and joked, "I just like your appearance that you have never seen the world." She can understand the little girl very well, because when she first saw Chen, she also felt that he was simply shocked. His boyfriend pretended to be angry and pulled her ear and said angrily, "Where else do you want to get a handsome man?" The little girl bounced away his hand and rubbed her ears. "I just appreciate handsome men every day, and your pH value plummets, so we have no future. I'm not allowed to look at beautiful women." Look at the little sister opposite quickly. This is called Wang Rulong, Pieru Jinghong. In an instant, you can turn your fans into scum in a second. After listening to his little girlfriend's words, the boy on the opposite side really looked at Yuxia, and Yuxia politely smiled at him. Then the next second, the boy's white face showed 2 more blushes, and his gaze fluttered away. Seeing her boyfriend's reaction, the girl pinched his blushing face and said softly and fiercely, "Look at your unsuspicious way, but I like you who are unsuspicious." After teasing her boyfriend for a while, she looked at Yuxia and Chen with envy, showing the expression of CP on the spot. "Little sister, you and your brother-in-law are too suitable, aren't you? It's so easy to knock. You are called the match made by heaven, the couple of immortals." I asked weakly, "Did you fall in love at first sight?" Yuxia was a little embarrassed. In fact, she and Chen were not very familiar with each other. They just accidentally lay on a marriage certificate. Chen, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly made a sound. His voice was as clean and clear as the gurgling of mountains and streams. "No, we were assigned by the government." Yuxia laughed when he heard the words. Unexpectedly, he was quite humorous, but there is nothing wrong with what he said. The little girl's eyes are bright. "Little sister, brother-in-law's voice is so beautiful. I envy the real name. Alas, the lemon fruit is on the lemon tree, and I am the only one under the lemon tree. I have tried this cup of lemon. There is still a wave after the sour. Oh, why should I buy this cup of lemon?" Yuxia couldn't help laughing when she saw her actor's upper body. "You are so cute and lovely. I also envy your boyfriend." The boy on the opposite side was shocked. The fairy sister likes her precious girlfriend. What's the point? Hurry up and get your little girlfriend. Let's go. Don't disturb her to eat. The movie is about to start. After the two left, the seafood risotto ordered by Chen was also owned. After the peak time, before dining, the store was not so crowded. Chen sat opposite Yuxia. Seeing Yuxia staring at his plate, he wondered, "What's the matter, Yuxia? When you used to eat at school, Did you always have more meat and chicken legs bigger than others? Shima-chan couldn't keep up with her ideas for a while. Here, you have too many shrimps. Yuxia couldn't count at a glance. In the past, when she ordered, there were at least 3 and at most 5. Do you want to eat? Shima-chan pushed the plate in front of her. Yuxia waved her hand repeatedly. That's not what I meant. Just sigh. Shima-chan simply went to get another bowl and picked out all the shrimps. I really don't need it. I ordered enough. Or do you want me to peel it for you? Shima-chan said and rolled up his sleeves again. How funny is this? 5 is enough for me to eat. Yuxia's beautiful eyes sparkled and narrowed. Hearing what she said, Shima-chan stopped his movements. What kind of posture do you use to sleep? Yuxia, are you polite to this brother? How can I achieve such a beautiful dream? Yuxia, Chapter 27. Did she make you green? With the help of Shima-chan, the problem on the injured side was solved. Although there is insurance, Wang Shen still provided humanitarian compensation to the injured in order to show the responsibility of large enterprises. This incident has had a great negative impact on Wang Shen, because the cause of the accident has to be investigated, and the customer's activity can only be suspended and postponed, and Wang Shen's professionalism has been questioned unprecedentedly. As the person in charge of this case, Yuxia was the first to bear the brunt. The leaders at all levels took turns to criticize and scold her, and they all regarded her as a gas cylinder. She was scolded to the point of blood. In the end, the company directly gave her a salary cut and job. Yuxia was extremely broken and suffocated, and the life that was not rich was aggravated. And Jiang Wei, I win, the inferior's comeback. Every time he saw her, he had to sneer. At the beginning, you asked you to resign, but you didn't do it. Now that this kind of thing happens, the whole company is staring at you. Once you make any mistake, you are in danger of being fired at any time. At that time, I'll see how you can do it in this field. Jiang Yiwen's move was simply trying back and forth on the verge of death and jumping repeatedly. Yuxia knew that his purpose was to arch the fire and intensify her conflict with the company. Naturally, she could not get his wish. I have a relationship with you, Jiang Yiwen. You don't have to run to me again and again to find a sense of existence. Your grave grass is half a meter high here. Jiang Yiwen's expression became cold inch by inch. I'm waiting for the day when you roll up the cover and leave. Yuxia, each other. At that time, I will definitely buy a bouquet of small white chrysanthemums to send you away. Jiang Yiwen raised his hand angrily to teach her a lesson, but when he touched Yuxia's gloomy eyes, he put it down in a breath. I almost forgot that she is a taekwondo black belt, and he can't beat her. Although Yuxia is in a difficult situation in the company now, the more time it is, the more she can't leave the company. Once she resigns, it is difficult for her to find a satisfactory job. If you leave at this time, you will not only wear an unprofessional label, but also be labeled with an unlucky hat. May I ask which company is willing to take risks? So even if you leave the company, you have to be in her highlight. At present, the opportunity for Dongshen to rise again is the case of Yurenling. Yuxia is determined to get this case. It's not said that you are disappointed in love and complacent in the workplace. I think you have been poking the old nest of the god recently. I know you are depressed. I'll take you to today's eve to have a dashing time tonight. Let's get drunk to relieve 1,000 sorrows. When Yanting came out of the bedroom, she even changed her clothes. The one-shoulder French chest wrap skirt. The collarbone lined with her is the collarbone, and the chest is the chest, which is so sexy, and the long straight legs, white and dazzling, are hot and fascinating. Yuxia squinted and glanced at her. I didn't. I'm not going. Don't talk nonsense. Yanting pushed her to change her clothes. No, you want to go. Yuxia was speechless. Who on earth wants to go to the waves? In the late night bar, the light and shadow are treacherous, and the wine is colorful. All kinds of men and women come and go in front of me. Yuxia and Yanting are undoubtedly a beautiful scenery. One of them is noble and cold. The other is gentle and indifferent. The other is sexy and enchanting, and the other is as beautiful as a fairy. Not to mention that those men's eyes were stuck to them like Wuling glue, and even the women's eyes were full of envy. However, Yanting, the goblin, still released electricity everywhere, secretly sent Xiaobo, which made those men uneasy, and came to the ground one after another to show goodwill. Yuxia couldn't stand her anymore. She hooked her shoulder and broke her delicate face to herself. Honey, if you don't restrain yourself, I will kiss you in public. Yanting also looked unbearable and smiled charmingly. Honey, you are simply poisonous. She poured 2 glasses of wine and stuffed a glass for Yuxia. Come on, if you don't drink now, you will be sad in the future. Yuxia stared at her speechlessly. Yanting touched her face, What's wrong? She was fascinated by my beauty and couldn't extricate herself. Yu Zaipi pulled his lips with a smile. I was just curious. Why can you become so greasy in a group of innocent children every day? Yan Jing rolled her eyes 45 degrees to give you a chance to reorganize the language. Yu Xia changed his words seriously, which is worthy of being the master of our society. His advice to drink is so fresh and out of the ordinary, and the connotation is low-key and down to earth. Come on, let's drink a mouthful of soothing wine first. Yan Jing almost spit out a mouthful of wine. Your social experience is not shallower than mine. Both of them laughed out loud. Looking up again, two familiar faces flashed in Yu Xia's sight. The middle-aged man and the young woman walked shoulder to shoulder, talking and laughing towards the box inside. It was Lin Yuihu and Zhu Yanghu. I heard that Zhu Yanghu has an uncle who is a senior manager of Wangshen. Is it Lin Yuihu? No wonder I met Jiang Yuwen and Lin Yuihu in the elevator last time. It should be Zhu Yanghu who met each other. It's just that the new layouts. Zhu Yanghu didn't stay at home with Jiang Yuwen to cultivate feelings, and actually went to the night to have fun. Is it that life after marriage is not good? As the victim of their marriage, Yu Xia does not have so many virgin white lotus flowers, under the premise that they are firmly locked up. Their marriage is unfortunate, quarrels every day, consumes each other, and jumps chickens and dogs jumps. Looking at the posture of Lin Yuihu and Zhu Yanghu, it seems to be quite ambiguous, and I don't know what kind of uncle Lin Yuihu is with her. What are you looking at? I'm all out of my mind. Which little brother hooked your soul away? Yan Jing stretched her neck and followed Yu Xia's line of sight, but she saw nothing. It's nothing. I saw Zhu Yanghu just now. Yan Jing thought for a long time. Before she made the account. Is it the bitch who cheated you? Yu Xia gave her a blank look. I don't like to hear you say that. It's just that she picked up the garbage I had. I should thank her to some extent. Yan Jing gave her a sighing look. Your pattern is big enough. Come on, let's take a sip of the big pattern. Yu Xia, maybe the two of them are really too good looking. They are so dazzling in the crowd that they finally attracted a group of young men from the performance department of the Academy of Art. It's worthy that he will enter the entertainment industry in the future and live on his appearance. Several little brothers are more handsome than each other. A beautiful young lady shouted and blew their rainbow farts. Each one is young and good at flirting, which is simply a disaster. Although Yu Xia is a face control, she really doesn't call her brother. Therefore, she didn't move even if they tried their best. Yan Jing, on the other hand, was like a scumbag in the game world, which made them blush. Chapter 28. It's too depraved. As soon as Song Yu came in, he heard Yan Jing's laughter from tens of millions of voices. He openly publicized and breathed heavily. Subconsciously, he heard the sound and looked for someone, and soon locked on Yan Jing. Unexpectedly, he would see a familiar face. The deep eyes behind the gold-edged mirror frame were stunned. He had seen a lot of women, most of whom were beautiful. He had also come into contact with all kinds of other women. The waves were boundless. In reality, He was still the first time to learn. Look at her fluent appearance. She looks like a senior female sea king. 3 or 4 boys gathered around her and drank and talked happily. 4 words suddenly popped out of Song Ji's mind. Paper, drunk and gold. It's so depraved. It's so corrupt. There was also a boy who was probably really interested in Yu Xia, and he came forward to her, which obviously meant to please her. It's just that Yu Xia's expression has it's been light and lack of interest. He casually took a picture and sent it to Shima Qing. Before he could type, Shima Qing broke the word and replied in seconds. Location. Song Yu pursed his lips. After being a widowed king for so many years, why did he suddenly flash marriage and become so nervous about a woman? While replying to his friend's message, he walked towards Yan Jing's table. Hello, 2 beautiful women. Such a coincidence. Come for a pastime. There is no place for him in the cart. He stood in front of them and greeted them pleasantly. Yan Jing heard the jokes in his words at once. She was worthy of being a gold medal lawyer, and she didn't swear with dirty words. Don't look at that smiling face. Every word is a needle hidden in the cotton. Yu Xia knew that he was joking and didn't take it to heart. Moreover, he also helped himself deal with the strange scum mother and son last time, so he greeted him politely. Lawyer Song, a coincidence. Would you like to have a drink together? Yan Jing pointed to the wine on the table and didn't invite her sincerely. Song Yu saw that she behaved obediently and had no taboos. Suddenly, he remembered something. Can you still drink now? He looked down at the woman with black hair and red lips in front of him. Her clean and neat short hair made her look very competent. The bright makeup made her pretty face charming, which was indeed attractive. No wonder these boys, who have never seen the world, rushed to please her like a peacock opening a screen. Yan Jing subconsciously retorted, why didn't I? Halfway through the words, she remembered something, and her arrogant expression froze on her face. I thought I had dug a perfect hole. which could make my blind date look away. As a result, I have cheated myself twice in less than half a month. What does it mean to pick up a stone and hit your own foot? The counter-eating is coming too fast. So you are going to find a father for the baby in your belly in the bar? Or do you want to find a big injustice to be the pick-up man? Song Yu's understated sentence hit a grenade at several little brothers present. Several boys turned pale after listening to it. A second ago, she was addicted to Yan Jing's beauty and couldn't extricate herself. Now she can't avoid it. There was not even a polite farewell, and they were scared to death one by one. I'm afraid of falling into Yan Jing's trap, so I'm happy to be a father. Yan Jing, drinking is not good for the fetus. At this time, the seat was vacant, and Song Yu sat down. As a conscientious lawyer, he reminded Yan Jing. Yan Jing grabbed the wine glass and didn't drink for a moment, nor did she drink it for a while. In fact, she suspected that Song Yu had seen through her, but she had no evidence. There was a hidden accusation in Song Yu's eyes, as if she had judged to be an irresponsible and unscrupulous mother. Yan Jing bit her back teeth and asked the waiter for a glass of lemonade and drank it lovelessly. It's too dull. Song Yu stood in front of her like a plague god, which made her unhappy. It's better to go home and have a good sleep. However, soon Song Ji's attention was focused on Yu Xia. He seemed to be very interested in Yu Xia and Shi Macheng's affairs and listened sideways. He was so curious that Shi Macheng got married silently. Before that, he had never heard of Yu Xia's taboo name. Yu Xia didn't know how to answer and dealt with it vaguely. However, Song Yu's gold medal lawyer was not a false reputation. She couldn't stand the meticulous questioning at all. I can only drink one by one and be perfunctory, while looking for an opportunity to evacuate the overturning site with Yan Jing. Song Yu turned his eyes like an old fox, grabbed the wine glass with a smile and took a sip. Last time he made an appointment with Cheesy for a drink, he didn't drink, saying that he was going to prepare for pregnancy. But today, looking at his brothers and sisters, he glanced at Yu Xia's bottomless wine glass meaningfully, and his smile was a little deeper. He was probably wishful thinking. Yu Xia was stunned. The wine in his mouth almost sprayed his face. I'm afraid this lawyer is trying to scare her to death. As soon as he was shocked, he raised his eyes, and Shi Macheng's handsome figure suddenly appeared in sight, which was quite a sense of amazement at a glance. Song Yu smelled that his aura had changed. Subconsciously turned around, he saw Shi Macheng standing behind him with an unkind face, probably hearing that he had just exposed his bottom. Song Ji caught awkwardly and laughed. When did Cheesy arrive? Shi Macheng's face was cold. When you spit out your fragrance to inquire about my privacy. Song Yu was a little embarrassed. Don't I care about my brother's married life? Shi Macheng, I am also very concerned about your failed marriage. Why don't you tell me carefully and let me learn from you? Song Yu squinted his sinister eyes, hurt each other, right? But he also knew that he had crossed the boundary and violated Shi Macheng's taboo, so he quickly dodged on the pretext that he still had a game. Shi Macheng glanced at the table and did not sit down. Can I send you back? He looked at Yu Xia very gentlemanly and said in a calm tone. Yu Xia is not enthusiastic about this place, and she is still thinking about work, so she doesn't want to stay any longer. She looked at Yan Jing to ask for her meaning. Yan Ji and didn't want to be their light bulb, so she found an impeccable reason to act alone. The Night of Jiangcheng is a gorgeous oil painting as shown in the picture. Even in the middle of the night, the color is infinitely rich, like a beauty with heavy makeup, enchanting and charming. Yu Xia sat in the car and raised her hand to compare the scenery outside the car, as if she was composing a masterpiece. Can you draw? Shi Macheng saw her posture and opened his mouth to break the silence. Yu Xia had a little inspiration now, so she took out a notebook from her bag and recorded it casually. After finishing writing with a brush, she answered carelessly, I will order comics. Just now, I just thought of the place where the plan can be improved and optimized. Don't like your work? Shi Macheng followed her words and asked. Yu Xia sighed. As the saying goes, it's hard to work on the day of hoeing. Obviously, you can live on your appearance, but you have to work. I don't know who it is. Anyway, I'm the one. Shi Macheng was amused by her, and his eyebrows were stained with a strong smile. He looked at her, and his low voice was like intoxicating jazz. He envied Mingming. Chapter 29. If I smile again, I will kiss you. Yu Xia felt a little confused inexplicably. She slowly turned her face and just met his spring breeze freehand eyes. Her calm heart was suddenly rippled and rippled layer by layer. Yu Xia quickly looked away, pursed her lips, and warned herself with her fists. Busy. And don't be easily fascinated by men. I thought she would say something, but when I saw her gritting her teeth and ambition, as if she was competing with herself, I couldn't help but feel funny. What is this for? Yu Xia felt that her brain was a little dizzy. She was afraid that she was drunk, so she opened the window to let the air. Suddenly, I remembered what Song Yu said and frowned. Lawyer Song said that you were preparing for pregnancy. Shima Chen's hand holding the steering wheel trembled, but his face was tense, and his tone was also relaxed. Drinking hurts the body. Besides, wine is not good, is it? Yu Xia, what he said is very reasonable, and she can't refute it. And she felt that Shima Chen was pointing on her. I wanted to find some evidence from his expression, and listened to him continue. Now there is a perfect excuse. No need for nothing. Or, do you take it seriously? The pressure suddenly came to her, and Yu Xia subconsciously refuted. Of course I didn't. It's just that we made an appointment not to disclose it to the public. I was broken by them at the last meal. They were my childhood, and I couldn't hide it. Don't worry, they won't talk nonsense. Shima Chen's expression lightly eliminated Yu Xia's concerns. At this time, Yu Xia's mind was even more confused, and she nodded indiscriminately. She lowered the window a little more and let the night wind blow in. You will have a headache if you drink like this. Are you sick? Would you like to drink some water? Shima Chen rearranged the window to the appropriate position and took advantage of the red light to take a bottle of mineral water and unswing it for her. Yu Xia took the water from his hand and inadvertently swept his outline. The deep facial features were a little lighted by the night light, which made him look more elegant and seductive. Yu Xiaoge raised the bottle of mineral water in a divine way, and the fireworks lit up, shining on the world, and the joy was boundless. Here is a glass to the prince. Shima Chen, is this drunk again? He remembered the shocking night when he was taken away by the police, and Yu Xia was also drunk and flirted with him. He pinched the painful brow bone, which was really deadly. As a result, Yu Xia started immediately, as bright as a jade tree in front of the wind. I hope I can't wake up drunk again. Shima Chen didn't know whether to be happy or have a headache. He warned without any deterrence, don't drink too much in the future. Yu Xia pointed at him and refuted dissatisfiedly. You are bold, Shima Chen. He is still cruel to him. Immediately, she continued, how can this kind of god-modeled appearance be easily displayed in the world? The next second, she held her face and asked softly again, promise me that she would show me secretly. Okay. The red light jumps to the green light, and the horn behind it presses a long string. Shima Chen didn't know how to start the car. His hands and feet were in a mess, and his brain was also in a mess. Finally, he simply parked the car on the side of the road and called a substitute driver. Yu Xia didn't know his mood at the moment at all, and relentlessly entangled with the question just now. You haven't answered me yet. Okay. It was not until Shima Chen replied with a difficult expression that she was satisfied. As if he had been chartered, he stared at him more unscrupulously, and then there were many surprising discoveries. Wow, your eyelashes are long, upturned, and dense, like a curved moon. I really want to swing on it. The bridge of your nose is straight and standing, like a towering mountain peak, and you really want to slide on it. Your eyes are deep and bright as a river of stars, and you really want to live in it and count the stars. Shima Chen couldn't laugh or cry after listening to it. My face is your amusement park. Yu Xia frowned and was obviously dissatisfied with his rhetoric. I'm praising you for your handsomeness. 大姐 W. Would you please be a little handsome? Lower the resolution on your face, or I will violate the sky. Her trick later makes Shima Chen feel very fresh. Oh, so how are you going to violate Cheyenne Shale? Yu Xia stared at him and thought for a moment. If she wanted to blame, she could only blame others for not closing the fairy tale book after reading it, which made the prince inside sneak out. Then I can only turn home. There was only a smile on Shima Chen's face. How too bad. Yu Xia also laughed with him. I don't know what came to my mind. The smile turned into pride. Of course, it turned to the red notebook and was private for me. Oh, then you have done it. Don't laugh. Don't show the seductive hair vortex. Don't control my heartbeat. Shima Chen's smile deepened, and he was quite domineering. Still laughing. If you smile again, I will kiss you. Yu Xia gave a gentle warning fiercely. Shima Chen was stunned for a moment, with a faint expectation, and the corners of his mouth raised a more grand smile, as if he understood his intention. Yu Xia looked up at him in a daze. Are you inviting me? The corners of Shima Chen's mouth have always been raised, which is how you can understand. Yu Xia's brain is hot, so I won't be polite. When the words fell, he grabbed the collar of his shirt, pulled him down, and covered his thin lips full of smiles. With a bang, Shima Chen's brain exploded into fireworks. There are tens of millions of swear words. Yu Xia just felt that he was provoking, and she couldn't be cowardly. Therefore, it is a shallow taste and a quick stop, and a small punishment is a big warning. But she was just about to leave, but was held by him. His breath firmly trapped her with a little strength, and the dense kiss was domineering and warm. Yu Xia just enjoys it a little, but not long after. The car window was knocked. It was Shima Chen's substitute driver. Both of them moved to the back seat. Shima Chen thought that he could still enjoy a wave of her drunk and benefits, but he didn't pay attention, and she fell asleep. I'm asleep. This scumbag who sleeps after flirting. The next day is the day when Yu Renling compares the manuscript. Yu Xia is now demoted and reduced in salary. According to reason, she is not qualified to propose. But Nia had made a lot of preparations for this case before her, and Li Lu was still willing to give her a chance to show. After all, Yu Xia has never let her down over the years. Every time she is given to her plans A and D customers, she cooperates well with Jiang Yuwen, and she can always achieve results beyond expectations. The impression of the wedding hall is purely an accident. Yu Xia has something. Beauty is an advantage, but everything in the world is not enough. Yu Xia is so beautiful that she has become her burden and disadvantage. Everyone will involuntarily embrace her. However, Li Lu believes that Yu Xia is a very potential advertising planner. She has only graduated for a few years and has made several decent success stories. She can go far in this industry in the future. Therefore, she hopes that Yu Xia can make good use of this opportunity to return to her original position. But Jiang Yuwen doesn't want Yu Xia to come out again. Director Li, I think it's not in accordance with the rules. The plan is not the result of her alone. The whole group of members has made efforts, and she is now just a junior planner, proposed by her, which is unfair to a group of others. It also hit the new soup revisor in the face. Chapter 30. Let the mortal enemy cooperate. There is nothing wrong with what Jiang Yuwen said. It sounds like it maintains the fairness of the manuscript. He is originally outstanding in appearance and extremely confusing. Now he stands in a righteous position, and the little girls in the planning department are staring at him one by one, secretly sending Qiubo. But his words undoubtedly hit Li Lu in the face, which made her very unhappy. Li Lu also heard that Jiang Yuwen has been moving frequently recently and is very close to the major shareholder Lin Yuihu. He did this nothing more than to reach the top, but his manager to rise up is the director. Isn't it to threaten her position? Therefore, Li Lu chose Yu Xia, who has potential, more to stabilize her position. The case of Yu Renling is very critical. Now many companies are staring at this big customer. Once something goes wrong, it is likely to give Jiang Yuwen an opportunity to take advantage of it. She must not let this happen. Therefore, Li Lu smiled faintly. Who do you think is more appropriate for Manager Jiang to report Yu Xia's plan? How about Manager Jiang? You used to cooperate with Yu Xia tacitly, which can be said to be seamless. Jiang Yuwen was defeated by an army, advanced and retreated in Uigu, and his handsome face collapsed in an instant. Of course, he won't go through this muddy water. He didn't want Yu Xia's plan to be approved. He said it was okay, but things didn't go as he wanted. If it's bad, he will also bear the blame. It's hard and not pleasing, so I had to pull my lips awkwardly to save myself. Just now, I was not thoughtful. Yu Xia invested a lot in this plan, and no one was more familiar with it than her. It should be the most appropriate for her to make a statement. Li Lu looked at him with a smile. Since there is nothing wrong with Manager Jiang, don't waste time, let's start. The implicit is that Jiang Yuwen's statement just now was purely unreasonable and a waste of time. An hour later, Yu Xia and Wang Lianan both finished reporting. Everyone got into a heated discussion. Most people agree with Wang Lianan's plan, thinking that her plan is generous and decent, which can not only represent their planning level, but also meet the needs of Yu Renling's needs. This is a very mature plan. The only drawback is that it is not eye-catching enough. Generally speaking, it is moderate, and it is not outstanding enough to make people make a decision. I'm afraid it's a little uncertain to stand out in the manuscripts of major companies, and Yu Xia's plan is too bold, and it is also difficult for customers to accept it. Moreover, her plan not only exceeds the budget, but also is very difficult to implement. Jiang Yuwen was the first to object. Yu Xia's plan obviously did not meet the needs of customers. Jiang Yuwen meticulously put forward a lot of negative opinions. Li Lu put one hand on the conference table, tapping the bridge of her nose with her fingers, and fell into deep thought. After a long time, she asked Yu Xia without showing any questions. Manager Jiang said, "Do you have any objections?" Yu Xia spoke slowly. Yu Renling made a big adjustment to the publicity plan this time in order to transform and upgrade, but she was afraid to take a step. What I helped her do was a one-step plan in place. At present, the budget is indeed exceeded, but in the long run, I am helping customers save money. In fact, there is no such thing as step-by-step and slow-by-step advertising. What you need is to hit the target, either hitting the pain point of the audience or stunning their eyes. Only in this way can we achieve the effects of deepening brand recognition. Yu Xia's words touched Li Lu's heart. Although she is not an adventurer, if Wang Lianan's plan is taken out, there is only about 50% chance of winning. However, if Yu Xia's plan can be recognized by users and implemented, Wang Shen's position in the advertising planning industry will rise to another level. She is really reluctant to give up such a good plan. Just as she was undecided, Jiang Yuwen opened her mouth again. I admit that Yu Xia's plan is very avant-garde, but her plan has a fatal problem. As we all know, Lin Ye and Shen Xin are incompatible. It is simply a fairy tale to let them be the spokespersons of Yu Ringling at the same time. In fact, this is also the reason why everyone is not optimistic about Yu Xia's plan, and they all think it is a huge bug. Yes, I heard that the two of them never stand together and never cooperate. One year, the two nominated for the Best Newcomer award at the same time. In the end, Lin Ye won the award, and Shen Xin left on the spot. Hearing that the two of them attended the charity dinner at the same time, Shen Xin liked a vase. As a result, Lin Ye took a picture and smashed it on the spot. It is said that Shen Xin often likes Lin Ye's black fans. Everyone talked about the hostile history of the two with great interest. The more Li Lu listened, the deeper her frown became. Yu Xia, do you know this? She has also heard a little about Lin Ye and Shen Xin's mismatch. Although both of them are not the top, they are very popular and cost-effective. If Yu Ringling can invite the two of them to be spokespersons, it will be a three-win situation, with both topics and popularity. The hostile relationship between the two is not only a bug in Yu Xia's plan, but also a highlight. Once their cooperation is promoted, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. But now it sounds like their contradictions are difficult to reconcile. Then Yu Xia's plan became a piece of talk on paper. Yu Xia nodded. I know. But, I know you still made such a plan. Isn't it a waste of everyone's time? Jiang Yuwen blamed her with a happy face without waiting for her to finish her words. Li Lu's face also sank, which was very ugly. The dim eyes were full of disappointment. Wait, Yu Xia, Lin Ye and Shen Xin will agree. Director, please believe me. There was a hidden firmness in Yu Xia's flowing eyes, and her clear voice was raised in the conference room. Swear? Who can't? Their relationship has not eased for so many years. Why do you praise Heika for letting them break the ice? Wang Lianan is also fighting for opportunities for himself. She also worked hard to complete the plan all night, and she couldn't be ruined by Yu Xia's out-of-tune idea. How sure are you? The cooperation between Lin Ye and Shen Xin is so tempting that Li Lu can hardly refuse. And according to her long-time observation of Yu Xia, the little girl is not a person who is not a big talker. If possible, she would like to rush with her. Yu Xia is still very confident in her plan. Her face full of collagen is extremely bright and touching. Li Lu nodded. Okay, then you can improve the plan and come with me to propose it in 2 days. After Li Lu and Yu Xia left the conference room, Wang Lianan stopped Jiang Yuwen. Manager Jiang, does Yu Xia know Lin Ye and Shen Xin? It should be impossible. I have never heard her mention it. Then why does she look like she is determined to get it? Jiang Yuwen shook his head. Probably because he wanted to break the cauldron and sink the boat. Now I think it's not a good thing to let Yu Xia go to the proposal. She put forward such a radical plan is purely a dog jumping over the wall. When she was hit and her head was bleeding, it was the D.I. when she threw away her armor and got out of the company. Chapter 31. Did she find a male publicist? It was night. Listening to Qiyuan, Jiang Yuwen set up a box to invite Lin Yuihu with Zhu Yanghu, wanting Lin Yuihu to help him more in the company. After all, he had been sitting in the position of manager for a while. Lin Yuihu took the posture of the upper class. The old god was drinking the aged oil cellar on the ground, and mentioned Jiang Yuwen in a long time. Wang Shen has developed well in the past 2 years. You seized the opportunity well, and there is a lot of room for improvement. Yes. I also want to ask Uncle Lin to cooperate more. Jiang Yuwen raised his glass to toast him. Lin Yuihu's eyes swept from Zhu Yanghu to him meaningfully, showing a commercial smile, mainly based on your own ability and luck. Of course, Zaihu has run a lot for your career, and I definitely can't sit idly by. Well, that's Yu Xia. Can Uncle get rid of her as soon as possible? As Jiang Yuwen's wife, Zhu Yanghu naturally doesn't want her husband to look up with his ex every day. In particular, Yu Xia still has a defenseless beauty face. Lin Yuihu looked down at Jiang Yuwen, with a little bit of dislike. You can't even do it for a little girl. Jiang Yuwen squeezed her lips sadly, mainly because Li Lu had been protecting her, and everyone knows my previous relationship with her. I can't be too obvious, otherwise I will look too ruthless. Only then did Lin Yuihu look at him directly. Okay, didn't she be disciplined some time ago? If she makes another major mistake at work, I can fire her in the name of the company. As for the wrong place, if you want to add to the crime, why don't you say anything? What was the most serious crime in ancient times? Zhu Yanghu, colliding with the enemy to treason the country. Lin Yuihu laughed. Ziaihu, know a lot. Then he gave Jiang Yuwen a wink. Jiang Yuwen immediately agreed. So thank Uncle Lin first for your help. After a few agreements, the three of them also finished their dinner and walked out of the box. At this moment, the opposite box also opened the door, and a man and a woman came out. The man's graceful and outstanding temperament is unforgettable. It is the man who appeared in Heaton early with Yu Xia last time, and the woman beside him is full of the high quality of the H family, which is very valuable. A well-maintained face does not show any traces of time at all, which makes people unable to guess her real age at all. The noble elegance of the trust gives people a sense of unattainable distance. Especially the Himalayan crocodile skin bag she was holding in her hand made Zhu Yanghu's eyes straight. She has never seen the real thing of this bag that has been speculated at a sky-high price, and the woman casually threw it to the young man and ordered condescendingly, "Carry it for me. You have to accompany me tonight." Properly the posture of a rich woman. 大写 T. The young man obediently carried the bag. "Okay, keep it for you to enjoy." Zhu Yanghu stared at their bags in astonishment, and suddenly laughed. "I thought Yu Xia had found some kind of rich and noble son. He was still showing off his power in front of us last time. It turned out to be a male publicist. Looking at 5 people and 6 people, I don't know how to be broken by the rich woman behind my back." Jiang Yuwen didn't turn around for a moment. "What do you mean? With Yu Xia's ability, she shall not be able to call such a male public relations officer. So it is likely that Yu Xia has found a male public relations boyfriend." Zhu Yanghu analyzed, and her delicately made-up face showed a little smugness. After all, no one wants their rival to live better than themselves. Jiang Yuwen felt a little confused after listening to it. "But when I think about it, with Yu Xia's background, I'm afraid I can't find a better person than him. Especially now, her career is also in a precarious situation. And, however, if you want to blame her, you can only blame herself for not knowing what is good and evil, and she has to go against him again and again." In this Jiang Yuwen, they expressed disdain for Shima Chen is short and long, and expressed disdain for his profession. But Shima Chen didn't notice them at all. These people have no sense of existence in front of him at all. Shima Chen still had dinner with Yu Xia on weekends. He has been very distressed these days, although his original PL, and was to take his time, gradually, and do the pattern of long-term love. But a few days ago, after Yu Xia got drunk, he flirted with him and coaxed him. He thought that there was a qualitative leap in their relationship. As a result, after sobering up, she returned to the pre-liberation. Yu Xia didn't say a word about what happened that night. He tested her several times, and finally made sure that Yu Xia really drank the fragments. This scumbag who forgets after flirting. He must leave the evidence next time. It's still early. Can you accompany me to a place to pick up something? After dinner, Shima Chen asked in a light voice. There was a smile in his eyes, and he was a gentleman and polite, which made Yu Xia feel that it was simply unforgivable to refuse his little request. What's more, he helped himself a lot before, so he responded cheerfully. "No problem." Half an hour later, Shima Chen drove her to the head office of Cis Jewelry in Jiangcheng. Cis Jewelry is a brand that has emerged in the jewelry industry in recent years. The full name is CY. The specific meaning is "can you?" Some people say it's "can you say yes?" It is said that the founder has been waiting for his beloved and hoping that his beloved can be with him, which also vaguely implies the meaning of marriage proposal. Fans are very good at this love story and affectionately call it the C family. Of course, the most important thing is that Cis Jewelry is an exclusive design. Each design is the designer's heart and original, and never imitates or copy the popular styles of other brands. And the founder is a mysterious rich man, and he is inhumane. There used to be other brands following the trend to produce his popular models, but in the end, the defendant had to lose his fortune. After a few times, no other brand dares to copy and imitate C. Soon CY became the most powerful original brand in the jewelry industry. Yu Xia stayed at the door of the CY head office for a few seconds. "What's the matter?" Shima Chen asked doubtfully. Yu Xia's eyes withdrew from the posters and TV advertisements at the door. "What's the matter? I just think CY's founding team is very powerful. The brand is excellent, and every publicity is the icing on the cake." Shima Chen saw that she showed a little admiration and envy, and a soft smile appeared on her handsome eyebrows. "What? Have you committed an occupational disease? Want to win the customer of CY?" Yu Xia's eyes flashed with hope, hoping to have this opportunity to cooperate with such a big customer in her lifetime. At this time, the salesman in the store came out and invited the two people in. "The set of jewelry I ordered before told me that it had arrived, and I came to pick it up." Shima Chen opened his pickup coat and gave it to the cabinet sister. At the same time, a domineering woman's voice came not far away. This one, and this one, take it out for me to try. Yuxia sounded a little familiar. She turned around and saw that it was indeed Zhu Yanghu. Chapter 32. The lion opens his mouth. It was Jiang Yuwen who stood next to Zhu Yanghu. Look at the way he has been locking his eyebrows. I'm afraid he's worried about spending money again. Didn't you say that you were optimistic about the style? Why? Jiang Yuwen stopped talking. There was nothing wrong with his tone, but his eyes were obscure. The more you choose, the more particular you are, and the greater the possibility of exceeding the budget. The diamond ring is just a love scam invented by capitalists. It's really not worth spending a lot of money to pay IQ tax. Zhu Yanghu was a little dislost. She drew an exquisite face a few degrees cold. Since she came, of course, she should choose the most satisfactory one. There are many more styles in the store than on the internet, and looking at the real thing is not the same as looking at the picture. Don't you want to waste time with me, or don't you want to spend this money? That's not what I meant. Jiang Yuwen patted her arm and coaxed patiently. I didn't say anything right just now. You pick carefully and pick slowly. The service-oriented cabinet lady took out the diamond rings requested by Zhu Yanghu one by one with a standardized smile for her to try on. Zhu Yanghu naturally enjoys this kind of service to be held up in the cloud, especially when the diamond rings were put on her hand and shined brightly. She could get a great sense of satisfaction. Yuxia and the others didn't wait long, and the store manager personally took out the jewelry he customized. Mr. Shi, would you like to see if there is anything wrong with the thing first? If the size is not suitable, we can provide free modification. Well, along with store manager slowly opened the jewelry box, and then a series of 3-piece sets were displayed in front of people. A ring, a pair of earrings and a necklace lay quietly in a noble black box, shining with extreme brilliance. Before Yuxia could marvel, the surroundings were already dumbfounded. I don't know when, the cabinet sisters who were not receiving customers came over. The exclamation caused a little movement, and even Zhu Yanghu, who was picking diamonds and flowers, looked over, and then Yuxia was surrounded by a group of cabinet sisters, like the stars holding the moon. Miss Yu, this set of jewelry is a perfect match for you. Please try it. Yes, Miss Yu, this set of jewelry is tailor made for you. Only your snow-white skin color can highlight their dazzling brilliance. Zhu Yanghu, is CY going downhill now? For the sake of a little performance, these counters have made customers look like something. She was curious about what kind of jewelry Yuxia had chosen. Then she stepped on 8-centimeter high heels and walked over with a thought. At this sight, she could no longer take her eyes off. This set of jewelry was so beautiful. Anyway, she is also a fashionista in the fashion industry, but she has never seen such heartwarming jewelry. In an instant, I had the idea of owning it. She almost snatched the whole set of jewelry from the counter, and complained to blame the shopkeeper who received her. Why didn't you bring me such a beautiful set of jewelry? I want this set of jewelry, she said boldly. The cabinet sister looked embarrassed. Miss Zhu, Mr. Shi booked this set of jewelry more than a month ago. Zhu Yanghu looked at the jewelry in the jewelry box greedily and didn't want to let go. So what? How much is it? Why don't I swipe the card immediately? She took it for granted that the jewelry that a male publicist could afford was not worth much, although this set of jewelry looked very expensive. Sorry, Miss Zhu. Please return this set of jewelry to Mr. Shi. He has already paid the deposit. The store manager didn't expect such a thing to happen, so he couldn't wait to drive Zhu Yanghu out immediately. However, for the sake of brand reputation, Zhu Yanghu was only asked to return the jewelry immediately with a little seriousness. Of course, Zhu Yanghu doesn't want to give up like this. There is no reason for what you like. Not to mention that the other party is still Yuxia. She looked at the male publicist next to Yuxia with disdain in a lofty posture. Mr. Shi, right. How much deposit did you pay? I am willing to pay 50% more. There was a cold light in Shi Machen's eyes, and there was deep disgust in his words. You don't deserve it. This was specially designed and created by him. This woman who didn't know how good or evil dared to stretch out her fingers. And it was not a pity to chop her hands. Zhu Yanghu was so angry that his face turned red. A male publicist who can't be on the stage dares to insult her like this. It's bearable, but it's unbearable. I want to order this set of jewelry. What can you do to me? The arrogant and domineering face looks hateful. If I don't put it down, I will call the police. When Shimu Chen said, he had already picked up the mobile phone and pressed the 3 numbers 10. Seeing this situation, Jiang Yuwen was also anxious. If he continued to make trouble, he would not be able to deal with it. I can only stand up and persuade Zhu Yanghu in a good voice. Forget it. If you like it, just customize another set. Why make such an ugly fuss? Hearing Jiang Yuwen so cowardly, she was even more angry. Who the hell are you from? Let me tell you, I'm going to wear this set of jewelry at the wedding. If we can't take it today, we'll break up. Yu Xia was almost scared to death. Did she play so much? Jiang Yuwen didn't expect Zhu Yonghu to be so unreasonable. His face suddenly turned black, and his forehead was jumping with blue veins. He suddenly remembered that he had been with Yu Xia for 3 years. She had always been reasonable and would never be unreasonable, let alone show his face in public. Zhu Yonghu, who has been old and not smart over the years, is still so delicate and domineering that she is crazy like a bitch in the market. But the marriage partner he chose cried and wanted to unite the front with her. Mr. Shi, everything is easy to discuss. Why don't we pay twice the deposit? Can you bear the pain and cut off the love? Jiang Yuwen's attitude is very upright. Shi Machen sneered. Are you sure? Although Jiang Yuwen was reluctant to spend the money in his heart, it had come to this point, and he had to admit it. Yes. You can say the number. He gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Shi Machen stretched out 2 fingers. 20,000. Jiang Yuwen's heart ached, which was too expensive. I was earned yuan by this person surnamed Shi for no reason. Oh, do you want to buy the jewelry box upside for 2万元? Shi Machen smiled contemptuously. Jiang Yuwen was horrified, and his expression was a little unbearable. He was flustered and angry. Didn't you want to say 20万元? It's not like grabbing money. Shi Machen hooked his lips faintly, and his tone was very light. I'm sorry, I spent 10 million on the deposit. You have to give me twice the price, which is 20 million. What? Jiang Yuwen's face, which was originally beautiful and looking forward to shine, is now angry. Are you kidding me? Chapter 33. The scumbag couple doubts life. Zhu Yonghu was also annoyed and angry. She laughed angrily and said, Yu Xia, are you going too much? Yuwen sincerely discussed with you. Why don't you rob the bank when you are so big-mouthed? Shi Machen glared at her and said quietly, do you need me to show you the order record? The store manager was also very angry when he saw that Jiang Yuwen and Zhu Yonghu didn't know the goods at all. Even if this set of jewelry was given to them, they didn't understand the value of this set of jewelry at all, which would only make the pearl dusty. This set of jewelry is called Cheomu, designed by Xiao Yi, the chief designer of CY. A total of 9 pink diamonds are inlaid on it, implying that Cheomu, long, every rare pink diamond is worth a lot. Xiao Yi's private customization is at the level of 1 million and 10 million. Mr. Shi said that it was normal to give a deposit of 10 million. According to CY regulations, 20% of the deposit needs to be paid, so the total price of this set of jewelry is about 50 million. The store manager's words are chiseled. When it comes to Xiao Yi's design, she is full of pride. In particular, the determinate iron from between the lines of the words made Jiang Yuwen and Zhu Yonghu panic. This set of jewelry is worth tens of millions. How is this possible? When Zhu Yonghu thought of the value of 50 million yuan in his hand, he felt that he had touched a time bomb. Hu Rong was so scared that she lost her face. With a shake of hands, the jewelry box fell directly to the ground with a thud. Jiang Yuwen's mentality is about to collapse. What if there is a good or bad about the jewelry inside? He quickly screwed it down and picked it up carefully. When he saw that the things inside were intact, he took a breath. Then I couldn't wait to return the thing to Shi Machen. I'm really sorry. I offended you so much just now. I hope Mr. Shi can forgive me. Now it is perfect for Zhao. Shi Machen didn't answer and asked, are you sure you don't want it? Jiang Yuwen is about to kneel down. If it's 50 million, according to the quotation on the small advertisement, he has to don its sperm yuan times. He has died early, no more. He can't afford this kind of thing in his life. Only then did Shi Machen take the thing, and then took out the ring inside and put it on Yu Xia's hand. Yu Xia's fingers trembled a little involuntarily. Calculated, this ring is also worth 10 million, which is equivalent to a large flat in the city center. Is Shi Machen serious? Well, it really suits you. Shi Machen looked at her white and slender hands, and the pink diamond ring shone on her ring finger. Wearing his ring, he should have a reputation, right? Shi Machen raised the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. Then he took Yu Xia to leave the jewelry store under the praise of a group of clerks. Back in the car, Yu Xia hurriedly took off the ring in her hand and returned it to him. Shi Machen's face sank, and his eyes became a few inches sharp. What's the matter? Put it away quickly. What's the matter? Can she, a barely food and clothing worker, can dye her fingers with tens of millions of jewelry? Don't like it. Shi Machen didn't see the joy in her eyes, but was a little disappointed. So what do you like? Yu Xia almost fell off the seat. She subconsciously held the handle on the door of the car and asked uncertainly, you mean this is what you gave me? Shi Machen is a little distressed. Isn't it obvious? He opened the jewelry box again and presented the jewelry in front of her, which was my wedding gift to you. There is an ancient saying, without 3 gold, You can't get married. Yuxia was stunned for a moment, but their marriage was forced by the situation, not because of love. She looked at Shima changing words. I can't want such a precious thing. At the thought of these things worth 50 million, she couldn't breathe well. Hearing what she said, Shima Chen's eyes showed a playful smile, and his expression relaxed a little. He had already expected this question. He operated it twice on his mobile phone and then handed it to Yuxia. Yuxia didn't know why. Shima Chen, I placed an order on the CY official website. Then Yuxia saw that the number displayed on the prepaid deposit was Yuan. She stared at him unimaginably, and her mind was full of question marks. I was squaring them in the store just now. The total price of this set of jewelry is less than 5 万元, Shima Chen explained seriously. But the store manager also said that this set of jewelry is worth 50 million yuan just now. Could it be that Shima Chen colluded with the store manager? The store manager said that Cheomu designed by Kaioi is worth 50 million yuan, but the set I customized is not Cheomu at all, but an ordinary series of products designed by their other designers. Moreover, the rare pink diamonds are used in the morning and evening, and this set is inlaid with impurities. I placed an order online, and the store manager can't see the specific transaction record, so I made a mistake for a moment. Besides, how can I buy jewelry worth 50 million yuan? Shima Chen said with reason and evidence. The low-blowing sound seems to flow from the cello, inexplicably giving people a high degree of credibility. So that's it. But even if it is 5 万元 of jewelry, Yuxia also feels that there is no reason to accept it. You don't need to give me this. Customized jewelry cannot be returned. Sending 3 golds is also a blessing, and it also means to attract wealth and ward off evil. If you encounter a lot of things during this period, just keep it first. Shima Chen persuaded patiently. Yuxia thought about her recent experience. It was indeed unlucky. I was persuaded by him involuntarily, so I'll help you put it away first. Shima Chen pulled his lips with satisfaction. On the other hand, Jiang Yuwen and Zhu Yanghu, who are still in the CY jewelry store, have been so scared that they doubt life. He didn't even care about picking the diamond ring. He left in the middle of the cabinet. Sister is smile and mocking. I get it. It was not until he got on the car that Zhu Yanghu suddenly realized a sentence, and his originally defeated look regained his superior arrogance. What do you understand? Jiang Yuwen has suffered a heavy blow and has not completely recovered yet. Do you remember the rich woman we met in Qingqiuan last time? That set of jewelry must be hers. But let the male publicist surnamed Shi pick it up. 50 million jewelry. Looking at the whole country, not many people are willing to buy it. Yes, it must be like this. The more Zhu Yanghu thought about it, the more he confirmed this fact. The man surnamed Shi has a posture that turns all sentient beings upside down. How can he afford such a luxury thing? 10,000 steps back and say that even if he really can afford it, he will not give it to Yuxia. Yuxia just came from the countryside. Tens of thousands of yuan is enough to spend money, and there is no need to spend a lot of money. Jiang Yuwen thought about it and felt that what she said was reasonable. In his age, he is even more disgraceful to Shima Chen. As a man, he serves others with lust. Yuxia is indeed from the countryside, and her eyelids are too shallow. Chapter 34 eliminated. The venue of Yu Renling's manuscript was at their company's headquarters, led by Li Lu and Director He of the Customer Service Department, and Jiang Yuwen and Yuxia also followed. In order to show importance, this planning proposal was reported by Li Lu, and Yuxia has repeatedly revised and improved the plan many times. Success or failure is in one move. There are a total of 5 companies participating in the proposal report. The proposal is carried out by one company separately, and the order is determined by drawing lots. The number drawn by Li Lu is 5. So it is the last report. Wang Shen's old enemy, Shen Shi planning, also came. The people in the teams of both sides have also fought many times, and they have all suffered losses from each other. People, so although they greet each other with a smile, on the surface, every word is pinching each other, and the smoke is pervasive. I heard that you had a small accident some time ago, and the customer was very dissatisfied with you. Are you alright now? The planning director of Shenshi revealed people's shortcomings as soon as he came, which was very unpacifying. Fortunately, Li Lu is not a vegetarian. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Wang. I heard that your love is about to leave Shenshi. If you have any problems in using people, I can recommend a few young people with good ability to you. The sudden betrayal of his job change was an insurmountable hurdle in his heart. Now that he was pointed out in public, Director Wang almost spit out a mouthful of old blood in anger, but he still pretended not to care. People who are separated from morality will leave. There is nothing wrong with him. However, it can be seen that Mr. Li, you are a person who cherishes talents, and even the people who are disciplined are with you. Or is it that no one can use Wang Shen? Suddenly, I felt Director Wang's unkind eyes, and then I heard the other party belittling her. Yu Xia, this big brother, are you polite? Is it really appropriate to speak ill of her in front of her? Fortunately, at this time, the notice that the proposal could begin, Director Wang rushed into another conference room with his own people. It took a long time, and it was 2 hours later when Wang Sheng went into the proposal. Li Lu has been a veteran in the workplace for many years. When reporting the plan, she has a lot of demeanor and elegance. The demonstrations of slides are full of emotion. Yu Xia couldn't help applauding her silently in her heart. She listened while observing the customer's reaction, but I found that several leaders of Yurunling didn't seem to be very interested in this plan. Their reaction was a little strange. They looked suspicious and looked at each other from time to time, as if there was something difficult to say. When Liao, you finish speaking, they still had a plain reaction, just saying, you can go out and wait for the news. Yu Xia and they all felt strange. When the general proposal is over, don't we have to discuss and exchange several points in the plan? It took half an hour for other companies to report, but they only spent 20 minutes. Well, Mr. Qin, if you have any questions about our plan, you can ask for us to answer in detail. Li Lu also felt that this situation was wrong. She modestly smiled and fought for opportunities for her team. No need. Mr. Qin didn't even raise his head and replied 3 words coldly. As soon as these words came out, Wang Sheng's hearts were half cold, and several people's faces stiffened. Li Lu pursed her lips and asked a result with a smile. Have we been eliminated? Mr. Qin made eye contact with several other management leaders who evaluated the plan, and finally gave Li Lu a definite answer. Yes. Li Lu's smile could hardly be maintained, but she was still unwilling to lose like this. Even if you lose, you have to lose clearly. May I ask if there are any fatal flaws in our Wang Shen plan? Otherwise, how could you be beaten to death with a stick? Only then did Mr. Qin look up at Wang Shen's people and said with an indifferent expression, your plan is similar to Shen Shi in some ideas and creativity. Yu Xia was shocked for a while, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned tightly. How is this possible? She subconsciously looked at Li Lu and met the other party's incredible eyes. Yu Xia shook her head with a clear conscience. Only then did Li Lu summon up the courage again. So Mr. Qin judged us to be plagiarized. Mr. Qin seemed to be a little impatient, and his tone became extremely stiff. I don't care who plagiarized whom, but I can tell you clearly that we won't adopt any of your plans. Now you can go out first. In the end, Mr. Qin already had a vague intention of getting angry. This kind of mutually plagiarized plan is simply a waste of each other's time. Asking more is tantamount to humiliating yourself. Li Lu can only live temporarily with a group of people. Director He of the customer department directly took a group of people to the stairwell and directly hit Li Lu. Director Li, what's going on? Do you know how difficult it is for us to develop a customer? Your planning department actually used a plagiarized plan to fool around. I need you to give me an entry. Li Lu pressed her eyebrows with a headache. Mr. He, don't worry, I will definitely give you and the company an explanation about this matter. Seeing that such a large order was lost, Director He was really uncomfortable and glanced around angrily. When he saw Yu Xia, his heart suddenly jumped. Yu Xia, you are the planner of this plan. What the hell is going on? Yu Xia is also confused until now. She doesn't know why this happened, but at this time, she must show her integrity, otherwise she will be more and more unclear. I can swear by my career that I absolutely did not plagiarize. Director He obviously doesn't like her trick. If it's useful, you can tell the customer. I believe Yu Xia. She disdains to plagiarize. At this time, Jiang Yuwen suddenly said. The very relevant tone surprised Yu Xia. The two quarreled for so long, and finally listened to him speak a human word. I don't want to listen to your nonsense now. Director He shouted angrily. He looked at the time on his mobile phone and looked at Verion anxiously. Now there are only 50 minutes left before they announce the final results. I just want to know that we still have any way to turn the world around. Several people in Wangshen looked at each other and showed expressions of lovelessness. In this situation, it can't be said that there is no way at all. It can only be said that it is impossible at all. They all saw Mr. Qin's attitude just now. Finally, the Yurunling brand announced that the proposal was approved by Hongshi Planning. The strength of Hongshi Planning is slightly inferior to that of Wangshen and Shenshi, but it is also an advertising planning company recognized by big brands. It's true that they can win this customer. Li Lu didn't leave the conference room of Yurunling for a long time. Even Director He left angrily. She still sat still. At this moment, only Li Lu, Jiang Yuwen and Yu Xia are left in the conference room. Chapter 35 Expel. Although Li Lu is in a little solemn mood now, victory or defeat is a matter of daily life, and she still has this kind of demeanor. It's just that this matter is so strange that she has to figure it out. What do you two think? It was also unexpected for Yuxia that things had developed to this point. Now she has recovered from the shock just now, so her thinking is very clear. As long as Yu Ringling has not signed a contract with Hongshi, we still have a chance. She invested a lot in this case and scrapped several manuscripts. She didn't want to give up until the last minute. The facial features, which were originally bright and touching, became more beautiful because of this stubbornness and persistence. Jiang Yuwen felt that her energy of not hitting the south wall and not looking back was stupid. The victory or defeat has been decided. What are you still thinking about? Yuxia squinted and stared at him with a smile. Since manager Jiang thought I didn't plagiarize, who do you think leaked my plan? King Li's clean voice fell, and Jiang Yuwen noticed that the two women in front of him were staring at him at the same time. For a moment, he almost thought that he had shown some flaws, and the calmness on his face almost collapsed. Fortunately, he quickly reviewed the whole process and then calmed down, which I don't know. Almost all the people planning groups 1 and 2 know your plan, and those involved in this case from the customer department should also know a little. If you want to investigate, the scope is very wide and the difficulty is not small. Li Lu's shrewd and strong aura was released more and more strongly. She sneered. I always thought I had a way to control it, but I didn't expect that it was difficult to defend against the thief by day and night. One day, I will have to face such an unbearable thing as cleaning up the portal. Let's go. Go back first. Don't occupy the customer's conference room and make people laugh. After saying that, she took the lead in getting up and went out. In the car back, Ilu's mobile phone kept ringing. It was probably that director. He had reported the ins and outs of the matter to the leader, so the high-level accountability call came immediately. Even if Li Lu didn't open the public, Yuxia clearly heard the roar on the other end of the phone. Originally, the last accident had a significant impact on Wang Sheng's reputation. The company's leaders hoped to build Wang Sheng's reputation again with the help of the case of Yu Rinling. As a result, it turned out to be so. Yellow. Unexpectedly, it was because of the plagiarism incident. If it spread out, it would not be laughed at by the peer industry. Li Lu, you have always been a smart person. Why are you so hasty in using people now? Last time, because of this named Yuxia, she gave the company such a big basket, and you actually asked her to plan a plan. I think she is deliberately plagiarizing and slandering the company's reputation. Now I order you on behalf of the company to fire her immediately and never hire her. Yuxia, you want to fire her if you don't agree with her. Li Lu didn't have time to say a word, but the other party hung up. Li Lu was so angry that she dropped her mobile phone directly. Later, another phone rang, and she turned off her mobile phone directly with a dark face. The roots of her ears were finally clean, and Li Lu leaned on the car seat tiredly and sent Yuxia forwards. I beg for more blessing. She said so, but she didn't intend to fight for Yuxia anymore. Yuxia was suddenly stunned. It was a little difficult to accept for a moment. Even if he wanted to leave Wangsheng, he could not be charged with plagiarism. Director, don't you believe that I didn't plagiarize? Li Lu only replied to her, then closed her eyes and kept silent. Yuxia understood that she was a delicate essayist. In this case, she needs to stop loss and protect herself in time, and she can't care about others. When I returned to the company, the rumors about her plagiarism had already spread. As soon as she approached the elevator, she heard other colleagues waiting for the elevator list her evil deeds. This Yuxia, don't take us with her to death. Our whole planning team is going to be killed by her. Maybe this year's year-end bonus will be over. Is there a possibility that she did it on purpose? Do you want to stink our Wangsheng reputation to pave the way for herself? Maybe she has already invested in it. Her company. What you said is not unreasonable. It was hard to sit in the position of supervisor, but she must be unhappy with the sudden salary cut and demotion, so she deliberately took revenge on the company. Oh, my god, this kind of person is also terrible. In her plan, she also wants Lin Ye and Shen Xin to endorse together. Who didn't know that they were mortals? She persuaded Director Li cleverly. Even if there is no plagiarism, her plan has such a poisonous point that customers can't accept it. Yuxia stood silently behind them and listened. He understood what the crime of wanting to add is, and why don't hesitate. No wonder it is said that spreading rumors is a mouthful, and it is a broken leg to refute rumors. Are you happy to curse? Yuxia pinched her ear and felt that she had been offended, which was quite unhappy. Yuxia. Someone heard the movement and saw Yuxia standing behind. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak. Yuxia glanced at a group of them with clear eyes. She was so tall that she crushed half of their heads. In addition, she was really angry and annoyed now, so she had a condescending momentum. She scolded me, "Get out of here." The way she was angry inexplicably made the emperor angry. The blood of the corpse was thousands of miles, and the unknown fear suddenly surged into her heart. Several colleagues who scolded her were suddenly choked. Seeing the elevator door open, no one dared to enter. In the end, Li Lu temporarily suppressed the personnel order to fire her on the grounds of work handover. But it only took one day, and now the only way to prove her innocence is to find out the real plagiarist. But the more important thing is to win the cooperation of Yu Renling. Li Lu was indeed going to give up on her. But suddenly she remembered what she said in the client's office. As long as Yu Renling hadn't signed a contract with Hongshi, we still had a chance. The stubbornness and determination in Yu Xia's eyes made her shaken, so she decided to gamble again. Anyway, it's a dead date. What if she breaks the game? When she was about to get off work, Yu Xia received a message from Shi Maching. The proposal $$ passed smoothly, right? Don't you consider treating me to a meal to celebrate? Yu Xia twisted her mouth bitterly. It's really good to pick up which pot can't be opened. I'm $FR plus E and I'm going to disappoint you. Shi Maching didn't expect this result. Then I'll treat you to dinner. There is nothing that can't be solved by a delicious meal. If there is, then 2 meals. I'm going to drive now and wait for you downstairs in your company later. Shi Maching was not given a chance to refuse at all. Yu Xia looked at the time helplessly. It was time, so she went to clock in and get off work. Chapter 36. There are always people who want to harm me. Seeing Yu Xia coming out of the door, Shi Maching gentlemanly opened the door for her and let her sit in the co-pilot. This scene happened to be seen by several female colleagues in the planning department. Is that Yu Xia's new love? Don't talk about it. He looks really good, not inferior to manager Jiang. Colleague A stretched his neck, and the gossip expression was immediately on the line. Xu Yan, who was still talking and laughing with her colleagues just now, immediately sank her face, and there was a little disdain in her eyes. Did you see her face so far away? Even if you can't see the face clearly, the L on legs, the proud figure and facial features must be no worse. The key is the unparalleled temperament. I feel that even male stars can't play it. I don't know what this man came from, colleague A said with an envious face. Xu Yan clenched her fingers and looked at Yu Xia with cold eyes. But as the car left, when she recognized that it was just a car of about 30 万元, the corners of her mouth suddenly curled up. But it was a Tugwin. What could it come from? She thought that Yu Xia had cheated on something. It turned out that her eyelids were so shallow. Sure enough, he came from the countryside and had no eyes. Jiang Yuwen graduated from a famous school and has now been promoted to manager, and his future is unlimited. She subconsciously put her hand into her bag and touched the chocolates, and a layer of ripples appeared in her eyes. When Yu Xia, an annoying person, leaves the company, Jiang Yuwen will belong to her. In fact, have you ever thought about who is the biggest beneficiary in this manuscript? After listening to Yu Xia's story, Shi Maching has made a comprehensive analysis. Deep, steady and slow sound was like a light, breaking through the confusion in front of it, making Yu Xia go initiation. Do you mean Hongshi? She was a little excited and raised her eyebrows to look at him, but saw the afterglow of the sunset diagonally outlining his bright facial features, as if adding a layer of soft focus filter, which was so charming that it touched people's hearts. Not necessarily, but there is a suspicion. Shi Maching's deep eyebrows and eyes were calm, and his voice was calm, which inexplicably convinced people. When you said that, I remembered it. Director Wang of Shenshi is domineering and stingy. If they are plagiarized, he will definitely not give up and scold us at Wangshen. However, after announcing the results, he took the people away directly without saying a word of nonsense. Obviously, he was guilty of being a thief. When Yu Xia said, her eyes just glanced over the roadside lightbox advertisement, and inspiration flashed in her mind. If she remembers correctly, Shenshi Company has reached a cooperation with the brand Dalen some time ago. Dalen and Yu Renling are competing brands, and the industry rules generally are that the same advertising company cannot represent 2 competitive brands at the same time. Why did Shenshi run over to participate in the draft of the Jet E order, still holding the plagiarized plan? The only explanation is that they didn't want to take this customer at all. Except for this Shi Maching, I can't think of any other possibility. Then why should they waste time? Halfway through Yu Xia's words, he suddenly opened up. So they simply came to stir up trouble. Is it to keep Wangshen and Yu Renling from cooperating? So, did they collude with Hongshi? There was a red light on the street ahead. Shi Maching gently stepped on the brake, raised his eyes slightly and stared at her. There was still a possibility when he opened his mouth thoughtfully. Yu Xia couldn't think of what the other might be. She stared at him and waited for him to reveal the answer. The bright and beautiful eyes involuntarily mixed with some dependence and worship. Probably because he felt that the next answer was a little cruel. Shi Maching smiled faintly and tried to make his tone sound softer. It may be that Wang Sheng, Shen Shi and Hong Shi set up a game and plotted separately. Yu Xia was still shocked to hear it, and her pupils shrank. Do you mean that Wang Sheng has an insider? Otherwise, how did your plan get into the hands of others? Shi Mojin rolled his lips helplessly. Unexpectedly, she still encountered such a thing. From the perspective she couldn't see, his eyes were gloomy and obscure. Do you mean someone is targeting me? So was someone's plan to be fired? Yu Xia's bright face bulged with anger. Like a fathead fish, she exhaled hard and blew her bangs randomly. What are you doing? Seeing that her bangs were messy and crooked, he felt inexplicably happy. This woman is really beautiful without knowing it. Even her angry appearance is so vivid, funny, cute and tight. Yu Xia raised her hand again and neatly messed up her bangs. She hummed delicately. I knew that there were always people who wanted to harm me. Shi Mojin couldn't help laughing. Do you have someone to doubt? It must be Jiang Yuwen's speech. He tried to kick me out of the company 3 times, but I didn't let him get what he wanted. Yu Xia said angrily, staring at a pair of deer eyes, which was particularly seductive. Thinking of Jiang Yuwen's characterless man, Shi Mojin's expression cooled down a few times. But when talking to Yu Xia, he still restrained his anger, and his words were like a breeze. What are your next plans? Yu Xia does have her own calculation, so she hasn't messed up from the beginning to now. No, all the chaos has been cleared up, and she is much more relaxed. Seeing Shi Mojin's serious appearance, he suddenly became playful. He pretended to sigh helplessly. If Yu Ringling really signed a contract with Hong Shi to reach a cooperation agreement, I would probably have to roll up the cover and leave immediately. At that time, I'm afraid that no company will be willing to accept me. Then I can only reach out to you. You won't turn your face away, will you? Probably not expected that Yu Xia would say so. A trace of surprise flashed in Shi Mojin's eyes, and a faint joy surged. He looked at her sideways and smiled with his thin lips. How could it be? It's my pleasure. Chao Gang's answer choked Yu Xia, and her heartbeat couldn't help but disturb her rhythm. The roots of his ears are slightly hot. This man is so good at it. Shi Mojin, how many girlfriends have you had? What a qualified girlfriend. She can be called a model of her ex. After training her boyfriend so well, she waved her hand and bowed to people. When the words come to the mouth, Shi Mojin paused again and raised his eyebrows. There was a bright wave of light flowing in his deep sea-like eyes, and his tone was a little playful. In what capacity did you ask me? Yu Xia licked her lips and felt a little embarrassed when it came to the issue of identity. She added a sentence casually, just asking casually, and didn't want to say it. Shi Mojin's hand holding the steering wheel paused for a moment and sighed softly, almost inaudible way. Chapter 37 Mrs. Shi is so awesome. At 下午8点 the night was getting dark and the whole city was lit up by thousands of lights. Xu Yuan, who had left work long ago, quietly returned to the company and saw that the light in the manager's office was still on. The heart beat faster and jumped twice, and the corners of the mouth rose slightly involuntarily. She knew that Jiang Yuwen would be in the company at this point. He was a very career-minded person and often stayed to work overtime. Hurry up and he put his back on the workstation, pretended to turn on the computer, and then took out the powder and lipstick to quickly put on makeup, and then knocked on the door of the manager's office with the bento he had made. Manager Jiang, I know that you are still working overtime in the company. I cooked a little more for dinner by myself. I happened to go back to the company to get something, so I packed one for you. By the way, you won't mind, will you? Xu Yan smiled brightly and generously and served the meal thoughtfully and virtuously. Jiang Yuwen's handsome face showed a look of surprise. How do you know that I haven't had dinner yet? I'm really a little hungry. Then I won't be polite. With that, he opened her bento. Are all these made by you? It looks very appetizing. Anyone who marries you in the future will be very blessed. Jiang Yuwen praised her without a trace. Xu Yan's breathing was slow, and a shy blush appeared on her face. Manager Jiang, do you really think so? Jiang Yuwen looked at her sincerely and nodded with a smile. Of course. Looking at his charming smile, Xu Yan felt so dizzy that she could not tell the difference between the East and the West. Manager Jiang, last time you said that you would no longer accept office romance. If I leave the company, have you found a new job? Jiang Yuwen made a caring look and interrupted her in time. Well, I would also like to thank Manager Jiang for his introduction. Hong Shi gave me a good salary and position. When Xu Yan spoke, a pair of eyes stared straight at Jiang Yuwen, and her eyes were full of hooks. Then I want to congratulate you. Be sure to tell me when you leave, and I'll treat you to dinner. Jiang Yuwen smiled gently, and the little girl was full of spring breeze, as if she got some kind of hint. Xu Yan nodded fiercely. Then you can't forget it. When I got off work today, I saw Yu Xia's boyfriend pick her up. Xu Yan pinched her fingers and opened her mouth carefully. Seeing that Jiang Yuwen's reaction was only cold and ridicule, She felt a little relieved and then said, I look very ordinary, far inferior to Manager Jiang. Yu Xia is really short-sighted. Hearing the little girl's worship and praise, Jiang Yuwen's vanity was greatly satisfied. Forget it, not to mention her. Anyway, she will be fired by the company. A trace of unnaturalness flashed in Xu Yan's expression, and she said indignation, who'll her plagiarize the plan and damage the reputation of the company. She can't live on her own things. It's okay for her to leave the company. She and I have torn our faces, and it's not suitable to work together again. Hearing Jiang Yuwen's words, Xu Yan pursed her lips and couldn't help but be excited. Everything she did was right and worth it. Tomorrow, when Hong Shi and Yu Ringling officially signed a contract, it will be the time for Yu Xia to leave the company. When she changes jobs again, she will have nothing to worry about. At the same time, Yu Xia and Shi Macheng have also finished their meals. I haven't used up the game coins I bought last time. Do you want to vent and relax? Shi Macheng estimated the time, and it was still early. Yu Xia took the lead in walking out of the restaurant, shaking her head and waving her hand. No, she still has to deal with work tonight. Shi Macheng narrowed his eyes. Isn't the company going to fire you? Do you still have to work overtime? What a miserable and inhumane company. Yu Xia shook her hair, and her expression was delicate, arrogant, showing a sense of confidence and fearlessness from her bones. I didn't want to leave. Why did they fire me? Shi Macheng, look at her impatient appearance. It's quite deadly. Yu Xia gave him a strange look. Don't worry, I will ask the company to fire me and invite me back. Shi Macheng nodded with a glorious tone. Mrs. Shi is really awesome. Yu Xia's face suddenly turned red. Don't mess around, okay? What kind of relatives do you recognize? Shi Macheng smiled at the corner of his mouth. Oh, it turns out that the old driver is sometimes shy. After sending Yu Xia back to Yujiangnan, Shi Macheng immediately dialed a phone call to find out what the planning companies of Shenxi, Hongxi and Wangsheng had done on the draft of Yu Ringling. Yu Xia waited until the early morning. After midnight, she went to browse the social media accounts of Lin Ye and Shenxin as soon as possible, and then, she liked their latest status and went to bed as she wished. The next day, she was not woken up by the alarm, but by the ringtone of her mobile phone. Before 6 o'clock, it was Li Lu who called her. Yu Xia, how do you know? Did you know it long ago? Do you know the two of them? Li Lu was excited and out of control, shouting on the other end of the phone. If she didn't know what happened to her, Yu Xia would almost think she was crazy. Li Lu's constant impression is that she is calm and self-controlled, calm and moderate, which is in great contrast to the current crazy state. Yu Xia silently felt sorry for her ears for 2 seconds before interrupting the other party. Director, it's not even 6 o'clock yet. Do you know that it has gone crazy on the internet? Lin Ye and Shenxin last night. No, to be precise, it was officially announced early this morning. They have been married for a year. Did you know about this for a long time? They have already officially announced it. And Yu Xia naturally doesn't need to hide it anymore. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Now your plan is a perfect plan. Get ready quickly. We must convince the customer to change his mind before they sign the contract. Li Lu can't wait to meet the customer. Director, we are not in a hurry now. It is the customer who is anxious. The story of Lin Ye and Shenxin's love and killing has not yet begun to ferment. When the hot surge explodes, many brands will find them. You're right. Customers should also get the news soon. At that time, they will understand that you did not plagiarize and will take the initiative to come to us. Only then did Li Lu calm down a little. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the employees arrived at the company in a hurry, and then slowly made a cup of tea to gossip with their colleagues first. Do you know, Yu Xia is leaving the company today. I heard that the company's fire order was issued yesterday, but it was suppressed by Director Li. But what's the use of procrastinating for a day? Is it possible that Yu Xia can rise from the dead? I heard that Hongxi is going to sign a contract with the customer at 10 o'clock. TSK, there is less than an hour left. I'm afraid Yu Xia can't go back to heaven. I want to say that she should have left long ago. I have to stay and add to Manager Jiang, and I don't know what I'm up to. In the end, he also made a plagiarism scandal for our Wangsheng. It's really bad. The customer department is also scolding her, saying that she is mean and harmful to others. Chapter 38. The mortal enemy has been officially announced. Sometimes beauty is also an original thing. Yu Xia is so beautiful that people have low self-esteem and make people feel that there is a crisis everywhere. They will naturally help her to warm up and unite her as a public enemy to boycott her. The funniest thing is that when she plagiarized, she replaced the extremely suitable endorsement candidate in the other person's plan with Lin Ye and Shenxin. If you don't like this pair, I don't like the joint endorsement of the enemy you don't like. I don't know if she wants to make a new difference. Or do you want to show the lower limit of IQ? Heh, Lin Ye and Shen Xin seem to be on the hot search. Let me see why they killed each other. It's really time to ask Yu Xia to take a look at the daily life of the two people killing each other. By the way, who will show their face to whom this tea? Me, or who ruined what the other party likes? Dang, the colleague who was the first to see the content was stunned and was so shocked that his mobile phone fell to the ground. Hey, your reaction is too fake. If you don't want the mobile phone, you can give it to me. Why did you drop it? Forget it, I'll see it myself. Then a few people holding their mobile phones to browse the hot search. At present, the hot search entry is the names of the two people are, problem, ZHCN, B, prom, ZHCN, Lin Free, female, Griffin, premium, 播放 D'Angelo 的歌 Lin 也，沈信 are, problem, ZHCN, B, prom, ZHCN, Lin Free, female, Griffin, premium, 播放 D'Angelo 的歌 So before clicking I, everyone thought that these two people did not give each other a face in public. As a result, what they saw was the marriage certificate of the two of them a year ago. Lin Ye V, Ler others all with her girl Almot Teen Thermer Sogger R Shen Xin V. Music's word netizens are collectively crazy. Where do people who don't like each other since their debut come from? You are famous mortals in the entertainment industry. Is it appropriate to say that you are very sweet? What about the promised mortal enemy? If the agreed 8 characters don't match, what about the fate? Is it really good to announce the secret marriage after 1 year? But soon someone familiar with the matter came forward to clarify for them, and finally they could be honest with CP. Believe me, it's really sweet. In those years, the two of them were nominated for the Best Newcomer award at the same time. In the end, Lin Ye won the award, and Shen Xin left on the spot. Some people said that as he was not generous and didn't even bother to do superficial work, which really made her hate Lin Ye clearly. In fact, it's not. Shen Xin left to prepare a surprise for Lin Ye at the first time to celebrate his winning the first grand prize in his life. It is also said that the two attended the charity dinner at the same time in the early years. Shen Xin liked a vase. As a result, Lin Ye took a picture and smashed it on the spot. In fact, seeing that Shen Xin liked it, Lin Ye wanted to take a picture and give it to her, but accidentally broke it. Later, Lin Ye also said that he would go home and kneel on the fragments to make amends. Shen Xin also said that it was okay to kneel down and wait for her to grind the fragments, otherwise she would be distressed. There are also those who said that Shen Xin often likes Lin Ye's black fans, which is really a disaster caused by slippery hands. Shen Xin just wants to care about Lin Ye's online news. Netizens. Finally, I shed tears when I knew the truth. It's really a little easy to knock. What should I do? The two of them suddenly attracted a lot of CP fans, and the topic about them directly rushed to the top of the hot search list. At this time, the boss of Hongxi and Agant others were already waiting in the conference room of Yurenling Company, and it was 2 minutes before the agreed signing time. The boss of Hongxi is a little excited. Yurenling is a big customer. If they win this contract, their performance pressure his year will not be so great. At 10 o'clock, Mr. Qing of the Jade Order appeared on time. Mr. Hongxi immediately got up and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Qing, you are really punctual and every minute. Why don't we sign the contract now? Don't delay Jishi. Mr. Qing's face was cold, and he meant to refuse people thousands of miles away. I'm sorry, I'm afraid this contract can't be signed today. If there is a chance, we will cooperate later. Mr. Hongxi's smiling face suddenly turned blue, but the person in front of him couldn't be offended. He could only pretend to be confused in a low voice. Mr. Qing, what do you mean? Mr. Qing looked at him with an expressionless face. If you don't know, you can ask your subordinates. I think they should be very clear. An hour ago, when the president of Yurenling was paying attention to the current hotspots, he accidentally browsed the hot search of Lin Ye and Shen Xin. The fans of the two have now risen by 50 万 because of the hot search. Netizens, one by one, like the hidden folk homes, began to knock candy in the past news of the two against each other. At present, the two of them have occupied 3 hot searches. This reminded him of Yu Xia's plan. At that time, the people in the brand department complained that the plan was too unreliable to invite a pair of mortals as their spokespersons. But now, the person who wrote the plan is too good. If Lin Ye and Shen Xin can be invited, the heat and topic will be all at once. More importantly, the conditions of the two people in all aspects are actually really suitable for their spokespersons. Now that the two have officially announced that they are married and have attracted so many CP fans, I'm afraid that a large wave of brands will come to them. No, it's better for them to take action first. He hurriedly called Mr. Qing, the person in charge. Although Mr. Qing was surprised by Yu Xia's ability to predict the profit, if he wanted to use her plan, he was afraid that it would be put into practice, and her plan was suspected of plagiarism. The boss also knows. To tell you a little bit, when I chose Hong, I didn't want to talk about plagiarizing, but the two plans were similar. Why did you conclude that Wang Sheng plagiarized Shen Shi? Mr. Qing was suddenly asked. Yes, why can't Shen Shi plagiarize Wang Sheng? Now that I think about it, Wang Sheng's plan is actually perfect. It's just that he listened to Shen Shi's demonstration, and then heard a similar one, and his pay reception suddenly fell. The boss immediately said that as long as Wang Sheng could prove that he did not plagiarize, they could sign a contract with them immediately. As soon as the words fell, I heard a reminder to receive a new email. He opened it and suddenly realized. It turned out that Hong Shi bribed Wang Sheng's employees, stole the plan, and turned out the content of the plan to Shen Shi. Shen Shi has won the cooperation of Dalen. He didn't plan to participate in the manuscript, but he didn't. He won't Taoying Sheng, the mortal enemy, took such a big customer as Yurenling, so he interfered with it and modified the poison in Wang Sheng's plan to participate in the proposal. The final result was that both Shen Shi and Hong Shi were overjoyed. There are videos and recordings in the email, and all the evidence is clear. The boss didn't have to worry about it now. He directly ordered Mr. Qing to sign a contract with Wang Sheng immediately, and then signed Lin Ye and Shen Xin. At 10 o'clock, Wang Sheng Planning Department, Xu Yan has been counting the time and waiting. When she learned that the news of Lin Ye and Shen Xin official announcement broke out on the internet, her heart broke down. Unexpectedly, Yu Xia was blinded by mistake. This also means that there are uncertain factors in the signing of Hong Shi and Yu Renling, because I'm afraid that the major brands will grab the head to compete for Lin Ye and Shen Xin to be the spokespersons. Major variety shows, major programs, and all kinds of film and television productions will throw olive branches at them. If you invite them, you don't have to worry about brand popularity and brand exposure. Xu Yan stared nervously at the time on the computer. She was like a startled bird, afraid that something would change. Finally, it's 10 o'clock. Hong Shi must be signing a contract with Yu Renling at this time. At 10 o'clock, they should have successfully signed the contract at this time. So, Yu Xia is going to get out of the company today, and there is no room for turning around. At 10:20, she secretly glanced at Yu Xia, and the other party was still sitting on the workstation without moving. The tight strings slowly relaxed, and all the dust settled. A touch of pride flows from the delicate eyebrows. In the future, Yu Xia will completely stay away from Jiang Yuwen's world. Chapter 39 East Window Incident. Until 11 o'clock, everything in the company was still running step by step. Xu Yan was so excited that she had even quietly begun to find a restaurant to celebrate. Seeing Yu Xia entering the tea room with a water cup, she picked up her own water cup and followed her. I didn't go to bed until midnight. I was woken up by Li Lu's phone call before dawn in the morning. Yu Xia was a little nervous at this time, so I wanted to make a cup of coffee to wake up. However, for a moment, the lost espresso was forcibly snatched by Xu Yan. Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes were tight and she was a little angry, but she still suppressed her temper. I came first. If you want to drink coffee, you can ask the administrative department to deliver it. Xu Yan directly opened the espresso and poured it into her cup, and sneered at Yu Xia. It was you who didn't hold it firmly. Don't blame others for taking it away. Yu Xia didn't bother to argue with her, so she just made a cup of tea and left the tea room while drinking. Besides, you have been fired from the company, and you are no longer qualified to drink the company's coffee. Xu Yan is like a winning cockfight, provoking her vigorously. Yu Xia squinted at her and was a little confused for a moment. Obviously, she robbed her coffee, but she was still unforgiving to herself. Did I drink your coffee? Yu Xia raised her bright eyes and said something to her indifferently. After leaving the company, please don't bother Manager Jiang anymore. You have nothing to do with each other. Xu Yan warned her fiercely. Yu Xia, are you sure you don't have what in your eyes? Which I saw that she was entangled with Jiang Yuwen. Come to think of it carefully, this little girl is also quite pitiful. She was fascinated by Jiang Yuwen, so she kindly reminded her to stay away from Jiang Yuwen if you don't want to be scolded. As a result, it was replaced by Xu Yan's angry eyes. Only people like you who cheat everywhere and are morally corrupt will be scolded. Yu Xia, where is her 40-meter knife? Don't think she can't hit women. At this time, there was the sound of Li Lu clapping her hands outside. Let's put down their work first. I want to announce two things. Xu Yan was happy. It was this time. It must be the announcement of Yu Xia's fire. Everything she did was not in vain, so he couldn't wait to go out, wanting to hear the exciting news that Yu Xia was fired at the first time. When he passed by Yu Xia, he glared at her arrogantly, with a kind of winner. Yu Xia sighed and drank her saliva, and walked out slowly. Liel, you saw that almost all the people were there, so she didn't let it off and began to get to the point. A good news or a bad news? Which one do you want to listen to first? Xian was a little surprised that there was good news. Although she doesn't know what the good news is, it is certain that the bad news must be about Yu Xia. And the most likely is that Yu Xia was fired. So she waited and replied with bad news. Other colleagues have bad news and good news. Finally, Li Lu decided to tell the bad news first. Unfortunately, a colleague present could no longer work with us in the future. Xian was so happy that her eyebrows were crooked, and she couldn't wait to make a noise. Isn't this Yu Xia? Sure enough, Yu Xia's examination has been a nail on the board. Everyone else also guessed it, so they looked at Yu Xia in unassuming. Some people are reluctant, some people are indifferent, and some people feel very happy. Li Lu, why are you all staring at Yu Xia? At least save some face for her. Xian couldn't help cheering in advance. It's her, it's her, it's her. After a pause for a second, Li Lu continued. Xian, I'm sorry to inform you that you have been fired. The pride in Xian's eyes was still infinitely magnified. Sure enough, Yu Xia was fired. This is really exciting news. There seems to be something wrong. The name said by the director just now seems to be. Xian's brain twitched fiercely, as if she had been hit by a bolt from the blue. She looked at Li Lu incredulous. It must be the director's mistake. Other colleagues were also confused. Isn't it Yu Xia? Instead, the eyes of sympathy, silence and questioning turned to Xian in an instant. Xian, please tidy up your things and hand them over immediately. You don't have to come to work from tomorrow. Li Lu's voice sounded again, and the expression on her face was very serious, not joking at all. Xian clenched her face and couldn't accept it for a moment. She rushed directly to Li Lu, stared at her yes and blushed and asked, why me? Why did you fire me? Obviously, the person the company wants to fire is Yu Xia. But the boss order was issued yesterday. Why on earth do you protect her? Xian pointed at Yu Xia angrily. Although she is planning to leave the company, voluntary resignation and being fired are completely different. Yu Xia actually shrugged her shoulders innocently and took a sip of tea slowly. This is simply deleting her face crazily. Xian was so angry that she couldn't help but get angry. You are very proud, aren't you? What despicable means did you use to make the company temporarily withdraw the fire order? Did you seduce any leader? Xian. Yu Xia glanced at her speechlessly and interrupted her in a low voice. Don't you really know why you were fired? Do you need the director to shake it out for you in public? Xian was stunned. Could it be that what she did was really exposed? Looking at Li Lu's eyes full of paleness, Xian's legs were a little weak, and she was sweating coldly. It seemed that they really knew. Li Lu glanced at the people in the whole department, and her voice suppressed her anger. I originally wanted to give Xian a personal face, but now I think it is necessary to give everyone a warning. Everyone should know that Lin Ye and Shen Xin have been showing off secretly over the years. So Yu Xia's plan has become the best choice for Yu Ringling. This morning, I received an email from the custom site and the boss's mailbox, reporting that someone in our planning department took Yu Xia's draft comparison plan to Hongshi's people, and Hongshi colluded with Shenshi to stir up trouble at the proposal meeting. The video and audio evidence in the email is conclusive, which directly clears the suspicion of Yu Xia's plagiarism. Moreover, the customer also called to express his satisfaction with Yu Xia's plan, hoping to implement it as soon as possible, and sign Lin Ye and Shen Xin to be as persons. Well, this is the good news I want to tell you. I just signed a contract with the boss at the customer's company. Our company has always been clear about rewards and punishments. It is already kind to steal the company's plan, collude with the rival company, and do not call the police to deal with it. The company will fire this kind of person without hesitation. I hope everyone can take it as a warning and don't commit it again. Xian, I hope you can do it yourself. Xian, what? Yu Ringling finally chose to sign a contract with Wang Shen. Yu Xia actually won this big customer. She broke down completely. Chapter 40 Mr. Shi, your personality is broken. After many twists and turns, I finally got my wish. In order to treat Yu Xia and appease her, at noon, Li Lu specially invited Yu Xia to have a seafood buffet, which was also a celebration of winning such a big customer. How did you know about Lin Ye and Shen Xin? Li Lu feels thrilling when she thinks about it now. In case Lin Ye and Shen Xin do not make an official announcement, Yu Xia will definitely be kicked out of the company, and her credibility and right to speak in the company will also face a crisis. I didn't know why I believed in Yu Xia's evil at the beginning. Do you remember that I took an annual leave last year and went back to my hometown? Yu Xia's mood was actually quite calm, but as she expected, the process was slightly tortuous. Li Lu thought about it, and it seemed that there was such a thing. I happened to meet the two of them when I went hiking. Can you imagine the legendary mortal enemy leaning together on the top of the mountain and laughing like two fools holding a marriage certificate? The picture is so beautiful that I dare not look at it. Later, they asked me to take photos of them as a souvenir. The two agreed to make it public after a year. Shen Xing also joked that they would shoot together, indoors together, and announce together a key that time, attracting a wave of CP fans and sprinkling candy on them every day. So I sent them a private message some time ago to ask them if they had the intention to endorse together. After receiving the feedback, I made this plan. I see. Li Lu smiled at her, and she knew that Yu Xia was a resourceful and bold person. By the way, how did you collect the evidence in the email to the boss? Your move is the killer. Li Lu asked with interest while peeling the shrimp. Yu Xia was stunned for a moment, and immediately shook her head. I don't know what kind of email it was. Now Li Lu was also stunned. I heard that it was sent to the presidents of several companies. Didn't you find someone to do it? Yu Xia, she doesn't know anything. Yu Rinling has engaged in several waves of marketing during this period, and the response is particularly good, especially after announcing that Lin Ye and Shen Xing have become their spokespersons. The brand popularity has been greatly improved. The monthly sales volume increased by more than 50% year-on-year. They specially held a small celebration banquet and invited some social celebrities, well-known internet celebrities and partners to participate. Yu Xia is also invited and will participate with Li Lu. Lu Ye has been under a lot of pressure at work recently. Originally, as the general manager of the branch, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. He is the best boss. Just do a good job and it's over. You should eat and drink, go to work on time, get off work on time, and be as free as a crane. Although Shima Cheng often goes to the place to inspect their work, he only stays for a day or two at most. But in the past few months, Shima Cheng has almost taken root in Jiangcheng. He came to the company to report almost every day for a week, which made him almost unable to eat. The people at the headquarters thought that he had used some trick to deceive the master, which made Shima Cheng linger and happy. How can they know age is pain? Under the eyes of Shima Cheng all day long, he was cautious everywhere, like walking on thin ice, and worked conscientiously every day. He didn't dare to neglect at all, so that the hair volume began to be scarce at a speed visible to the naked eye, and more importantly, he couldn't stand it mentally. The longer the working hours, the less time to accompany the family. Since Mr. Shi was stationed in the branch, it was not the first time that his wife suspected that he had an affair. Who can tell him why Mr. Shi stays in his branch every day? He came to the office early with an extremely heavy heart, for fear that Shima Cheng would arrive earlier than him. At this time, the secretary and the assistant had not come to work yet, so he could only yawn and make coffee by himself. When he came back after soaking, just as he was about to take a sip, Shima Cheng came. Mr. Lu, so early. Lu Ye was shocked by him, and a mouthful of coffee choked his throat. He is about to cry. Who is he greedy for this morning? The baby's heart is bitter, but the baby doesn't say it. He quickly raised a smiling face and greeted respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Shi. Would you like a cup of coffee? Shima Cheng waved his hand. At this time, Lu Ye's secretary arrived, and he greeted the two presidents in a straight man, and then handed an invitation letter in his hand to Lu Ye. Mr. Lu, Yu Rinling invited our company to participate in a light thank you banquet tonight. This kind of banquet is usual. Lai attended on behalf of the company. Now that Shima Cheng is here, Lu Ye has to ask him what he means first. Although the coffee position of Yu Rinling is really not worthy of Shima Cheng's identity, some forms are still necessary. Mr. Shi, do you want to go? Naturally, Shima Cheng didn't pay attention to it. He left a sentence that you can deal with it, and walked calmly to his office. Thinking that his next trip was to fly abroad, Shima Cheng made an appointment for him to have dinner with Yu Xia tonight. As a result, Yu Xia replied to him, "Don't need to Harvard but turned her customers up priority of dinner." Shima Cheng suddenly thought of the invitation letter just now. Is it such a coincidence? But I still confirmed it. He customer is convenient to Yu Xia. Wu turning one foot that stepped into the office immediately took back and hurried back to Lui's office. What did you just say? Lu Ye scratched his head and thought for a long time, but he didn't come up with a reason. He didn't say anything substantial at all. Later, he found that Shima Cheng was staring at the invitation letter on his desk, so he speculated a little. Mr. Shi, are you going? Shima Cheng spit out a word deeply, picked up the invitation and left. Lu Ye, is it so changeable? What about the agreed one or not? Mr. Shi, your personality is broken. Hey, the dinner was held in a 5-star hotel. At 6:30, Yu Xia arrived with Li Lu. This time, the The jade person order also spent a lot of money, which can be seen from the specifications of the dinner. The rolling crystal chandeliers make the whole banquet hall as bright as daylight. The banquet hall is decorated with bright flowers, which looks particularly high-end and styled. Red silk like red wine, colorful cocktails, crystal clear champagne, and a variety of snacks are dazzling. If you look up casually, you will see a well-known internet celebrity. They are all dressed like noble celebrities who are well-educated and well-dressed. Each of them gives full play to their awesome social skills and talks and laughs. There are also some familiar customers and brands. Yu Xia followed Li Lu, greeted them one by one, and did the necessary customer maintenance. Although Yu Xia is just an ordinary migrant worker, because of her work, she has planned and attended a lot of such banquets. So she has a set of ways to adapt to this kind of banquet that her STS social ability and personal cultivation. Chapter 41. He ate the snacks she had beaten. Compared with those internet celebrities who dress up more delicately and can't wait to apply cosmetics on their faces, Yu Xia's dress is particularly low-key. She wore a white off-the-shoulder shirt with black high-waisted and wide leg trousers, which was very elegant. Firstly, if you don't want to steal the lambo from these internet celebrities, and secondly, if you are too beautiful but not strong, it is actually a very troublesome thing. As it is said on the internet, beauty and any card is a king, but a single card is a dead game. So she has been working hard, hoping that one day she will be so strong that people will ignore her appearance. She took something, found a relatively quiet place, and ate leisurely. Suddenly, I saw that the internet celebrities next to me were in a commotion one by one. Mom, who is this person? Do you have any sisters to popularize it? It's too handsome. TSK. The S-face, this figure, this temperament, it's amazing. Oh, my god, this little brother is killing me. Didn't the gods even notify me in advance? Yu Xia finds it quite interesting. These internet celebrities have also seen the world, and some of them have even cooperated with top male stars in the entertainment industry. They should not be so shocked by a man's appearance, right? She wants to learn what kind of amazing beauty she is, so he followed those envious and amazed eyes to look over. A huge wave suddenly surged out of his eyes, which were still calm a moment ago. A small piece of cake was thrown into his mouth and his chin forgot to close it. How could it be him? Shimajin. Obviously, he was wearing a simple white shirt and black trousers, but he showed his reserved, elegant, calm and lazy temperament. This demon ran out again to bring disaster to the world. Most of the ladies present were almost attracted by him. Even Li Lu couldn't help coming over to exchange feelings with her. Did the handsome man over there see it? Is it a new artist? Is this the rhythm of entering the industry to become popular? The appearance is too amazing. Later, you will find a chance to get to know each other. Maybe there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. Yu Xia has calmed down the astonishment and told Li Lu regretfully that you will be disappointed. He is not an entertainer. Li Lu was a little surprised. Do you know her? Yu Xia nodded and hummed faintly. How can we not know each other? Li Lu looked at Yu Xia and Shimajin, and sighed. Sure enough, good-looking people only play with good-looking people. At this time, someone couldn't help but take the initiative to talk to Shimajin. That's famous for its beauty. The internet celebrity, named Mia, is a fishing beauty. God chases the fairy who feeds and falls into the mortal dust. She harvested a large wave of boyfriend fans and younger brother fans. It is said that all men eat her. Hello, can I get to know you? I'm Mia. Mia walked to Shimajin generously, directly used a killer move, and smiled gently and cleanly. You know, when she usually broadcasts live, she hooks her lips and smiles. And those boyfriend's fans and younger brother fans can't stand it anymore. They will crazily give her gifts, and they are not happy, so she felt that she would not be rejected. Men are all visual animals. Besides, those who can appear on such occasions are all people with heads and faces. In general, they will not embarrass people with their faces. This man looks temperamental and cultivated. He must be a gentleman. However, Shimajin frowned and glanced at her roughly. He didn't stay at all. There was no need. Sorry, he said a sentence indifferently and directly bypassed her and left. Liu Mia stood in place awkwardly and couldn't react for a long time. This man doesn't care about her at all. This is the first time that someone has been mercilessly tried. I'm so angry, but I'll have to keep smiling. Seeing that Mia was rejected, other stupid women did not dare to talk to them rashly, especially since Mia talked to him. The man has exuded a kind of aura of strangers, which makes people even more afraid to approach. Maybe it's really the rich and noble brother of which family. He has seen all kinds of beautiful women who look forward to life, and his immunity is extremely strong. As soon as the man finished speaking, he saw that he arced around and walked toward a corner. Obviously, He was going with a certain go and pace, and there is a woman dressed casually sitting there. The style is ordinary, the color is simple, and the dress is simple. I'm afraid that woman is the most perfunctory in the audience, and the handsome, cold and alienated man actually raised the corners of his mouth. What about the promised immunity is extremely strong. Shima Chen finally came to Yu Xia, with a smile between her handsome eyebrows. She really didn't expect that she would hide here and eat seriously. How many people in the audience came to the banquet to eat? You can't eat enough on this occasion. Originally, I was going to invite you to a delicious private restaurant. Yu Xia didn't think so. Who said that? As long as I work hard enough, I will definitely be full. Shima Chen couldn't help laughing. Seeing that she was eating with relish just now, he casually asked, "Is it delicious?" "It's delicious. Would you like to try it?" This kind of banquet is actually quite boring. You have to find something to do to pass the time. Eating is a kind of food. Alright. Shima Chen took a piece of pastry from her plate and put it directly into his mouth. Yu Xia stared at him in astonishment and tried to stop him, but it was too late. She didn't let him eat what was on her plate. Not to mention that she had already taken a bite of the pastry he had just eaten. It's so embarrassing. Well, it's really not bad. After eating, Shima Chen immediately gave her positive feedback, but seeing that she blushed and was speechless, he asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Yu Xia didn't notice that there was a shallow smile brewing in his dark and bright eyes. She just thought that it would be more embarrassing if she said it, so she pretended to change the topic carelessly. "It was okay. Why are you here before you ask?" Shima Chen casually made up a reason. "A friend received an invitation, but he asked me to come when he was not free." At this time, another wave of distinguished guests arrived one after another, probably seeing someone he knows. Shima Chen said to Yu Xia, "I saw an acquaintance. I went to say hello. I'll take you back later." And Yu Xia also saw a familiar face in the crowd. She put on exquisite makeup and wore an elegant big red long skirt, which was indeed a beauty. "This person is Zhu Yanghu." She held Lin Yuhu and smiled cleverly, as if noticing Yu Xia's gaze. Zhu Yanghu also looked over, which was very provocative. Chapter 42. Do I know you well? In fact, according to reason, between Zhu Yanghu and Yu Xia, the former is the winner of the cultivation of righteous results. They should be more generous and take out a little winner pattern. There is no need to stare at her subordinates and lose. But for some reason, Yu Xia's exit gave her no sense of accomplishment at all. Yu Xia's face, in the past, people from Jiang University always praised her for being amazing, and then looked at her fall, and they then worshipped her as the school beauty and put her on the altar. Especially Jiang Yuwen's friends always compare themselves with Yu Xia, saying that Yu Xia's appearance can't catch up even if she evolves for 5,000 years. Do you think it's angry? Even if she robbed Jiang Yuwen on the spot in the Civil Affairs Bureau and destroyed Yu Xia's yearning for a beautiful marriage, Yu Xia did not seem to be greatly affected. She still lived a delicate and happy life, and could not see a trace of decadence, as if she was not affected by heartbreak and marriage at all. She also said that Jiang Yuwen is a rag she doesn't want, and Zhu Yanghu is a rag collector. Does this respect her? And she quickly flirted with a little brother who was more handsome than Jiang Yuwen, even though that man was a male publicist who served people with lust. The most important thing is that she and the male publicist actually embarrassed her twice in public. Once in the breakfast shop, she directly asked the store manager to blow her and Jiang Yuwen out. And once in the CY jewelry store, she and Jiang Yuwen were in a mess. She really couldn't swallow it. When she saw Yu Xia, she was angry. However, she was soon caught away by the plastic sisters in the internet celebrity circle. Zhu Yanghu also created the image of a rich lady on the internet. In addition to shooting some videos to teach everyone how to make up, she also shows off her wealth. Her online name is Huhu. Who drive is a Porsche, so everyone affectionately calls her Huhu. Huhu, a super handsome man came just now, and even Mia came forward to talk to him and refused mercilessly. We think he may be the son of a rich family. Do you recognize him? Everyone knows that she has been rich and rich in the villa area since she was a child. There are barriers between classes. Maybe Zhu Yanghu has already come into contact with the rich family that they can't touch. Zhu Yanghu enjoyed the feeling of being held and asked with interest, "Which one? Show me. Maybe we know each other." The little sister stretched her neck and looked for a circle. Finally, her eyes lit up and pointed to the entrance of the stairs. Standing next to the stairs, she was very handsome. Zhu Yanghu was originally a little curious, but it turned out to be Shima Chen. She immediately lifted her lips and smiled. What a rich man. He is a male publicist. She raised her eyes gently, hiding disdain. The little sister couldn't hide her loss and sighed. "Hey, Have you seen the woman next to him wearing the H building series? I guess she is one of his gold owners. Zhu Yonghu found that the rich woman she met in Tingqiuan last time was also there, and Shi Macheng probably accompanied her. Looking at Shi Macheng occasionally with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, coaxing the rich woman with a pleasant face, he thought that the male publicist was really playing. The rich woman is on this side, and Yu Xia is on the other. Sometimes the gold master, sometimes the lover, both sides coax, both of which are not wrong. I just don't know that Yu Xiaoqing doesn't know that her new boyfriend is actually just a male publicist who serves people with lust. If you don't know, it's a good show to watch. And the set of jewelry worth 50 million yuan that they took away from the CY jewelry store last time must be the rich woman. If the rich woman knew that her valuable jewelry had been touched by Yu Xia, she would be very young. Why? Zhu Yonghu pursed her lips, and a ray of light in her eyes. She pretended to be inadvertently mentioned to the little sister next to her. Do you know that Xiao Yi, the chief designer of CY Jewelry, designed an exclusive customized model called Cheomu? The daily life of these makeup internet celebrities and clothing internet celebrities is to pay attention to fashion trends, so they pay great attention to some well-known brands and designers in the industry. Of course I know. Xiao Yi also gave an exclusive interview on a fashion program 2 days ago and mentioned the word Cheomu. It is said that it is a 3-piece set of rings, necklaces and earrings, inlaid with a total of 9 rare pink diamonds and 99 broken diamonds, with a total price of 50 million yuan, but only one set has been ordered by the mysterious tycoon. Finally, he also showed the design draft, which was really beautiful to me. I know who ordered it, and I've seen the real thing. Zhu Yun, Hui said with a smile in her eyes, hearing her say that, a group of people were envious. Really, you are so awesome. Sure enough, the knowledge of rich people is different from ours. How about it? Is the real thing super flashy? If only I could take a look at it. Morning and evening, which means morning and evening, for a long time. Those who can have it must be very happy. Alas, jealousy completely made me look good. Zhu Yonghu looked at their envious appearance, and the smile in her eyes was slightly cold. She really didn't like these people who had never seen the world. But on the surface, he still maintains a gentle and kind smile, which is so powerful. I can introduce her to you now, and I don't know if she is wearing this set of jewelry today. A group of people were excited in an instant when they heard it. Really, did the mysterious tycoon come to the banquet today? Hurry up. Whether the claws I come into contact with can take a step forward depends on you. Zhu Yu squeezed her lips and smiled, and walked directly to Yu Xia. Several of her friends followed slowly and wanted to have a quick look. Hello, Yu Xia. These are my friends. They heard that the set of jewelry worth 50 million designed by Xiao Yi is in your hand, and they are all envious. Can you show it to my friends? Zhu Yonghu was standing when she said, while Yu Xia was sitting, so she looked at Yu Xia condescendingly and invisibly put pressure on her. When Yu Xia saw a group of people standing in front of her, she only felt puzzled. Why did she take out her things and show them to others? And Zhu Yonghu's arrogant tone is really unpredictable. Where does her sense of superiority come from? Yu Xia raised her eyelids and replied to her coldly, do I know you very well? Not to mention that she doesn't have 50 million yuan of jewelry, and the set of jewelry sent by Shi Macheng is only 5 万元. But even if it is 5 yuan, why does she take it out to share with Zhu Yonghu? It was expected not to be treated by Yu Xia, so Zhu Yonghu was not annoyed. Instead, he used the means of pestering. I thought it was rare for you to attend such a banquet, and you would wear that set of 50 million yuan jewelry. Zhu Yonghu's purpose was to make a big deal of this matter, so he didn't control his voice. The number of 50 million was so huge that it stirred up 1,000 waves with one stone, and many people's eyes were attracted. Chapter 43 Male Public Relations. Yu Xia narrowed her eyes. Zhu Yonghu, this is the rhythm of doing things. I don't know why this lady said that, but do you think I look like a man with 50 million jewels? Yu Xia smiled faintly, with a little sneery and an absurd face. So everyone looked at Yu Xia one after another. She was dressed very ordinary all over her body. At first glance, it was the style of an ordinary counter in the mall, except for wearing a ear stud on her ears. There was no other jewelry. It was indeed not like a person who was worthy of 50 million jewelry. Seeing that his motive was questioned by everyone because of Yu Xia's words, Zhu Yonghu looked at Yu Xia resentfully. Then the actor began to act again. Yu Xia, you won't recognize me as a friend when you meet a rich man, will you? I'm not talking nonsense. The store manager of the CY head office can testify. By the way, I saw your boyfriend just now. Your boyfriend must be a nobleman from a rich family who gave you such expensive jewelry. Let's introduce it to us. Zhu Yonghu was very true, and everyone believed her a little. Really, her boyfriend is so rich. Where did you find it? I also lack a rich boyfriend. Did her boyfriend come too? Which one is it? I want to ask her boyfriend if he has any single brothers. Seeing that the foundation was almost done, Zhu Yanghu pointed to Shima Jing, the very handsome one at the entrance of the stairs. The little sister was stunned. Didn't she just say that the handsome man was a male publicist? Why will you become a rich man who spends a lot of money now? Which sentence of Zhu Yanghu's words is true? Which sentence is false? However, before she could ask Zhu Yanghu had already walked towards the stairway. Immediately at the most exciting moment, she wanted to see the rich woman get angry with her own eyes, and then kicked Xia and the male publicist out of the banquet. Only in this way can we avenge her for being slapped in the face last time. As she walked, she looked at the RCH woman standing in front of Shima Jing. It was enough to wear the H family. The pigeon egg diamond ring on her finger was not tens of millions or millions. There were also earrings and necklaces, which also appeared in the magazine, and the price was marked with a shocking price next to it. So she became more and more sure that the 50 million set of jewelry was ordered by the rich woman. She walked to their side and stood up, pretending to be surprised. Mr. Shi, it's really you. As soon as SHE opened her mouth, she interrupted the conversation between Shima Jing and Catherine, and both of them looked at her. Seeing that it was her, Shima Jing's face was a little cold, so he simply didn't speak. He doesn't want to talk to this kind of person. It was Catherine, with a well-maintained face and emotionless, and replied to her elegantly and knowingly, "What's the matter?" Zhu Yanghu is also very good at watching the dishes. Since the one in front of her is a rich woman, she may leave a good impression and make friends with her. So she blew a wave of rainbow farts first. "How do you take care of this sister? She looks too young. Good temperament, elegant, dignified and noble. I'm Catherine." Catherine spoke lightly and couldn't tell what emotion it was. Zhu Yanghu was a little flattered. The rich woman took the initiative to tell her her name. It seemed that she was right to win a wave of favor first by flattering. "Catherine, your name is nice and fashionable." I am Zhu Yanghu. What on earth do you have to do? Catherine's patience has been exhausted by her, and her face has visibly sank. She can't speak and can't give her mouth to those in need. What do you mean by good maintenance and what do you mean by young? Are you reminding her that she is old? Besides, the name Catherine is all over the street, so there seems to be nothing special. It's like this. Last month, I saw that this gentleman bought Xiaomu designed by Kai and gave it to his girlfriend. Personally, I like Xiaomu's design very much, but Xiaomu only has one set, which is unique. So I take the liberty to ask if I have the honor to appreciate Xiaomu's jewelry again. Halfway through Zhu Yanghu's words, she secretly glanced at the two people and saw that the male publicist's eyes were gloomy, probably because of the East Window incident. And Catherine stared at the man meaningfully, a little confused between joy and anger. "You mean, you saw that this gentleman bought 50 million yuan and gave it to his girlfriend?" Catherine emphasized her girlfriend and obviously cared about her existence. Zhu Yanghu was overjoyed and continued to say, "Yes, this gentleman gave such a precious gift to his girlfriend. He must love his girlfriend very much." She specially exaggerated the relationship between the male publicist and Yu Xia. She thought that the rich woman would definitely mind this matter. Sure enough, the next second, she heard Catherine ask her, "How do you know that woman is his girlfriend?" "Because I saw the gentleman take out the diamond ring and put it on her girlfriend's hand, and praised her girlfriend for her beauty. If it weren't for my girlfriend, how could I give such a precious gift as a pink diamond ring?" Zhu Yanghu said deliberately in an envious tone. "By the way, I just saw this gentleman's girlfriend." Zhu Yanghu added another sentence and offered Yu Xia at the right time. When the people were gathered, the play would be good. Catherine was really concerned about this matter, and then asked her, "Do you mean that the gentleman's girlfriend is also here?" Zhu Yanghu nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, this gentleman's girlfriend is so beautiful that people can remember it at a glance." She pretended to look around before pointing out Yu Xia's location. "Right there, the one with long curly hair in an off-the-shoulder shirt." After saying that, she looked at Catherine expectantly. She has expressed all the key information clearly. Now that Catherine knows that Yu Xia has worn her ring, she will definitely be furious. Catherine glanced at Yu Xia from afar, and then questioned Shima Jing, "Is that your girlfriend?" Shima Jing also glanced at Yu Xia. His eyes were deep, inexplicably confusing. "No, who said Yu Xia was his girlfriend? That's his righteous wife, Zhu Yanghu." It's still sophistry at this time. Don't be cowardly. Fortunately, Catherine didn't seem to believe it so easily, and asked him, "Have you put the ring on someone else's girl?" Zhu Yanghu was afraid that he would rebut again, so he hurriedly said, "At that time, it was in the CY head office, and the store manager and clerks saw it." As soon as he finished speaking, he was looked at by Shi Mojing, but he was just a male publicist, and Zhu Yonghu didn't care about it at all. What's more, this male publicist is about to be severely repaired by the rich woman. I put it on. Don't worry about it, and don't ask. Oh, Zhu Yonghu listened to the two people. His words. And then, that's it. Unexpectedly, it's gone. No. Chapter 44 Kicking out of the banquet. Zhu Yonghu stared at Catherine in disbelief. The little fresh meat she raised was so wild that she didn't care. What about the temper of being a gold owner? What about the hegemony of the gold owner? Catherine, aren't you angry? Zhu Yonghu couldn't sit still, so he simply went to arch the fire. Catherine was puzzled. Why should I be angry? Zhu Yonghu, he put your morning and evening on other W. Oh mean. Catherine laughed back angrily. Who said Cheomu was mine? Zhu Yonghu. Is it another rich woman's? Didn't she act lonely in front of Catherine just now? At this time, the person in charge of the brand came over and looked at Zhu Yonghu with extreme dissatisfaction. This lady, please show me the invitation letter. Zhu Yonghu was stunned and didn't expect that the organizer would check the invitation at this time. She took a step back slightly with a guilty heart, and her speech became why promising. I just lost my invitation. Although many well-known internet celebrities were invited to this year-ending dinner, they also have requirements for internet celebrities. The number of fans needs to reach more than a million, and she does not meet this requirement. So I can only follow Lin Yuihu together. But now everyone is staring at her at this time. She certainly can't say that she didn't get the invitation. Then she will be humiliated in the circle. But the person in charge of the brand did not give her face. Miss Hu, according to the relevant records, you did not meet the threshold of our banquet, so we did not send you an invitation. So how did you come in? When she heard what the brand said, everyone looked at her incredulously. So did she sneak in? Zhu Yonghu couldn't stand everyone is mocking and scream eyes. She looked up and said that I followed my uncle in. Then who is your uncle? Let's find out. The brand asked relentlessly. My uncle is. Zhu Yonghu almost said Lin Yuihu's name, but thinking of Lin Yuihu's temper, he must be furious when he dragged him into the water under such circumstances. Is this how your brand treats guests? Is this Yu Ringling's hospitality? Zhu Yonghu pointed the finger at the brand in a hurry. To treat our brand best friends, we will definitely show our sincerity and raise our hands to welcome them. But Miss Hu seems to have always disliked our national brands, and you have been harassing our distinguished guests at our banquet. I don't know what you mean. In order to ensure the perfect experience and enjoyment of other distinguished guests, if you can't take out the invitation letter, we can only ask you to leave our dinner. The person in charge of the brand said very politely. Seeing that everyone took her as a joke, Zhu Yonghu was so angry that she couldn't say a word. Please, Miss Hu. The brand directly issued an expelling order. This is too embarrassing. What a shame. Isn't she rich? So that's just that. I can't even get an invitation letter. Who made her always keep her eyes on her head and look down on domestic goods? There is no shortage of people in this circle who fall into the well. The internet celebrities who came today also have a little rivals with each other, so it's too late to see her in a joke. When he walked out of the banquet hall, he unexpectedly found Yu Xia standing at the door, showing a deep smile and waving goodbye to her. Zhu Yonghu suddenly realized that it was you. You did it, didn't you? Otherwise, how could the brand suddenly check what kind of invitation? Yu Xia shrugged her shoulders and sent her a sentence. If you want to do something, first weigh whether you have that ability. After Zhu Yonghu left, Yu Xia did not enter the banquet hall again. After a while, Shi Mojing came out. Would you like to eat something more? Shi Mojing proposed. All right, she answered too fast, as if she was waiting for him to say this sentence. Arjun couldn't help licking his lips. Who said that as long as you work hard enough, you can have enough to eat at the banquet? Yu Xia's mouth was squinted. It was not someone jumping up and down to do something, which affected my appetite. Shi Mojing hasn't eaten anything at the banquet. He is really hungry now. Just near Jiangda University, Yu Xia told him that there used to be a casserole restaurant where she often went to eat with Yan Jing. As a result, I found that the store was still there. Yo, isn't this the school beauty girl? How long have you been here? It's still as beautiful as before. No, look, I can't speak. You are more beautiful than before. The boss's wife recognized Yu Xia at a glance. Yu Xia was a little surprised and said with a smile, you still remember me. She has graduated for 3 years. How can you not remember? You are the famous school beauty of Jiangda. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Like a fairy. I'm almost embarrassed by your praise. Yu Xia and Shi Mojing randomly chose a seat to sit down. Is this your new boyfriend? The young man is so handsome, but only when you look like this can you be worthy of you. The boss's wife looked at Yu Xia for a while and Shi Mojing for a while. The more she looked at it, the more suitable it was. Both of them are so eye-catching, as if they came out of the painting. which is really eye-catching. Looking at the busts and like smile, Yu Xia felt that she was too enthusiastic and quickly ordered 2 casseroles. Then the boss's wife left for the back kitchen. Like many stores around the school, this store also has a message wall. It has probably been some years, and the whole wall is almost covered with sticky notes. I don't know when the boss came out again. Seeing Yu Xia staring at the content on the wall, she couldn't help chatting with her. You don't know how many young men left messages on it to confess to you at that time. Sometimes when I had nothing to do, I casually looked at the whole piece written to you. Now what do you young people say about domineering the screen? You were domineering at that time. Yu Xia, you are exaggerating. The boss's wife was afraid that she would not believe it, so she recalled for a moment and pointed to the wall. I remember it was almost in this position. If you look for it, you will definitely find it. The place she pointed to happened to be next to Shimajin, and Shimajin turned his head casually. Sure enough, there really is. Although because of the long time, some handwriting is no longer obvious. When I was young, I shouldn't have met the amazing you. The rest of my life has been occupied by your shadow. To Yuxia, until I met you, I didn't know that all the dancing ink, mountains and rivers in the world were just to pave the way for your beauty in the world. To Yuxia she arced all the rhetoric, exhausted all the words, and finally expressed was still I fall in love with. Hu. Tu Yuxia met you at a calm age and felt a handful of soldiers and horses. Tu Yuxia heard that you often come here, hoping to be flocked by you. Tu Yuxia has mastered 100 ways to love his girlfriend, and now he is waiting for you to be my girlfriend. Tu Yuxia saw that Shimajin flipped through them one by one with great interest. Yu Xia silently rolled his eyes. He didn't think he came here on purpose. The store asked him to see these things, right? It's quite embarrassing. Chapped. 245. Why are you blushing? I don't know how long it took, but Shimajin seemed to have almost seen it. He raised his voice and expressed his impressions after reading. Miss Yu is really charming. Yu Xia's ears are a little itchy. Why do you feel that this word is a little familiar? Oh, she remembered. When he was approached by a beautiful woman in Jiangjing restaurant that day, she used this sentence to make fun of him. So now he returns the original words. However, when he said this, Yu Xia's embarrassment was half gone. She laughed freely and blamed me for being too beautiful. Shimajin was still a little delicious, but Leng was amused by her. You really know yourself. Yu Xia touched her long hair and touched each other. Then I quickly changed the topic. The love letters you received before should be packed in sacks, right? When I was a student, I was in a hurry to pass by in my mind. I did receive a lot, but I didn't open it and read it. He usually only plays with boys and doesn't have much contact with girls. Some of the names of the girl who handed him a love letter were never heard of, so naturally he was indifferent. Not to mention just responding to other people's feelings with a love letter. It's a bit ridiculous, so he never looks at it. But seeing Yu Xia's gossipy face and her eyes shining, I couldn't help but want to tease her. Why? Do you want to see it? Yu Xia opened her mouth in surprise, and her eyebrows were flying. 大姐, why? Oh, won't hide it well, will you? How narcissistic is that? The corners of Shimajin's mouth twitched and threw them all away. How about you? Have you seen all the contents above? Shimajin pointed to the wall and asked lightly. Yu Xia pursed her lips and saw some, but I don't remember much. It's not that she came to see it on purpose, but every time the girl in the dormitory came to see it, she would take a picture for her. I don't know how Shimajin understood her sentence. She said OS. Strangely, do you need me to help you recall the memories? Yu Xia gave him a blank look, but there was no need. Shimajin smiled softly. After 2 seconds, he said again, I'm going abroad tomorrow and won't be back until about a week later. At this time, the casserole had been brought up, and there was a faint smoke floating hotly, which confused his facial features and expression, as if he was inadvertently mentioning it casually. Yu Xia took out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the sterilizer, handed them to Shimajin, and replied, by the way, okay, I got it. But there is a strange feeling in their hearts. It seems that they haven't reached the point of reporting the itinerary, have they? If you have something to ask me, you may not be able to give feedback in time, but if you see it, I will definitely reply to you. Shimajin looked at her careless appearance and added something deeply, but Yu Xia didn't seem to understand what he meant. She smiled at him and said, good, it doesn't hurt or itch. This heartless woman. When Yu Xia left after eating, she received a call from home, so she talked to her mother on the phone and walked to the parking place with Shimajin. Su Qing was worried that she would be affected by her previous heartbreak. After chatting for a few words, She knew that her daughter was in a good mood, so she was relieved. But when she thought of Yu Xia's previous boyfriend, Su Qing was angry. Unexpectedly, she didn't like her daughter because of the demolition of her family. She married a rich family, and the whole family was full of things. Next time you choose a boyfriend, keep your eyes higher. Don't stare at those who have nothing but appearance. Shall we choose in the direction of beauty, money, talent and interest? Yu Xia felt that her mother really dared to think, and sighed with a face. You really treat me as a fairy. I want it and I want it. Can you like my sweetheart cabbage if you are beautiful, rich and talented? Su Qing didn't take it seriously. What's wrong with the sweetheart cabbage? That's the rich little princess in the cabbage. So noble. It was cultivated by a group of experts with years of ingenuity. Go to the vegetable market to see how much a catty costs. No, there is no vegetable market at all. It's too expensive. It can't be sold in the vegetable market at all. Have you finished what I sent you last time? Shall I send you some more? Yu Xia thought that Yuan Jingpui said the vegetables and fruits she had grown, so she responded and sent some rainbow corn, xioxio melon, sweet potatoes and so on, which my best friend loves to eat. I know, then I'll send you a little. Su Qing said with a smile. Shima Chen listened to her say these nouns like a treasure and looked at her intriguingly. Can these things be grown by ordinary farmers? As far as he knows, some varieties need to be specially cultivated, right? And the output is not high. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Suddenly, there was a shout in front of her. Yu Xia suddenly looked up and saw a teenager on a skateboard rushing towards her quickly. Probably the teenager didn't go home for fun, and there was a slope on this part of the road, so he couldn't control it for a moment and crashed straight into Yu Xia. Yu Xia was thinking about talking to Su Qing on the phone, but she didn't have time to react at all. Seeing that she was about to bump into her face to face, suddenly a force pulled her, and then poured into a generous embrace. Are you alright? Shima Chen patted her on the back to comfort her. Yu Xia shook her head in a daze, and her heartbeat was a little fast. I don't know how Shima Chen did it. While pulling her away and protecting her, he helped the teenager control the skateboard. The teenager held the skateboard and apologized and thanked the two. Shima Chen asked him to pay more attention in the future and waved his hand to let him go. Yu Xia, are you alright? Before the phone was hung up, Su Qing's worried voice came. Yu Xia quickly picked up her mobile phone and replied to her. It's okay, Mom. She met a child playing skateboarding. Only then did Su Qing breathe a sigh of relief. Why did I hear a man's voice? You have a new boyfriend. Only then did Yu Xia find that she was still nestled in Shima Chen's arms, and her cheeks involuntarily became hot. No, I won't talk to you for now. I'll hang up first. Yu Xia put away her mobile phone and took a step back in a panic. Thank you just now. Why are you blushing? Shima Chen's deep eyes had a shallow smile, and he hooked his lips and joked. I don't have it. Yu Xia subconsciously refuted loudly. The louder you are, the more guilty you are. Shima Chen's smile deepened. Oh, where there are people, there is gossip, especially in the office. After complicated work, gossip is needed as a reinator. It's either about celebrities or about colleagues around. Yu Xia didn't have a birthday in a few days, and somehow she was targeted by everyone again, and once again became the heroine of gossip. Everyone is rumoring that she has a boyfriend. So the affair at the beginning, Jiang Yuwen's screening was mentioned again by the past. Yu Xia was very heartburned. Who on earth cheated on whom? Chapter 46. Speak clearly, Sister Xia. Do you really have a super handsome boyfriend? The one who is more handsome than manager Jiang. During lunch, the intern Qi came to her with her takeaway in her arms. Shimu suddenly appeared in Yu Xia's mind. Chen is figure, with a straight and slender figure, broad shoulders and narrow waist, three-dimensional and clear facial features, clear and deep eyebrows, is indeed a one-of-a-kind face, which can be called peerless. But is he a boyfriend? Yu Xia thought about it. It should not be counted. Who did you listen to? Yu Xia asked her with a smile. Everyone is talking about it. Some people said that they saw him come downstairs to the company to pick you up from work. Wenxi from the customer department also said that she met him at the banquet of Yu Ringling, and his appearance beat the whole entertainment industry. Wenxi's vision is very high. If he can get into her eyes, he must be handsome. Qi blinked her innocent little eyes, looking forward to eating the first mouthful of hot melon. Yu Xia really didn't know how to tell her, but a phone call just came in to rescue her. When she came back after answering the phone, she found that this topic had been regarded as a hot topic, and everyone was furious. In fact, you can't blame Yu Xia all. She was born with a charming posture, and there are too many people who want to seduce her. It is reasonable that I couldn't hold it for a while. Besides, if I were Yu Xia, I would definitely choose more. Manager Jiang's conditions are realistic and not good enough. what you said is wrong. She wants to change her boyfriend. No one has a problem. It's okay to change a dose, but it has to be clear that it is immoral to step on two boats. What's more, she was going to get a certificate from Manager Jiang at the beginning, but she didn't know anything with other men. This is the problem of character. That's it. In fact, she violated the company's regulations when she fell in love with Manager Jiang before. Who knows if there is any favority between them, which is very unfair to others. And I heard that she was almost fired the first 2 times. But in the end she was bailed before she had a chance to prove herself. As for who protected her, there are different opinions. The person who said this stretched out his hand and pointed up, obviously hinting at the leader above. Isn't she protected by Director Li? Do you believe this? This is just the surface. Who is Director Li? Shrewd and selfish. If she hadn't been instructed by the above, could she have protected Yu Xia 3 or twice? Xia, sister Xia. Finally, Qi saw her coming in and shrank her head and shouted. The office, which was chatting hotly just now, suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. Yu Xia's face was gloomy, but there was a bright smile on the corners of her mouth. She glanced at a few people, clapped her hands hard, and said, "It's so wonderful, why don't you say it? Just say it. That's what you asked me to say." Yu Xia, I think you are too much. Manager Jiang is very pitiful. Now he is being pointed at wherever he goes. He used to be very cheerful and talkative. But now his whole body is much more gloomy. You also let your boyfriend come to the company to pick you up to show his love. Have you considered the feelings of Manager Jiang? Yu Xia thinks it's funny. Why should I consider his feelings? Is this bastard worthy of him? In fact, she has always suspected that Yu Ringling has so many things to do with Jiang Yuwen, but she has no evidence. The mailman who did a good deed without leaving a name did not find out that Jiang Yuwen was involved. He was the Ning. Yu Xia. You are too arrogant and selfish. Manager Jiang became like this because of you. Yu Xia, why on earth did Jiang Yuwen sell to them shamelessly? Why do these women seem to have their heads down? At this time, Jiang Yuwen returned to the office after dinner. Yu Xia grabbed him. Jiang Yuwen is a man. Today, let's make it clear here. Don't engage in yin and yang. Jiang Yuwen looked at the situation in front of him and roughly guessed what the situation was. But he still asked, denouingly, what's going on? Yu Xia doesn't talk to him. Now in front of everyone, tell them clearly why we didn't get the certificate. Why don't you break up? Jiang Yuwen's eyes were gloomy, but he made an expression that was difficult to say and wanted to escape. The matter was over. And what did he say? Yu Xia almost cried out for his superb acting skills. It seems that he has made rapid progress in practicing tea art. Is it really over? Yu Xia sneered. I'll say what you don't say. Jiang Yuan stared at Yu Xia with gloomy eyes and opened his mouth in a tolerant tone. Do you have to make a big deal out of it and let everyone come to see my joke? At least we have been together for 3 years. Are these 3 years worthless to you? Yu Xia narrowed her eyes and saw that he was still pretending to be suffocated, restrained and depressed. She once again suspected that he was blind at the beginning, otherwise how could he like such a dog? It's you who are worthless. Thank you for not marrying, thank you for your mother's obstruction, thank you for your wife's grace to steal the marriage, and I thank you for your whole family. She wanted to say this last time. His whole family is wonderful. Yu Xia shouted out these words, and everyone was stunned. Wife, is Manager Jiang married? They looked at Jiang Yuwen in unison. In fact, Yu Xia had said about Jiang Yuwen's marriage before, but those people at that time were frightened by Yu Xia's sudden appearance and did not receive this key information at all. I get married, and you cheat. You cheat. Jiang Yuwen said unhurriedly that he was bound to blame Yu Xia for cheating and infidelity. Could it be that you and a man appeared in the breakfast shop early that morning and wore the skirt the day before? Yu Xia's face is already moving faintly. What should this person do if he has a beating? Unexpectedly, I secretly exchanged the concept of time with her here. The special thing is that you regular your marriage first, and you get a certificate from others first. Besides, why doesn't she come home at night? That's because I chatted with the police comrades all night at the police station. A group of melon-eating colleagues in the office have long been stunned. What's the situation? There is a lot of information. The melon is so big that you can't swallow it in one bite. Who will cheat first now? No. Is it a double cheating? Forget it. You can say whatever you like. After all, we have been together for 3 whole years. I sincerely hope you can live well in the future. Jiang Yuwen suddenly made another move to turn retreat into progress, which caught Yu Xia off guard. But Yu Xia still briefly told everyone about the Jiang family's regretful marriage because of the demolition. Several people stood on Yu Xia's side after listening. They had also heard about the demolition. What Yu Xia said should be true. In this way, The Jiang family is too snobbish. To put it bluntly, many of the air workers in the city actually come from the countryside. Why do they look down on people from the countryside? What's so noble about the people of their whole family crowded in the old and shabby hut? Chapter 47. The plan will be calculated. Jiang Yuwen looked very sad. Yu Xia, how can you say that? Won't your conscience hurt if you slander my mother like this? My mother has always regarded you as her own daughter and has always been looking forward to our marriage. It was you who agreed to marry me, thinking that you could divide the house and share the money even if you came to our place. But our house is small, and we don't have as much as you think. So you regret your marriage. You can't reverse right and wrong. Yu Xia was stunned. Does this man still have face? She knew that Jiang Yuwen was actually quite good at talking, but she didn't expect him to be so good at talking. Turn all the black ones into white. It's simply destroying people's reviews. Colleagues were stunned. Both of them insist on the same thing. Who said the truth? I feel that the plot is getting more and more bloody and exciting. What's the matter? I really want to grab a handful of melon seeds and get high. Please go on and don't stop. Yu Xia was thinking about scolding Jiang Yuwen or dragging him into the alley to beat him up on his way home from work, when a voice suddenly came from outside scolding her. Yu Xia, come out quickly. Get out of here if you have one. It's full of anger. As soon as you hear it, it's coming from far and near. Colleagues also raised their ears and looked at each other one by one. It seems to be a woman's voice. Is it Yu Xia's rival who came to the door? Yu Xia heard that it should be Zhou Yuyu. Obviously, there was nothing good. She glanced at Jiang Yuwen and signaled him to clean up his own mess. In the past, Zhou Yuyu always came to them to deal with things, borrowing money and quarreling with people. Jiang Yuwen thought it was troublesome, so he pushed everything to Yu Xia. It's just that the last time I met Zhou Yuyu in the video game city, I had already told her that I had separated from Jiang Yuwen. Why did she come to see me? Jiang Yuwen also knew that Zhou Yuyu was spoiled by his family. He was quite unreasonable and wayward, so he wanted to persuade her to go back first. But Zhou Yuyu pushed her away directly. Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm looking for Yu Xia, a bitch. Then he rushed in, with an arrogant posture. What's the matter? What's the matter with me? Yu Xia looked at her coldly. At this time, she sympathized with Jiang Yuwen a little. It was really embarrassing to have such relatives. Seeing Yu Xia's arrogant posture, Zhou Yuyu's lungs were about to explode with anger. She stared at Yu Xia fiercely with her dark eyes and said, "Did you do it?" Yu Xia was simply puzzled and stunned by her. What did she do? She raised her hand disdainfully and pushed away Zhou Yuyu's hand, inching at her nose, and said lightly and coldly, "Didn't your teacher teach you to talk to the point?" Zhou Yuyu clenched his fists, and his whole body trembled with anger, as if he was going to greet Yu Xia with his fist at any time. She deliberately shouted loudly. She wanted to make Yu Xia's despicableness known to everyone. "Did you do something behind your back to make the school withdraw my national scholarship?" Everyone said that I was very hopeful this time, but I was not on the list. "Do you know that everyone in the school is watching my jokes?" Only then did Yu Xia suddenly realize that she didn't get the national scholarship. So she came to her to vent her anger, but it has something to do with her. Yu Xia pulled her lips, and her eyes were wrapped in chills. She wanted to go home to find your mother. "I don't have the spare time to pay attention to your business. Who is used to you?" "Oh, it seems that she is used to it." In the previous 3 years with Jiang Yuwen, colleagues were stunned. Both of them insist on the same thing. Who said the truth? I feel that the plot is getting more and more bloody and exciting. What's the matter? I really want to grab a handful of melon seeds and get high. Please go on and don't stop. Yu Xia was thinking about scolding Jiang Yuwen or dragging him into the alley to beat him up on his way home from work, when a voice suddenly came from outside scolding her. Yu Xia, come out quickly. Get out of here if you have one. It's full of anger. As soon as you hear it, it's coming from far and near. Colleagues also raised their ears and looked at each other one by one. It seems to be a woman's voice. Is it Yu Xia's rival who came to the door? Yu Xia heard that it should be Zhou Yuyu. Obviously, there was nothing good. She glanced at Jiang Yuwen and signaled him to clean up his own mess. In the past, Zhou Yuyu always came to them to deal with things, borrowing money and quarreling with people. Jiang Yuwen thought it was troublesome, so he pushed everything to Yu Xia. It's just that the last time I met Zhou Yuyu in the video game city, I had already told her that I had separated from Jiang Yuwen. Why did she come to see me? Jiang Yuwen also knew that Zhou Yuyu was spoiled by his family. He was quite unreasonable and wayward, so he wanted to persuade her to go back first. But Zhou Yuyu pushed her away directly. "Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm looking for Yu Xia, a bitch." Then he rushed in, with an arrogant posture. What's the matter? What's the matter with me? Yu Xia looked at her coldly. At this time, she sympathized with Jiang Yuwen a little. It was really embarrassing to have such relatives. Seeing Yu Xia's arrogant posture, Zhou Yu's lungs were about to explode with anger. She stared at Yu Xia fiercely with her dark eyes and said, "Did you do it?" Yu Xia was simply puzzled and stunned by her. What did she do? She raised her hand disdainfully and pushed away Zhou Yu's hand, hinting at her nose, and said lightly and coldly, "Didn't your teacher teach you to talk to the point?" Zhou Yu clenched his fists, and his whole body trembled with anger, as if he was going to greet Yu Xia with his fist at any time. She deliberately shouted loudly. She wanted to make Yu Xia's despicableness known to everyone. "Did you do something behind your back to make the school withdraw my national scholarship?" Everyone said that I was very hopeful this time, but I was not on the list. "Do you? You know that everyone in the school is watching my jokes." Only then did Yu Xia suddenly realize that she didn't get the national scholarship. So she came to her to vent her anger. But it has something to do with her. Yu Xia pulled her lips, and her eyes were wrapped in chills. "She wanted to go home to find your mother. I don't have the spare time to pay attention to your business. Who is used to you?" "Oh, it seems that she is used to it. In the previous 3 years with Jiang Yuwen, she wiped a lot of buttocks for Zhou Yu. Yu Xia, you scumbag. You actually ran to school to destroy me. You don't let me live well. And you don't think well. You bitch. You really came from the countryside. You come out of the poor and remote areas to trouble the people. You only know how to do some insidious and cunning means all day and night. I advise you colleagues with her to be careful." Zhou Yu had completely lost his mind and cursed again. Yu Xia was a little tired. She changed her posture and stared at her crazy appearance leisurely. She smiled quietly. "You said I let you not get the scholarship. What evidence do you have?" Zhou Yu was so angry that he burst into tears. He gritted his teeth and wiped his tears, staring fiercely and anxiously. She completely regarded her as an enemy. "You still have the face to ask. Last time you threatened me and said you would write an email to report me." Yu Xia remembered that she seemed to have said so, but she just scared her. With Zhou Yu's character, it is estimated that thousands of people will be scolded by thousands of people in school. It's strange if she can get a scholarship. How can she do this? I said it doesn't mean I did it. Besides, what's the benefit of me if I do this? Yu Xia's body is not afraid of the slanting of the shadow. Yu Xia has a righteous and frank face. "Because you hate my brother, you want to take revenge on him and make his family and relatives feel bad." Yu Xia narrowed her glazed eyes and smiled faintly. "Why do I hate him? I didn't." "Don't talk nonsense." Zhou Yu didn't know what came to his mind. He raised his chin and was arrogant and proud. "Of course, you hate him. You hate him for abandoning you and marrying someone else. What's the use of just being good looking? You are born in the countryside and have no background. You are not worthy of my brother at all." Jiang Yuwen's heart tightened and hurriedly stopped it. Yu, don't talk nonsense." Colleagues also seemed to hear some names. Andy stared at Jiang Yuwen intriguingly. So was it really manager Jiang who cheated on Yu Xia first? Yu Xia was secretly happy in her heart. This was really a divine assist. It's a good thing to say. You can say more. Zhou Yu really didn't let her down and spared no effort to scold her. "Brother, I didn't talk nonsense. She has been pestering you for so long, just to marry into the city. Even if my aunt has always disliked her, she will flatter her with a shy face. As a result, you married someone else on the day you received the certificate. Of course, she was unwilling and has always held a grudge in her heart." Jiang Yuwen wanted to beat her to death, so he pulled her and pushed her out. "Well, stop talking. Of course, she can't let her go easily at this time." Yu Xia pretended to be angry and said, "Zhou Yu, don't talk nonsense. My aunt likes me. She has always wanted me to be her daughter-in-law. Otherwise, how could she ask me to come to the door 3 times and cook a table of delicious dishes for me?" Zhou Yu was even more proud after listening to it, and immediately raised the sense of superiority of the people in the city. "No wonder you are a countryman, and a table of 3 dishes and 1 soup of less than 20 yuan can be called delicious. If you hadn't carried thousands of yuan of gifts every time you went, my aunt wouldn't have entertained you. She agreed to let you be your daughter-in-law, because the girls in the city wanted a house and a car." "Yu Xia, I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. You must have lied to me. I don't believe a single punctuation mark of your words." Click. Was Yu Xia possessed by the heroine of the romantic drama? Chapter 48 God assists. Seeing Yu Xia's unbearable look after being hit, Zhou Yu was so happy. She just wanted to see Yu Xia being crushed. Believe it or not, it's true. Otherwise, my aunt's family has become a demolition household. Why did they kick you out? Because my brother had a house. His ex-girlfriend changed her mind, so he kicked you and your ex. girlfriend to get the certificate. You must be very upset, right? After Zhou Yu finished his sarcasm, he stared at Yu Xia and waited to see her broken mentality and loveless appearance. As a result, Yu Xia clapped her hands enthusiastically, and an eye-catching smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and said to her happily, "Thank you, Zhou Yu. It's Yu Xia's Emmett. I know frustration and mental problems." At this point, what else do colleagues not understand? It turns out that Jiang Yuwen is the heartless man. It turned out that Jiang Yuwen was the scumbag who hated the poor and loved the rich. Moreover, he actually set up a big grievance there and splashed all the dirty water on Yu Xia. Is it appropriate to treat his ex-girlfriend like this? 10 minutes ago, he lied and slandered Yu Xia. This person's character is really terrible. They all looked at Jiang Yuwen speechlessly, as if they were looking at something particularly disgusting. Jiang Yuwen's face is hard to see the extreme. Zhou Yu, this stupid thing, is really a pig timid. He cheated him to death with no place to bury him in a few words. He was so angry that he had a heart attack. He beat his back teeth and carried Zhou Yu out. Zhou Yu also asked him in a daze, "Is Yu Xia, the redneck, mad at me? What did she mean by saying thank you to me just now?" Jiang Yuwen can't wait to slap her to death. Shut up. When Jiang Yuwen threw Zhou Yu into a taxi and returned to the office, his colleagues who usually booed him and asked for warmth were talking in front of him with guns and sticks, with knives in their eyes and contempt in their eyes. "Yu Xia, as a woman in the 21st century, we should be more generous and treat the scumbag man's ex-boyfriend more generously. I wish him a and I wish his life will always be as green as a green grassland. Sister Xia, I'll buy you a drink." As the saying goes, after drinking this glass of wine, I forgot the dog. It's just that the house was demolished, and I thought I was going to inherit the throne. Yu Xia, you are so beautiful that you deserve better. In the future, if you find someone more handsome and richer than him, you will be angry with him. Jiang Yuwen's wife who married home was purely because of their family's demolition and relocation. It was definitely not true love and could not grow. Yu Xia, one is more cruel than the other. Those who didn't know thought you were scum by him. She took a look at Jiang Yuwen from a distance. Seeing the shadow in his eyes, she sneered, "It's all your fault." Jiang Yuwen's face is too dark to look at. "I didn't expect that one day I would become a street mouse and everyone shouted at. If I had known, I should have been more cruel at the beginning and directly got her out of the sea. Company, I shouldn't have given Yu Xia a chance to turn over." At this point, Yu Xia has justified his name. Jiang Yuwen was criticized and pointed out by his colleagues for a while, and he was under great pressure from public opinion. But after all, it is a matter of personal style. He can't make mistakes at work, and with Lin Yuehu to escort him, he is still going well in the company. Yan Jing exclaimed happily after hearing about Jiang Yuwen's incident. "You should shake off all his fake jewelry, and so on, so that he can be nailed to the pillar of shame and never turn over." Yu Xia patted her thigh and regretted it again and again. Unexpectedly, she forgot about it. "It's really cheap for him." Yan Jing scolded Jiang Yuwen for another college entrance examination composition before she was comfortable. Then the painting style suddenly changed and asked with a smile, "What's the situation with you and your husband now?" Yu Yurgen was inexplicably hot. "What a husband? It was just an expedient measure for us to get the certificate at that time." Yes, the kind of nameless, but I think you have a date every week, and it seems to be developing well. To be honest, how far have you developed?" Yan Jing winked at her ambiguously and smiled unkindly. Being kissed by Yan Jing, a scene of herself kissing Shi Machun suddenly popped up in Yu Xia's mind, which really shocked her. When did this happen? She has no impression at all. How can it pop up and play automatically? She shook her head. She must have been under too much pressure at work recently and had hallucinations. Yan Jing felt that there was something wrong at a glance. She smiled brightly, ostentatious and wanton. "What kind of picture is not suitable for children? Share together." Yu Xia tapped her on the shoulder and couldn't laugh or cry. She shared your head. "He and I are just eating and chatting. Didn't you think about developing it?" "To be honest, anyway, you have all received the certificate, and your appearance is better than your flirting point. If your character is not good, you can, that's a strategy." Yan Jing gave her an expression that Yu Xia didn't think so much. She didn't have a personality to choke and waste food. She wouldn't deny all men just because she met a scumbag like Jiang Yuwen, and she didn't dare to touch feelings anymore. It's just that there were a lot of situations at work before, so I didn't think about it. I always feel that she and Shimach are forced to get married. There is no emotional foundation, and sooner or later they will go their separate ways. But now that Yanting was mentioned, she suddenly found that Shimach was actually a good person. He is not only handsome, but also very cultivated, with a little wisdom and strategy, and helped her solve a lot of trouble. It seems good if it can be developed. Just go with the flow. After a while, Yu Xia said, if you are together, you will get together, and if you don't get together, you will break up. Yanting saw that she seemed to think clearly, so she didn't say anything more. By the way, do you still have makeup X? Can you lend me one? Yanting will go out to put on makeup later. It happened that Qiqi asked Yu Xia a question on WeChat. Yu Xia was busy replying to her, so she said to Yanting, it should be in the drawer of the dressing table. You can find it yourself. Then Yanting saw a very delicate jewelry box. She intuitively told her that the things inside were very expensive, and her curiosity suddenly overflowed. When did you get the new jewelry? This jewelry box looks so high-end. Can I open my long eyes? Yu Xia didn't think much about it. You can do whatever you want. A few seconds later, Yanting rushed to her, pressed her shoulder excitedly with one hand, and her speech was broken. Where did you come from? Yu Xia looked up and saw that it was the set of jewelry given to her by Shimaching, and said, Shimaching gave it to her. Yanting's eyes are about to fall off. Do you know how much this thing is worth? Unexpectedly, she casually threw it in a drawer that didn't exist in the chain, and put it together with hundreds of thousands of ordinary accessories. Chapter 49. Do you mean to take him to see his parents? Yu Xia caught a glimpse of her sparkling eyes full of unconcealed shock. She guessed that she must have seen it wrong like everyone else, so she told her slowly, I know, about 5万元. Yanting raised her chin. Her eyes were bright. GHT, and she was charming. Who told you? Did Shimacheng tell you? Let me tell you, this is the design of Xiaoyi, the chief designer of C, called Cheomu. This is the only set in the world, worth 50 million. In order to prove that what she said was true, she quickly took out her mobile phone and found Xiaoyi's design manuscript. Look, it can't be said that it has nothing to do with it. It can only be said that it is exactly the same. Speaking of this, she couldn't help getting excited again. What on earth did Shimacheng do? Isn't it an invisible millionaire? Yu Xia looked at the manuscript picture displayed in her mobile phone and suddenly smiled. I really admire your imagination. I just saw that they were a little similar, but I really didn't see that they were exactly the same. Yanting didn't take it seriously. There must be a difference between the manuscript and the real thing. Did you just say the same thing? Yanting squinted at her. Can she still chat happily? Yu Xia took out the necklace and ring inside and took a closer look. It was indeed unique in design and exquisite in workmanship. It looked very valuable, which made people like it more and more. But the price is also there. It just looks similar, right? Maybe it can be regarded as a bargain series in the morning and evening. I don't know the specifics, but I have seen the order, and it is indeed more than 5万元. If it is really worth 50 million, then Shimacheng's value is not tens of billions, but also billions. Do you think it's possible? Yanting thought about it for a time, and it was the same. If you are so rich, how can you drive a car of 30万元? I was shocked. I thought your life was over. The handsome man who flashed marriage was an invisible billionaire. If that's the case, you must show off in front of the short-eyed scumbag surnamed Jiang. If you can't die, you will also be angry with him. Thinking of Jiang Yuwen's dog, Yanting can scold him for 3 days and 3 nights. While playing heartily, the doorbell rang, and the voice of the courier came. Yu Xia has an express, please sign for it. After calling before, Yu Xia signed and pushed in a large box of things. Wow, what is such a big box? Yanting hurried over and helped her get things into the living room. It should be the food my mother sent to us. Yu Xia took a look at the expressway bill, which was sent from King. And he is so considerate. Sent us so many delicious food every time. Yanting stared at the express box and couldn't wait to see what was sent this time. 5 minutes later, Yanting cut a fruit platter and brought it out. She praised it as she ate it. The fruits and vegetables grown by your family are so delicious, aren't they? And I think some of them are not sold on the market. Yu Xia doesn't know much about this. All he knows is that these things are planted in pieces, which is not rare. Maybe it can be regarded as a specialty. My mother said that she would send it to us after eating. This kind of thing can't be sent too much at a time, otherwise it will be broken and not easy to preserve. Yanting showed a satisfied face and said slurredly, oh yeah, today's happiness is given by Auntie. Then I thought of something to remind Yu Xia. Auntie sent so much. Do you want to share a little with Shimacheng? Yu Xia calculated the days. Shimacheng had been abroad for a week, and he should be back in the next 2 days. So he nodded and asked him later. At this time, Shima sent a message, telling her that she had got off the plane and that if she was free, we could have dinner together in the evening. Yuxia happened to be fine, so she replied. It happened to be her turn to choose a place. Thinking that Shima may not have eaten Chinese food abroad for a long time these days, she chose the high-end internet celebrity Chinese restaurant, Yuangzhu Yuangwei. Although it is an internet celebrity restaurant, it is not difficult to book a seat, because of its high price, which makes many people look away. After Yuxia booked a seat, she sent it to Shima and made an appointment to meet in the restaurant. Yuxia picked some from the melons sent by Su Qing and brought them to Shima. For me, the two just arrived at the restaurant at the same time and met at the door of the restaurant. Well, it was sent by my mother. Homegrown, pure natural green melon and fruit. Absolutely no pesticide residue. Yuxia sold a wave of her own PR products. Through the transparent bag, Shima saw the colorful melons and fruits, which were different from those on the market. Homegrown, Shima remembered the rainbow corn, laughing melon and sweet potatoes that Yuxia underestimated last time. Can these things really be grown by ordinary families? He remembered that he seemed to have read a report before that the experts of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences had done some kind of project. Yes, Yuxia nodded. Then I won't be polite. Thank you for me, your parents. After Shima put the bag in the trunk, he followed Yuxia into the restaurant and chatted. Did you say last time that your hometown is in King? What's the matter? Heian town. Yuxia's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know? Aunt Mu Chen looked up and down on Yuxia and asked with interest. I heard that people in Heian town made a fortune in a muffled voice. Although King County is a well-known poor county in the country, Heian town in Qingzhou, NTY has developed well through its characteristic industries in recent years. It is said that the per capita annual income of the whole town reaches millions, and every household is full of elevator houses and luxury cars everywhere. The main roads in the village are all built with 6 and 8 lanes. People in the town don't have to pay for going to school and seeing a doctor. Yuxia laughed so hard that her eyes were bent. How did you know if she really made a fortune in a muffled voice? I remember you told me before that the family conditions were not good. Yuxia squeezed her lips sadly and pinched her fingers to compare. Slightly exaggerated. Shima eyes were still questioning, and Yuxia felt that his eyes were about to see through her. Is it a level of small wealth and security? That in fact, she is not sure about the specific economic situation of the family. There are indeed elevator houses, which were built uniformly during the renovation of the village. And every family is the same. Luxury cars are everywhere, which is exaggerated. But every family has at least one scooter. I don't know if there is any honor to ask Miss Yu to take me back for a tour. Shima looked at her with a faint smile in his eyes, and his mellow voice was a little intoxicating, with a seductive smell. Yuxia licked her lips and always felt that his words were implying something. At the thought of the hidden intention of taking him home to see his parents, his heart beat inexplicably. It seems that they haven't reached this point yet. In turn, I felt that I thought too much. Maybe they were just interested and wanted to visit. He took out a gesture generously and said that he would definitely welcome you warmly at that time. By the way, is your business trip going well? Yuxia skipped this topic without thinking. As a result, Shima looked at her with a slight smile like autumn water, and his face was looking forward to it. Are you caring about me? 大姐, why? Yuxia subconsciously swallowed her saliva and avoided his sight. This demon, do you want to laugh so enchantingly? She is just an ordinary greeting. Chapter 50. Don't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement. After dinner, the two came out of the restaurant and were about to go back when they heard an overwhelming quarrel. One of the voices was still a little familiar, and he looked over the crowd. Sure enough, isn't it Zhou Zilufen, the old bitch who looks down on people? What is she arguing with people on this street? Anyway, when you are full, you have nothing to do. If you don't watch the free bustle, you won't watch it for nothing. Yuxia stopped and said to Shima, if you have something to do, why don't you go first? Shima saw through her careful thoughts at a glance, but he was a little surprised. Do you still have this fetish? You can't walk if there is a lively atmosphere. It's more down to earth than he thought. Yuxia pointed to the tough woman who cursed. I'm Haga's mother. Shima squinted in that direction when he heard the words, and his ink-colored pupils disappeared into the abyss. It turned out to be the old demon woman who didn't have long eyes. I'm alright. Ideal is also ideal, and I will accompany you to watch the excitement. Shima didn't plan to leave first, and now he stood firmly beside Yuxia. I even thought that if Yuxia didn't mind the big deal, how could he lit the fire and let the old bitch suffer a big loss? Your used fake bag actually sold me for 1,000,000 yuan. Why don't you grab it? Give me back the money quickly. or I will call the police," a woman said angrily to Zhou Zilufen. "You fart. This bag was genuine when I was in my hand. Who knows if you changed it to a fake one and asked me for a refund. Call the police, call the police. Who is afraid of whom?" Zhou Zilufen took out her 50 years of rich experience in quarreling and roared domineeringly. When the customer saw her being so fierce, he was really afraid that his money would be wasted. He couldn't help crying and complaining to the passers-by who were watching. "I really shouldn't be greedy. The original price of the bag was 15000 yuan, and she sold it for 10000 yuan, and I was moved. As a result, it is a high imitation for identification, and it is not genuine at all. That's the money I saved for 3 months' salary. Do you think it's natural to ask her to pay back? Girl, she is a fraud. How about you call the police?" A Serbi said enthusiastically to the buyer girl. Zhou Zilufen was very stubborn, and I was not afraid to call the police. I'm the real one that can be exchanged for fakes. The bags I sell are all given to me by my daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law is a young lady who lives in a villa worth tens of millions and drives a sports car worth millions of yuan. How can she use a fake bag? Her determined and arrogant tone made passers-by who were optimistic about the drama make up their minds for a moment. It really didn't look like a lie when she looked straight and majestic. Yu Xia couldn't help sneering. She didn't think Zhu Yanghu would give Zhou Zilufen these old bags. Even if you want to send it, the new daughter-in-law has to send a new one when she sees her mother-in-law. Besides, these styles and colors are not suitable for Zhou Zilufen at all. Therefore, it is likely that Zhou Zilufen secretly took out and sold Zhu Yanghu's bags when she saw that they were ideal. TSK. Zhou Zilufen's mother-in-law is really too low. Fortunately, God favored her and didn't let her stand up. Who knows whether what you said is true or not? If your daughter-in-law is really so rich, why do you still come out to set up a store to sell bags? Yesterday, when I was selling bags, I was a mouthful of beautiful women, but today I turned my face and didn't recognize anyone. People like you are really bad. If you don't pay back or not, I will really call the police. The buyer's little girl took out her mobile phone and finally asked Zhou Zilufen. In fact, as long as she can get the money back, she doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. Little sister, don't worry. In fact, I have a way to know whether the bag sold by this aunt is real or not. The bag on my body was bought at the counter, and I think my aunt also has a bag like mine. You might as well take it out and compare it. If it's different, the aunt sells fakes and doesn't run away. A passerby's young lady stood up and said. Zhou Zilufen was not happy when she heard it. What if it was exactly the same? Does it prove that she beat people indiscriminately? If it's exactly the same, how about I buy you a second-hand bag? The passerby said. Zhou Zilufen heard that she could make another money, and immediately agreed. Okay, then be careful when you look at it. Don't scratch my back. One more seal will lose a piece of money. Don't worry, I must be very careful. As the passerby said, she moved Zhou Zilufen's small bench and sat down in front of the stall. She took a flashlight and began to compare carefully. Yu Xia quietly poked Shima Chen. Do you think these bags are real or fake? Shima Chen didn't think much about it and said casually, it's fake. Yu Xia looked at him unexpectedly. How did you know? Zhu Yanghu is a young lady with a lot of money. It's impossible to use a fake bag. Just guess it. After the two of them were talking, the passerby had already identified it. Andy, there was no need to look at it again. Auntie, your bag is fake. I have just sat down for less than 2 minutes, and I have found 3 differences. Zhou Zilufen gave her a look. It's impossible. You are in the same group as that girl. The passerby didn't argue with her unnecessarily. If you don't believe it, you can come and see it together. The logo on the first inner mark is a little oblique here, and hers is a standard print. Second, the font on my hardware accessories is smooth and neat, and her is uneven. Thirdly, the handle of my bag is longer than hers. The passerby showed it to everyone while talking, which was clear at a glance. Yu Xia was stunned that it was really a fake. Zhu Yanghu is not a dignified young lady. How can she carry a fake name tag? This good play seems to be getting more and more exciting. She gave Shima Chen a thumbs up. And you really guessed it right, sister. This is your right way. It's not easy for a little girl to work hard to earn money. Why do you still cheat money? Return the money to others quickly, or you will have to go in if they really call the police. Passers-by who watched the excitement stood up and said something fair. Zhou Zilufen still doesn't want to believe it. Why do you say that your bag is real? The passers-by were speechless. I bought this bag for a few days, and the invoice is still in the bag. Saying that, she really from the back had took out a bill and turned out his mobile phone to find out the payment record at that time. The number was completely right. Now everyone stood on the side of the buyer girl and the passerby. Sister, hurry up and return the money to others. Otherwise, you will really make a big deal. Deceiving people means that you are not right. Now the investigation of piracy and fake goods is very serious. If you go in at this age, you're talking nonsense. What I'm selling is obviously genuine. So I'll call my daughter-in-law. Zhou Ziufen felt that everyone had colluded to harm her. She did, and believed that Zhu Yanghu's bags were all fake. Zhu Yanghu's family is so rich. How can she use fakes? No one answered the first call. Under the questioning eyes of the crowd, Zhou Ziufen stubbornly called the second one, and the other and finally answered. Mom, I'm busy. Why are you calling me at this time? Zhu Yanghu said angrily. Ziaihu, your bags are obviously real, but they all say they are fake. Hurry up and find out all the invoices you bought the bags. Chapter 51 Can't Stand Loneliness. What kind of bag? Zhu Yanghu was stunned. Do you want to waste the unused bags you put in the carton before? I heard that this second-hand bag is also very valuable, so I took it out and sold it. Who asked you to take it out and sell it? Why do you take my things to sell without permission? You'd better give me a lot of land back. Zhu Yanghu taught her a lesson regardless. Zhou Ziufen was scolded by her at such an old age. But when she thought of her identity as Miss Qianjin, she had to endure this breath. She didn't dare to shout at all and asked in a good voice, "Are your bags real?" Zhu Yanghu said unusually loudly, "Of course." Zhou Ziufen listened to what she said so loudly, and Fafu's body stood up straight. "I said that they didn't know the goods, and insisted that your bag was fake. They don't know anything. Hurry up and put away all my bags. When am I going to sell them? If it spreads out, it will almost lose all the face of our Zhu family." Zhu Wai, who scolded her again in a hurry. Although Zhou Ziufen was reluctant, she didn't dare to anger her, so she had to respond reluctantly. "I know, I won't sell it." Then he returned the money to the girl on the spot. "Forget it. My daughter-in-law said that these bags are not sold, and she is not short of this money. I guess they are all fake bags that have been recognized and dare not sell them." When the excitement was up, someone said too much. Zhou Ziufen immediately fighted back fiercely. "You are the one who faked the bag. My daughter-in-law is rich. How can she use a fake bag? You poor man can't afford a real bag for the rest of your life." She cursed everyone with her poisonous mouth, which made her feel a little relieved. Then he put away a few bags and was about to go back when he saw a familiar figure standing not far in front of him. He stared at Yu Xia. Who was the slut? Suddenly, the cursing power came up again. "Yu Xia," I said, "who is it? No wonder I'm so angry tonight that I met these troubles. It turns out that you are touching my head here." At the thought of the last time at the police station, Yu Xia found a lawyer, which humiliated her and Yiwen mother and son, and lost money. She was so angry that she couldn't wait to tear this bitch. Yu Zaishen laughed angrily. Can this also be blamed on her? He simply took a few steps forward and stood in front of her. He raised his chin, revealing the delicate and ostentatious beauty. He glared at her arrogantly and arrogant. "Tly, did he look at me?" Then cut off the eyeballs. Zhou Xiufen was so angry that she was about to jump. She pointed at Yu Xia angrily and stared at her resentfully. "Fortunately, Yiwen did not marry you, a poisonous woman. You, a fox charm, are harmful to human spirits. At first glance, you are Kifus." Yu Xia smiled indifferently. "I don't know yet, but I heard that you had a husband before marrying Jiang Yiwen. Her father died inexplicably not long after marriage. Therefore, I had to marry Jiang Yiwen's father, a country with no background. Later, he met two opportunities for promotion, and was forced to be messed up by you. In the end, I gave up an early retirement." "Shut up, you bitch. What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhou Ziufen shouted and scolded angrily. What she hated most in her life was that others said she was a husband. After scolding twice, she still couldn't be relieved. She rolled up her sleeves and raised her arms to greet Yu Xia. As out. Before she could do anything, her arm was thrown away by someone. The pain made her ouch. She stepped back several steps in a row and almost fell to the ground. "Who doesn't have long eyes dare to push me?" She wagged her arms. Her cloudy eyes were scarlet, burning with anger, and looked like she was about to rush forward to art with people. "You dare to touch her?" Shima Chen stepped forward and stood in front of Yu Xia, glaring condescendingly at Zhou Ziufen, his eyes full of disdain and contempt, as if he was looking at an ant. The voice was gloomy and cold, as if it came from the extremely cold place with ice. The momentum alone made Zhou Ziufen dare not act rashly. Zhou Ziufen was so bluffed that she took 2 steps back before she dared to quietly narrow her eyelids to see Shima Chen secretly. She looked like a talent. Is this the man Yu Xiaxing hooked up with? Oh, she remembered that day. She heard Xiaihu say that Yu Xiaxing's boyfriend was a male publicist. At that time, she also asked what a male publicist was. After listening to the explanation, she knew that it was a little white face that eats soft rice. Oh, what can a little white face do with her? How dare you intimidate her? Thinking of this, her courage recovered a little. and she began to curse again. I, surnamed Yu, really saw you wrong. You are a person who can't stand loneliness. How long has she been separated from Yuwen? Is this hooking up with a new man? Look at what I'm doing with you. You can't do it without a man. After saying that, he also shouted at Yu Xia, but he was afraid of being caught, so he took a step away from them. Yu Xia looked at her cruel and cowardly swearing, and pulled her lips with a smile. Why do you retreat? If you have the ability, come forward. I promise I won't beat you to find your teeth all over the ground. Also, I suggest you go to the anorexia department to check your brain. Your son betrayed me and dumped me. Do I have to keep him a widow? You, what nonsense. What, he a widow? Ba, my son is doing well. Zhou Ziufen gave her a resentful look. Didn't she curse his son to death? This cruel, insidious and vicious woman. I heard that your man is a little white-faced man who sells his sex in front of a rich woman to make money. You like this kind of man, and you are really open-minded. But you probably can't find a better condition than our Yuwen. I also heard that you have been rallying on the company and not leaving.
Don't you still want to haunt our Yuwen? I advise you to dye this heart as soon as possible. Yuwen has now married Xiao Wei. If you dare to interfere in their relationship, I will make you unable to eat and walk around. Put away your coquettish energy, or I won't let you live well. Zhou Ziufen finished her cruel words a second ago, and ran away with her bags in her arms in a second. Kai Mucking's eyes were really terrifying. She felt that she couldn't leave if she didn't. Leave. He was going to slaughter the street, and she was the first to slaughter. Looking at Zhou Ziufen's embarrassed escape, Yu Xia and Kai Mucking looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Why did she say that you are a little white face, who sold her color? On the way home, Yu Xia asked Kai Mucking. Kai Mucking speculated for a while. It should be her son and daughter-in-law, who told her. I guess I was hid in the jewelry store that day. I felt that I couldn't afford 50 million yuan of jewelry. Seeing that I had a good relationship with Catherine, I thought that the jewelry must be Catherine's. No wonder Zhu Yunhui jumped up and down at the banquet that day and desperately asked Catherine to hold me accountable. Chapter 52 Bad People and Good Things. By the way, what project do you start a business? Yu Xia suddenly found that it had been so long that she knew very little about Kai Mucking's situation, so she asked casually. Hearing Yu Xia's news about him, Kai Mucking was still very happy. Under the lush eyelashes like palm leaves, the deep eyes are as bright as stars, with a little warmth and a slight smile. You don't really think I'm a little white-faced person, do you? Yu Xia smiled lazily. What are you doing? You don't like this kind of behavior. Does it also need the tend and luck? The man drove the car fluently, and the side outline was shallowly outlined in the light, as if infected by Yu Xia's pure smile, and there was a shallow pear vortex on his cheeks. Do you think I have a tat? I don't know what came to my mind. Yu Xia smiled more unscrupulously. You belong to the kind of food that God rewards. Even the policeman misunderstood at the beginning. Kai Mucking. I can't bear to look back on the past. Seeing the man's inexhaustible look, Yu Xia smiled more rampantly, with bright eyes and teeth, and ostentatious and bright. The car arrived at Yujiangnan and parked steadily downstairs of the unit. The smile on her face has not yet converged, and it is bright, which makes people's hearts restless. If you smile again, I will kiss you. This is a gentle warning to him when she was drunk last time, and now the same words are returned to her. Kai Mucking looked at her helplessly, and the light tone made people unable to tell the truth from the fake for a moment. But it made Yu Xia's smile freeze for a moment. For a moment when he suddenly looked at him, the smile was frozen with stun and fell into his eyes, which seemed to be particularly bright. As soon as his heart moved, he went directly to the two delicate lips. The smell of mint belonging to the man is clear and domineering, stimulating her olfactory nerve, and her heart suddenly rushed to the highest point like a roller coaster. What's the situation? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Yu Xiaoquan was stunned and stared at her eyes in a daze. She looked at the enlarged handsome face in front of her. The pores and fine fluff on her face came into view, and her skin quality was also very good. The eyelashes were long, upturned and dense, trembling slightly, like two feathers gently brushing back and forth on her heart. After brushing, her heart also trembled. It's almost deadly. When I got out of the car, I felt that I was floating in the clouds and fog, and my steps were empty. Subconsciously looking back, he saw that Kai Mukang got out of the car at some point. He leaned against the edge of the car door, and stared at her narrowly, with the corners of his mouth gently raised, with infinite playfulness. Yu Xia's cheeks suddenly became hot, and the scene of kissing just now was replayed in her mind. The moment her eyes met, she dodged in a chaotic way, and walked into the unit door without looking back. Until I entered the elevator, I seemed to hear my heart beating wildly. She patted our uncontrollable heart. Why are you excited? Don't be ashamed. At least he is also an old player, with a rich history of love. It's not the first kiss. Why is he still so energetic? Are you alright? Is your heart uncomfortable? Suddenly, a caring voice sounded in the elevator. Only then did Yu Xia find that there was still an ant standing in the elevator, looking at her worriedly. Instantly embarrassed, this time it's a big shame. She smiled embarrassedly and replied, I'm fine, thank you. At this moment, the elevator door opened, and she escaped in a hurry. 8's night. Lu Ya is celebrating their wedding anniversary with his wife Xu Mengran. After the wonderful candlelight dinner, romantic love movie, and ambiguous Mandarin duck bath, we officially entered the theme section. At the most exciting moment, a specific mobile phone ringing suddenly rang, splashing a basin of cold water on the couple who were deeply in love. Xu Mengran directly snatched his mobile phone and didn't answer. It's time to get off work now. Why? Lu Ya coaxed anxiously, baby, little ancestor, because he is our god of wealth, lord of wealth, in case we miss this great event, our good days will be in the end. Xu Mengran pouted reluctantly. Is Mr. Kai still good? What's going on with bad guys and good things, all day long? Lu Ya kissed her flatteringly. Good boy, I will deal with it as soon as possible. Then he added unkindly, wait for me, I will serve you well later. Only then did he coax the person, and quickly connected the phone while Xu Mengran let go. Mr. Kai, is there anything important for to come to me, so late? It even made him so happy that he wanted to find someone to talk about it. As a result, a call with Lu Ya gave him a mouthful of dog food, causing him 10,000 points of injury. I have never eaten pork, but I have also seen pigs running. What Lu Ya's wife said was no longer a hint, and she understood it very well. Then I felt a little delicious and sad. He had a fragrant wife to warm the quilt. He looked at the empty room with nothing, and he was so happy all night. No, we must take some tough measures. The trick of guarding the tree and waiting for the rabbit is too inefficient. After a while of passion, Lu Ya and Xu Mengran lay in bed and chatted. Xu Mengran is pure gossip. Does Mr. Kai have a girlfriend? Don't you have to live overnight? Lu Ya shook his head and didn't hear it. When I went to Ningcheng for a meeting before, I heard the general assistant's joke that he was a money-making machine, and called him a widower. Xu Mengran said in surprise, no way. With his fairy appearance, it's a waste to let him go for so many years in vain. This little girl can do it. When she went to the company to find Lu Ya before, she had seen Kai Mukang from afar. Her appearance was really the little brothers she was a fan of, directly thrown out of the Pacific Ocean. Lu Ya thought for a while and said thoughtfully, but I feel that he seems be a little abnormal recently. Why is it abnormal? Xu Mengran looked at him sideways, and looked very interested. It's always out of the opposite. 1 second ago, he said he wouldn't go to the banquet, and the other second he ran to me, and took away the invitation. I called him tonight and overturned the decision I had made before. A good $1 million car can drive, but it dominates your Volkswagen. Moreover, it is not normal for him to stay in Jiangcheng for a long time, which has increased my workload for no reason. After listening, Xu Mengran suddenly sat up, and stared at Lu Ya seriously. Lu Ya is puzzled. What's the matter? You, Mr. Kai, don't like women. Lu Ya's eyes widened in shock. Didn't he? Xu Mengran, he won't like you, will he? Lu Ya. His eyes fell to the ground in shock. Don't talk nonsense. It's impossible. I believe he is straight. Luya straightened his waist and said. Shu Mengran looked at him meaningfully, with doubts in his eyes, which made Luya a little uncertain. He raised his finger and swore, I promise that even if he wanted to bend me, I would absolutely be upright. Shu Mengran suddenly burst into laughter. Luya can't keep up with her rhythm. What are you laughing at? I just kidding, you really believe it ah. Shu Mengran laughed so hard that he rolled on the bed. Only then did Luya realize that he had been teased by his precious daughter-in-law. He grabbed the person in front of him and suppressed him. Didn't he clean up? Then another emotional training began. Luya bit her ear and warned domineeringly, don't talk like that into other men in the future, remember? What is it? After asking Shu Mengran, he realized that the man was jealous, but I was just to help you, and only on the phone. Luya took a heavy bite again, and that didn't work. On this day, Yu Xia was called to the office by Li Lu without warning. Li Lu told her seriously, and to the point that there was a plan to be handed over to you, and the customer's name asked you to be responsible. Yu Xia didn't expect it to be a surprise. Suddenly, she smiled. There is such a good thing. There are customers in the sky. Li Lu pursed her lips, as if she was embarrassed. You can keep this word and wait until the customer needs are cleared. Yu Xia rarely saw Li Lu react like this. She was inevitably a little curious. What kind of customer? Is it difficult to do? Li Lu picked up the plan on the desktop and handed it to her, giving her a look of your own eyes. Then Yu Xia saw the customer's name and stopped her eyes. It must be the wrong way to open it. She closed her eyes and opened them again. Zhu Yunhui's name still appeared in front of her. The flowing bright eyes were full of disbelief. This woman must be crazy. Yu Xia seemed to get a hot potato, and directly threw the plan back to Li Lu's hand. She shook her head repeatedly. I didn't answer. I refused. Li Lu squinted and gave her an arduous smile. You can't refuse. Why? Shouldn't this kind of wedding planning activity go to a professional wedding company? What do they think? Yu Xia really can understand the brain circuit of Zhu Yunhui and Jian Yuan. Since the last time Zhou Yuiyu came to make a fuss, the news of Jian Yuan's marriage certificate has spread throughout the company. So now it's just a grand wedding. I am afraid that asking her to plan the wedding by name is to disgust her. In addition, Yu Xia didn't expect that they had other intentions. I have already said these words to the above for you, but they are of no use. Mr. Lin has taken over this case, and made it clear that you are responsible for it. And he also said that if you can't do it, then... Li Lu didn't say any more, but gave her a look to let her experience it herself. If you don't answer, get out of here, right? Yu Xia has already guessed it. She is straight with the plan. He rushed to Jian Yuan's office, and patted the list on his desk. Jian Yuan, what do you mean? Jian Yuan was shocked by her, and the mouse in his hand almost flew out. Didn't anyone tell you to knock on the door first, when entering someone else's office? You'd better have something important. Jian Yuan's face was cold, and his eyes were full of unwaiting. Yu Xia took 2 heavy shots on the plan list again. Is there something wrong with you? Only then did Jian Yuan notice what Yu Xia was doing. He didn't support Zhu Yunhui's idea. But now seeing that Yu Xia seems to be very resistant, he thinks it's a good thing. If Yu Xia insists on not answering, or even resigns, it will be his heart. So he glanced at her with a smile, and said in a sinister way, this is Zhu Yunhui's idea. I only get married once in my life. She has this wish, and I always want to satisfy her. There are so many good wedding consulting companies out there. If you don't look for it, you have to get along with me. Is it interesting? Yu Xia was so angry that her liver hurt. Jian Yuan smiled hypocritically. How could it be? Aren't we helping you brush the KPI? Yu Xia is so disgusted that she wants to vomit. Let me tell you, I just won't answer it. Whoever likes to pick up will pick up. If you have the ability, you can ask the company to open me directly. Now she has big customers in her hands, and she is not afraid that they will be demons at all. Chapter 54 I'm so ugly. Yu Xia also told Li Lu what she meant. Anyway, it was impossible for her to take over the wedding planning of Jian Yuan and Zhu Yunhui. As for the company's opening and retention, it's up to you. Naturally, Li Lu didn't want her to leave the company, so she persuaded her, and then promised that she would help her intrude with the leader. This matter really disgusted Yu Xia. She seriously considered her own stay. The problem was that in the end, I found it quite boring. I just messed up all afternoon, made an appointment with Yanjin to eat at Jiangjing restaurant, and then clocked in and got off work on time. She went to Yanjin's dance studio first and waited for her to finish class. I just didn't expect to meet Song Yu there. He stood in the middle of a group of mothers, waiting for their children to finish class, which seemed particularly out of place. Even Yu Xia saw that he was approached by several mothers to discuss his child's education and interest cultivation. Fortunately, Song Yu said that he was just helping his friend pick up the child, and the group of mothers let him go. Song Yu was also very surprised to see Yu Xia here, and greeted her with a smile. Are you also here to help your friend pick up the child? Yu Xia shook her head. No, I'm here to wait for my friend to finish class. Song Yu pointed to a group of children in the classroom, such a small friend. Yu Xia didn't expect that he was quite humorous, of course not. It's my best friend, Yanjin, who is the dance teacher here. Song Yu raised her wide and thick eyebrows slightly, and it turned out to be her. During the blind date before, I heard from the introducer that she was a teacher, but it turned out to be a dance teacher. I couldn't help but outline that graceful figure in my mind. She had a 3/7 proportion figure, long legs and thin waist. I really wanted to see what she looked like when she danced, which classroom she was in, and said hello later. Yu Xia walked in and found it in a short time. She pointed to the classroom and gestured to Song Yu. As soon as Song Ji went over, he saw Yan Jin demonstrating a movement of lowering her waist, which was smooth and beautiful. He suddenly thought of the description in the poem, "There are beautiful people in the south, and the light green waist dances. It is as graceful as a green orchid, and as gentle as a dragon." Then, Yan Jin demonstrated another split. After turning more than a dozen laps in place, she sat down easily. Her legs were tight and straight, and the children inside clapped their hands, with adoring faces. Song Yu half squinted and pushed the eyes on the bridge of his nose. Aren't these actions dangerous? Not long after, Yan Jin put the children out of class on time. As soon as I walked out of the classroom, I saw Song Yu and Yu Xia, and politely greeted Song Yu. After learning that Song Ji came to help his friend pick up the child, Yan Jin praised him commercially. Lawyer Song W. as really helpful. Song Ya's dark and deep eyes inadvertently swept over her thin and flat waist and abdomen. I heard that because everyone's constitution is different, some people can't see it for 5 or 6 months of pregnancy. Is Yan Jin also in the same situation? Miss Yan worked hard. She moved neatly and didn't blink her eyes. However, I still want to give you an advice to pay more attention to your health. At first, Yan Jin felt that he was simply inexplicable. Later, she noticed that his eyes swept through her waist and abdomen lightly, and then she knew what he meant. It's quite embarrassing. But she didn't intend to explain, and she would say something wrong. She had no choice but to work hard to earn money to support him. Yan Jin went back to the locker room to change her clothes, and left with Yu Xia first. How long are you going to hide it from Lawyer Song? Yu Xia didn't expect that Yan Jin's move had not been used until now. Isn't Song Ji a logical and thoughtful lawyer? Didn't you find any clues? Yan Jin gently hooked the corners of her mouth, dashing and wanton. In fact, I suspected that he had known it for a long time, and deliberately pretended to be stupid with me. Besides, I have nothing to do with him, and there is no need to make it so clear. Yu Xia thought about it, and that's right. They called a taxi online, and stood on the side of the road and waited. At this time, a sports car suddenly roared, and stopped in front of them with Yu Xia's skirt, about 5 centimeters away. Yu Xia and Yan Jin were shocked, and subconsciously took a few steps back. After reacting, Yan Jin directly patted the car door and cursed. Will she drive? Don't go on the road if you don't know how to drive. Which kind of mad dog is so anxious to be reincarnated? The person in the driver's seat slowly took off the big sunglasses that covered most of his face, revealing a familiar face, which turned out to be Ju Yoon-hui. Where are you going? Do you want me to see you off? Ju Yoon-hui pulled her lips faintly and opened her mouth, without a trace of apology. Yusha was originally on fire because of the trouble between her and Jiang Yuan. But now she is still unscrupulously provoking, which is simply trying back and forth on the verge of death. Do you have a serious illness? If you are sick, go for treatment quickly. Even if you give up treatment, please stay away from me. Don't come forward to find a sense of existence. Yuxia's eyebrows were extremely cold, and her words were sharp and unceremonious. Why are you so angry? It's just a joke. I heard that you refused my wedding plan. Why? Don't you want to work in the company? Ju Yoon-hui squeezed out a strong smile, and said in a deep way. Yusha couldn't wait to raise her palm, and call it directly into her face. Do you care whether I work in the company or not? Ju Yoon-hui raised her hand to admire the manicure on her hand, and pretended to be careless. What do you think? Yan Jin really couldn't get used to her high-ranking and complacent appearance. She deliberately came closer to her and took a look. She smiled and said to Yusha, I heard that she is a little famous makeup internet celebrity, and she looks too passerby. The makeup technique doesn't seem to be very good. This is how many pounds of foundation are piled on the face, a piece of white and a piece of black. Is this kind of contrasting color popular now? The eyebrows are asymmetrical, the eyeliner is crooked, and the eyeshadow is too dirty. Only the current netizens are relatively tolerant, otherwise she would have starved to death with her innate poor qualifications. Don T blamed Jiang Yuan for being a scumbag. After all, he is blind and blind. We should also be more tolerant of the disabled. Yan Jin's yin and yang's strange words finally angered Ju Yoon-hui. She couldn't hold back her smile. She glared at Yan Jin angrily. Shut up, you don't know anything. What Ju Yoon-hui hates most is that people compare her with Yuxia's appearance. Now someone says in front of Yusha that she lacks good looks, which is simply unscrupulously poking her lung tube. This makes me angry. It doesn't matter. You can practice your makeup skills when you go back. Don't run out in a short period of time. Yan Jin sneered gently, and her bright eyebrows and eyes were several levels more advanced than Ju Yoon-hui. You Xia, wait and see. If you don't pick up my wedding plan, you can wait for the roll-up to leave. Ju Yoon-hui said a sentence in a hurry, and then left with a black face, and stepped on the accelerator. Chapter 55 He is my father. After scolding Ju Yoon-hui, Yusha was about to turn on her mobile phone to see where the reserved car was, when she heard a burst of car horns. I thou. GHT it was the called car, but when I looked up, a middle-aged man came down from the car, with a deep and durable temperament. Yan Jin secretly poked Yusha. Look, that uncle is so temperamental. When he was young, he must have been a handsome man. Yusha looked at her speechless. Sly. It was my father. Yan Jin's mouth directly turned into an O-shaped. No wonder he has a good temperament. It turned out to be his uncle. She followed Yusha forward to say hello with a smile. Dad. Yusha called Yu Linhai, and then introduced Yan Jin. Yu Linhai nodded with a smile. Where are you going? Do you want me to see you off? No, we already called a taxi. Yu Linhai paid attention to Yusha's recent situation again, and Yusha said it was very good. Soon the car she took arrived, and Yan Jin hurriedly said goodbye to Yu Linhai, then got on the car and left. Yu Linhai watched them leave before he got into the car again and asked his driver, what happened to Yu Ziafa? Just now. The driver reported truthfully, the driver of the sports car just now was Jiang Yuan's wife. She wanted to ask the young lady to plan their wedding, but the young lady refused, so she blackmailed the young lady with work. After listening to the aura around him, Yu Linhai cooled down a few degrees. What are they? They dared to threaten my daughter. Driver, the young lady and her best friend scolded her, and made her angry. Yu Linhai snorted coldly, and took advantage of her. After thinking about it, I felt angry again. Although it was a good thing for Yusha that the surname Jiang did not marry Yusha in the end, Why did he dislike my daughter? I still think that UCS conditions are poor, which is simply a big deal in the world. The driver agreed that he was blind. Yulin, hi, what did you say about the woman who married the surname Jiang for? Driver, he is a beauty internet celebrity, mainly making money by receiving advertisements and bringing goods. Yulin, hi, then she can. Receive advertisements and bring goods. Driver, got it. Yulin Hai sighed and suffered the loss of the boy surnamed Jiang. He believed that Yu Xia would be more cautious when choosing a boyfriend in the future. He looked at his mobile phone and didn't know what came to his mind. He said to the driver, go to several 4S stores tomorrow and pick out the models suitable for girls to drive. It can be worse than the one driven by the internet celebrity. Driver, okay, Mr. Yu. After a while, he dialed another phone to check what Wanqing's current valuation is. In the car on the other side, Yan Jin is still amazed. UCS father's appearance, your father is too handsome, elegant, steady and calm, so easy to knock, love him so much. When he was young, he must have had the kind of immediate sense of, a stranger is like jade, and the prince is unparalleled in the world. Your family's genes are so good. I envy the real name system. She held Yuxia's arm and shook it excitedly. Yu Xia glanced at her with disgust and looked at how you had never seen the world. Yan Jin looked back at her. What's wrong? Yu Xia changed her face in a second and smiled. I like it. Yan Jin looked arrogant, which was about the same. What does your father do? With his appearance and amenity, he has now entered the entertainment industry and can definitely attract a large number of fans. Bring your own traffic password properly. Thank you very much. He is in business by himself, so he should not be interested in entering the industry. Yan Jin knew that Yu Xia's parents divorced when she was very young. She was afraid that too many questions would involve her family privacy, so she did not continue the topic. Instead, I look forward to tonight's dinner. So, this restaurant is the place where you and Kai Mukang had your first official date. Yan Jin admired the surrounding environment and couldn't help sighing that Kai Mukang was a good young man. The atmosphere, style and dishes are all impeccable. When it came to Kai Mukang, Yu Xia couldn't help but think of the scene of the two kissing that night, and her heart throbbed. She picked up the glass of water on the table and took a sip. She calmed down her panic and said, what kind of date is it? It's a routine dinner appointment. Yan Jin gave her a look that I could understand, and said a meaningful "oh." After saying that, he held his cheek, and looked at Yu Xia with interest, and his eyes were full of jokes. Yu Xia took a dried flower on the table and threw it to her. Oh, wah. Yan Jin steadily picked up the flower, and put it back into the vase. He laughed and said, why are you reacting so much? It's not the first time to fall in love. What's pretentious? Bring out some old driver. Level and spirit. Yu Xia rolled her eyes and told her, what an old driver, I'm still a baby, I'm in the kindergarten car. Yan Jin gave her a thumbs up and pretended to be. You pretend again. Haha. You are such a nuisance. After stopping laughing, she said seriously, just go with the flow. Although she still doesn't know what Kai Mukang's attitude is, for her, she doesn't dislike this person. Kai Mukang is attractive to her, whether from the perspective of appearance or personality charm. She is not a pure little girl, who is just beginning to fall in love. She is very calm about love or not. When Jiang Yuan betrayed her, she decisively let go, and stopped the loss in time. Now that she has a crush on Kai Mukang, she will follow the situation and follow her heart. It's just that she found that this time she was a little different from the previous love, and she was too energetic. Even after so many days, recalling the scene of Kai Mukang kissing her that night, she still couldn't help blushing and beating her heart. Alas, Kai Mukang is indeed a demon. Say Cao Cao is here. Yan Jin suddenly said something, and winced at Yu Xia behind her. Yu Xia looked back and saw that it was Kai Mukang. The man who was walking to the door was straight, wearing an exquisitely cut white shirt and black trousers, with clear facial features and deep-rooted people's hearts. When he doesn't smile, he looks a little cold and indifferent, full of a sense of distance that strangers should not approach. He was followed by a group of people, all dressed in formal clothes, as if they appeared here for business. I don't know if he noticed Yu Xia's gaze, but Kai Mukang looked over with a heart, and his eyes collided. In minutes and seconds, the originally cold and solemn expression suddenly softened, and a faint smile appeared between the deep eyebrows. Then he turned around and said something to the group of people who awed him, and those people left in a large way. Kai Mukang came directly to Yu Xia's table. Why didn't you tell me when you came to eat? Chapter 56. It's better to stay. Yan Jin's eyes went back and forth between the two of them, and joked cheaply, Yo, is this the time for our Yu Xia to report the itinerary? Kai Mukang smiled and said, Of course, that's not what I mean. I know the owner of this store. If you come to have dinner, you can get a discount. Yan Jin's eyes lit up. Why didn't you say such a good thing earlier? How much discount can you get? Kai Mukang squeezed his lips, as if he thought that he should get a 50% discount. Yan Jin's eyes suddenly bent with a smile. It seems that you have a good relationship with the boss. Kai Mukang didn't deny that it was not bad. I'll ask for a membership card later, and you can show it when you come to dinner and pay in the future. Yan Jin nodded happily. If you don't take advantage of it, don't take advantage of it. Thank you. Why are you here? Have you eaten? Yu Xia's question was actually polite. After all, the group of people just now seemed to have come out of the box, and should have had a meal. However, Kai Mukang looked up at her and said, Not yet. I sat here with these people all afternoon, and drank a few cups of tea. So Yu Xia could only say, Would you like to sit down, and have some together? As if waiting for her to say this sentence, Kai Mukang responded without thinking, So I'm sorry to bother you. Have you ordered it? It has been ordered. You can see what you want to eat. Yu Xia handed him the menu. Because it was a table for 4 people, Yu Xia moved in and gave him a seat. Yan Jin sat opposite the two of them, drinking tea slowly while admiring their appearance, with an immediate sense of watching the live version of the idol drama. I have to say that beautiful women should be matched with handsome men. These two are just a match. It's so eye-catching. After dinner, Kai Mukang naturally took on the task of paying the bill. Yan Jin and Yu Xia went to the bathroom. When I came out, I saw several children playing in the aisle. Yu Xia frowned and was about to remind them when she saw a little boy pushing the little girl hard. The little girl took a step back, one step again and again. Unfortunately, she bumped into the waiter, who came over with a hot casserole, causing the waiter to lose his balance, and the casserole staggered and let go. Yu Xia's pupils enlarged in an instant. If the casserole hit the little girl's head, or the soup inside poured on her hand, it was unimaginable. He quickly shouted, Get out of the way. At the same time, the man also reflexively rushed over to pull the little girl away. Kai Mukang saw Yu Xia rushing over and his heart pounding fiercely, and he also rushed over. With a violent bang, the casserole hit the ground and cracked in response to the sound. The little girl burst into tears in an instant. Kai Mukang's face was calm, with blue veins on his forehead, and sweat was running out. Let's see if the child is all right. He ordered loudly to the waiter who was stunned beside him. Then the waiter hurried forward to check the little girl's injury. Fortunately, the little girl was fine. She just cried with fear. Kai Mukang then looked at Yu Xia. How about you? What's the matter? Yu Xia shook her head in shock, and I was fine. Before the words fell, she noticed that Kai Mukang's expression was wrong. She quickly swept over him, and found that his right hand was red, and swollen, like a pig's trotter. She felt aching nerves when she looked at it. You? Her voice trembled so badly that she took emergency treatment as soon as possible, and then pulled Yan Jin to send her to a nearby hospital for treatment. Fortunately, the casserole was not just brought out of the stove. So it was handled in time and went to the hospital in time, which did not cause too much serious injury. But the doctor still said that this hand would need to be raised for a while. And it also depends on the later recovery and personal constitution, which is very likely to leave scars. Xia looked at Kai Muking's burnt hand, and then looked at his other hand, which was slender and pure, like a warm jade. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. Who asked you to pull me? What if there was a scar? Kai Mukang is much better now. Although it is still a little hot and painful, it is still within the tolerance range. Seeing that Xia didn't feel sorry, he comforted her that it was okay. What's wrong with a man leaving some scars? If it doesn't work, you can have a plastic surgery repair in the future. It's you. Stay away when you encounter something in the future. Don't think that your fists are hard, and you will rush forward in everything. It's not your turn to be a hero in this kind of thing. Do you understand? Thin skin and tender flesh, in case it is really hot. You will regret it. Kai Mukang rarely spoke seriously in front of her. Xia didn't dare to imagine what would happen if this pot of casserole hit her. At that time, she was afraid that the little girl would be scalded, and she didn't have time to think so much about it. Now listening to what Kai Mukang said, I am indeed a little afraid. Thank you. Except for these 3 words, Xia doesn't know what to say now. After a while, the parents of the 2 children who were fighting also came to the hospital. One is to apologize to Kai Mukang. If it hadn't been for their parents not taking care of and educating their children, such an accident would not have happened. The second is to express my gratitude to Kai Mukang and Xia. If it weren't for them, it would be their children, who are burned and living in the hospital now. Kai Mukang did not blame them much. He accepted their apology and thanks, and asked them to take good care of their children in the future and let them go back. For fear that a large area of RNS will lead to skin infection, the doctor still suggested that Kai Mukang be hospitalized for treatment, which is convenient for changing medicine and also needs infusion treatment. I'm fine, and it's not too early. You guys go back quickly. Just drive my car back. It's not safe to call a car at night. After settled down in the ward, Kai Mukang began to chase Xia and Yan Jin. But you are hospitalized alone, is that okay? Xia was a little worried about him. In her perception, hospitalization needs someone to accompany her. She is sick and feels pitiful to stay alone in the hospital. I should be fine. I don't know whether it was because of the pain, or because he was worried about his injury. Kai Mukang's eyebrows were always a little tight, his smile was a little deliberate, and his tone was also full of uncertainty. This makes Xia more uneasy. If you can find anyone to take care of you, I'd better stay. Then I am sorry to bother you, Kai Mukang said embarrassedly. No one noticed that his originally wrinkled eyebrows showed a slight sign of loosening. Yan Jin has been sitting on the sofa in the ward like an old man. It seemed that finally, when the 2 of them discussed the result, they showed the expression of a person who had known this result for a long time, and stood up slowly. Then I will go back first and won't bother you. I'll bring you breakfast early tomorrow morning. What do you want to eat? Send me a message later. Let's go. Chapter 57. Can she listen to this for free? This was originally a double ward, but now there is only one patient in Kai Mukang, so there are only him and Xia in the whole room. The legendary scene of an orphan and a widow in the same room happened. It's embarrassing. Do you need any daily necessities? For example, I'll buy towels, quilts, toothbrushes and so on. Xia walked around the ward and found that there was nothing she wanted. If she had known, she should have gone back with Yan Jin first and brought something. It's not safe for you to go out alone so late. I bought it online and asked the errand runner to deliver it. Tell me what you need. Or what brand of things do you usually use? Kai Mukang said that he had opened the app and quickly picked it out. I don't care. You just need to buy it. Anyway, it will only be 1 or 2 nights. Remember to buy a hot water bottle, and you can go outside to get hot water. Kai Mukang quickly finished shopping, and placed an order. The ward suddenly became quiet. The 2 of them were speechless for a moment and stared at each other in the ward. Xia sighed secretly and became more and more embarrassed. If I had known, I would have hired him a nurse. Now I don't know how to spend this long night. Fortunately, at this time, Kai Mukang mobile phone sounded a new message. Kai Mukang swiped it casually, and saw that Han Mingzu pulled him to a new group. There were only 3 people, called Melon Eating Squad. He clicked on the members, only Han Mingzu, Song Yu and him, so it was self-evident who to eat. 8. And Ming Ju and Song Ji have talked back and forth several times. He originally wanted to dial the text, but now his right hand was injured. After all, his left hand was not as flexible as his right hand, so he accidentally turned on the voice. Han Mingzu, Lao Kai, Lao Song, see. Out and eat melons. Song Yu, what's wrong with Yanzi? Han Mingzu, how do you know what I'm talking about is his melon? Song Ji, I suspect that you are showing the lower limit of IQ. Hurry up and talk about melons. Han Mingzu, Lao Gus' body was broken, and he put Tong Zioning to sleep. Do you think we have to give him a big gift? Congratulations to him for finally opening the meat. Kai Mukang said it was not good in the dark. He subconsciously looked up at Yuxia, and saw that her water-like eyes were looking in his direction. Because of the light in the ward, it was plated with a hazy light, which made people unable to see her true emotions. At first glance, it looks a bit like a frightened deer, as if it was frightened by the scale of their conversation. Kai Mukang subconsciously wanted to turn off the voice playback, but the more he panicked, the more mistakes he made, and the following content was still clearly broadcast. So, Ang Ji, it can't be. Rabbits don't eat grass by the nest, and swallows should have this measure. And doesn't Tong Zioning have a boyfriend? Han Mingzu, I didn't know that. I only heard that Tong Zioning's boyfriend seems to have returned to China, and Tong Zioning seems to be ready to resign and start a business with his boyfriend. Do you think Lao Gu used this trick to keep Tong Zioning? Han Mingzu, Lao Kai, where are you? Now you are the only one left to open. No, you have already married a wife, and you should have. If it is not finished, it will be terminated by Kai Mukang with one click. I scolded the 2 of them in my heart, and talked about tigers and wolves at night. And just talk about Guyu. Why did you suddenly talk about him on his head? I don't know if Yuxia heard it clearly, and looked at her again with drums in his heart. Yuxia was really stunned. Is this the content she can listen to for free? Is it really good for Kai Mukang to play with her? But is it serious that Kai Mukang has never opened a open? Yuxia secretly looked at him, just this kind of elegant appearance, shouldn't it? Is it because the female compatriots of this term are not attractive enough and capable? Or is it him? Can't it? Yuxia's inquiring eyes slowly moved down from his impeccable face. Kai Mukang did not miss Yuxia's expression this time, but it was not the shyness or disgust he imagined, but seemed to be a questioning look. And why do you feel that her eyes are on her own indecent place? Kai Mukang felt uncomfortable when she saw it. He couldn't help opening his mouth. What are you looking at? The deep voice was a little hoarse, and she was a little worried that the voice just now would bring her psychological discomfort. Yuxia, on the other hand, had a sense of feeling of being caught. She withdrew her gaze and asked cautiously after a sight, have you ever had a girlfriend before? She remembered that she had asked him similar questions before, but she was blocked by his words. Now I happened to know that he was still a pure little brother, and the doubts in my heart came back. Kai Mukang didn't know why Yuxia asked, but he didn't think too much about it at this time, so he told her truthfully, no. Yuxia was stunned for a moment. There really is no problem in that regard, right? Is it psychological? Or is it physiological? So have you ever liked girls before? She asked further. The persistent questioning made Kai Mukang feel a strange feeling in his heart. His deep eyes looked at her and swept her facial features and outlines with some inexplicable seriousness. She has always been the most beautiful person. She used to be delicate and charming, but now she is bright and touching. Well, it has been. The cello-like voice touched the heartstrings for no reason. This answer made Yuxia a little relieved. In this way, he should be psychologically fine. Oh, I suddenly remembered that he kissed her the other day. And I felt that he was quite good at flirting. So, is it a physiological problem? Yuxia sighed softly. It's a pity that such a handsome little brother Kai Mukang was confused by Yuxia's reaction and smiled gently. What did you say? Are you jealous? Yuxia coughed softly. No. That is. Now that science and technology are so developed, and medicine is also making continuous progress, if you have any problems, you should treat them as soon as possible. Kai Mukang is inexplicable and can keep up with her brain circuit at all. What's wrong with me? Yuxia frowned. You are avoiding the problem like this. Kai Mukang was speechless. What problem did I avoid? Seeing that he was still forcing reason, Yuxia stubbornly said. You forced me to say this. Do you think it's right to color your posture to the present? I don't chase a girl I like, and I've never had a girlfriend. The problem is obvious, isn't it? Kai Mukang. So Yuxia made up for the problem in his side because of Han Mingzu's words just now. This Han Mingzu doesn't have a door on his mouth. He really can't do anything. He is the first to cheat people. I can't wait to pull him out of Weshit and beat him up immediately. He glared at Yuxia and laughed angrily. So you have already seen countless people with your appearance. Suddenly, Yuxia glared at him angrily and said what he was talking about. Although my sister has rich experience in love, I still know how to write about cleanliness. Chapter 58. Come and be my princess. Hearing herself complaining of rich love experience, Kai Mukang's face couldn't help but sink a little. But he still explained patiently, sorry, I didn't mean that. What I want to say is that I also follow the principle of cleanliness and self-integrity. Yuxia probably didn't expect this to be the case. He pursed his lips obscurely and didn't know what to say for a moment. He awkwardly took out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. So, put away your messy ideas. Kai Mukang looked at her helplessly. Besides, did you lose your memory? If I really had that problem, how could I kiss you that day? Yuxia. What? Special. I feel like I'm going to go up again. Or do you want me to show my ability in a more all-round way? Kai Mukang's charming eyes were full of narrowness, and he deliberately teased her. Yuxia. That's not necessary. She is not great enough to sacrifice herself. Then she laughed awkwardly and mocked herself. It's just that there are too few outstanding men like you. With the same 9-year compulsory education, why are you so excellent? Rainbow fart blowing is too clumsy. Kai Mukang doesn't buy her trick. Don't. Yuxia winked at him and asked curiously, is the girl you like beautiful? Kai Mukang's eyes fell on her again. She smiled, delicate and bright, with a little joke and gossip in her eyes, showing a touching charm in this dim yellow light. Her appearance is suitable for the past and the present, as quiet as a virgin, as active as a rabbit, occasionally like a cold song poem, and occasionally like a stunning Tang poem. In his eyes, no one can match it. It's very beautiful. Yuxia is secretly a little delicious. She sat in front of her, and he actually said that others were beautiful. More beautiful than me. Kai Mukang hooked his lips helplessly. Where did this victory come from? How do you want him to compare? It can only be said that she is younger than you. Yuxia felt that she had been hurt by 10,000 points, like an angry little monster. Stop talking. After a while, he asked again, why didn't you let her be your girlfriend? Kai Mukang glanced at her and didn't say anything. Yuxia. What's the matter? Kai Mukang, didn't you tell me to stop talking? Yuxia. Well, now you can say it. Kai Mukang, she accepted other people's love letters and is a scumbag. Yuxia. Cursing is cursing, but what are you looking at her for? At this time, their daily necessities were delivered. Yuxia took a hot water bottle and went to make a pot of water first. Then he asked Kai Mukang if he wanted to wash up. Kai Mukang saw that it was too early, so he got up and stood up. Yuxia tried her best to squeeze the tea, toothpaste and put water in the cup. Seeing her doing all this for him, like a little daughter-in-law, Kai Mukang's heart seemed to be baked by a fire, which was unprecedentedly warm and soft. You go out first. Because he is not used to using his left hand, he doesn't want her to see his rusty and clumsy appearance. 5 minutes later, he finished brushing his teeth, and Yuxia gave him water again. His right hand can to be touched with water at all, so Yuxia can only do the work of wringing the towel. Kai Mukang felt that he had enjoyed the right to be a husband in advance, and his heart was quite beautiful. This wave of injury is not a loss. Wiping his face, Kai Mukang kicked Yuxia out. Aga. Aang. Yuxia thought he was going to wash his body, so he persuaded him. The doctor said that your hands should not touch water, so you'd better endure it for 2 days. Kai Mukang looked at her subtly. I want to go to the toilet. How can I stand it? Yuxia felt that the face of 25 years was lost overnight today. I was worried about what could solve it with one hand, but now, damn it, it's none of her business. Love who? I couldn't. T escaped from the bathroom. When Kai Mukang came out, he saw Yuxia sitting on the sofa wearing headphones and looking at her mobile phone intently. Her delicate face was full of freehand and enjoyment. She was holding the mobile phone in one hand and the other hand on her knee. Her slender fingers seemed to be playing the melody. I was a little curious about what she was looking at, so Zinbu walked over. Yuxia felt a shadow over her. Yu Guang caught a glimpse of Kai Mukang looking at her. She thought he was looking for something for her, so she paused. The playback on her mobile phone took off a headphone and asked him, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Looking at how serious you are, I want to see what you are looking at," Kai Mukang said unhappily. Yuxia is still happy to share good things with others. She just browsed a video, which is the MV of Sad Angel, which perfectly portrays this touching song. You mean the piano piece composed by Igor Krude? Yuxia didn't expect that he was still his soulmate, and nodded with a little excitement. It turned out that you also knew this song. Do you want to watch it together? Kai Mukang is very happy, okay? So Yuxia moved a little seat for him to sit down, and handed him the headphones in his hand. Yuxia also specially adjusted the schedule to the front to watch with Kai Mukang. The two of them shoulder to shoulder, gathered together to look at a small 6-inch screen. The faint light spread on their bodies, as if they had been coated with a layer of clear light, which looked particularly warm. At the end of the song, Yuxia was still full of pride. She turned her head and wanted to discuss with Kai Mukang, but suddenly met his face that had just turned around. The tip of her nose gently brushed his chin. The small friction seemed to generate electricity, and her nerves tightened involuntarily, and she shrank her head like an electric shock. The eyes inadvertently swept over his face, and his expression was a little dark and unclear. The exquisite three-dimensional facial features seemed to come from the brush painting, which was better than countless people in the world. His eyes were unprecedentedly deep, and his eyes were burning, which made her palpitation slightly. And his eyes finally stayed between her red velvety lips. Kiss, as promised. The faint sad melody in the headphones began to flow again, but the speed of time slowed down. Woo. Do you like to have a try? Kai Mukang took off his headphones and also took off hers. The music in his ears suddenly disappeared, so that his voice became particularly awkward. Try. What? Yuxia's mood slowly returned from the meaningful kiss. Try to be my princess, queen, little ancestor, girlfriend, and my heart. The low voice seems to have been filtered, with a warm tone of softness and a trace of deception. A bright smile appeared on Yuxia's slightly hot face. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as ever, and it sounded good. You can be more confident and get rid of the seam. Kai Mukang hooked his lips, and a smile overflowed from his eyebrows. Then give it a try. Yuxia smiled slightly, with a rare seriousness. Enchanting and seriousness, and indescribably beautiful. Chapter 59 Pregnant with Twins. Tonight's night is particularly gentle, and the moonlight is like water, dotting fireworks in the world. Kai Mukang tossed and turned, and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He always felt that all this was too unreal. I had to get up and take a look from time to time. Seeing Yuxia sleeping peacefully on the empty hospital bed beside her, her heart was settled. Yuxia didn't sleep very well, in strange places and in strange beds, so that slept very lightly. I woke up at dawn. It turned out that the bed next door was empty. She picked up her mobile phone and checked the time. It was just past 5:00. The light in the bathroom was turned off, and there was no movement inside. Obviously, Kai Mukang was not in it either. So where did he go early in the morning? Isn't it regretting that you confessed last night, and sneaked away while she was asleep? When he woke up, Yusha still planned to find him. After all, he was injured now. However, as soon as I walked to the door of the ward, the door was pushed open from the outside, and the person who came in was Kai Mukang. Why did you wake up? Yusha was shocked by him. Seeing that he had nothing to do, she calmed down a little. She was a little unaccustomed to it, and couldn't sleep soundly. Then he noticed that he was holding a large bouquet of roses in his right hand and a gift bag in his left hand. Where have you been? The corners of Kai Mukang Chenfeng's eyes raised slightly, and his ink-colored pupils burst out with dazzling light. Preparing gifts for my princess, queen, little ancestor, girlfriend, and his loved one. After saying that, he signaled Yusha to take away the flowers in his arms. It seemed that my nerves were poked by a certain tentacle, and my heart seemed to be burned by his bright eyes, and I was a little stunned for a moment. It's dying. Didn't this man say that he didn't have a girlfriend? Why are you so good at it? Don't you want flowers for your heart? Until Kai Mukang made a sound again, and she carefully took the flower out of his arms with hindsight, for fear of touching his wound. A handful of delicate roses bloomed like fire, strong and romantic. Thank you. I like it very much. Kai Mukang looked down at her, his long eyelashes gently swept his eyelids, and his eyes were particularly delicate and soft. While putting the gift bag on the small round table, he opened his mouth elegantly and lazily. He was still more delicate than flowers. Yusha drew a few lines of smiles in the corners of her eyes. And there was joy in her clear voice. If you can talk, say more. Kai Mukang felt that her words were strange and interesting, and couldn't help laughing a few times. At the same time, the boxes in the gift bag were taken out one by one. There is a silk scarf with a freehand oil painting, which he said was given to his princess. There is a necklace with a crown pendant, which he said was given to his queen. There is also a small fragrant bag, which he said was given to his girlfriend. There is also a popular radio frequency meter, which he said was given to his ancestors. Yusha was stunned by so many gifts all of a sudden. It can be seen that he thought about every gift. This man is much more likely than she thought. It's false to say that she is not moved. She has been in love so many times, and no boyfriend is like this. It seems that you can clearly feel that he wants to hold all the beautiful things in front of you. It's so unreal. Can she really have such a boyfriend? Thank you. Don't be so costly next time. These gifts add up to tens of thousands. Thinking of what he said before, that his income was unstable, she was a little worried that he could not afford it. Kai Mukang's eyebrows were covered with a layer of joy. Is this worrying about money for him? You don't have to worry about this problem. The projects I invest in are quite profitable. When Yan Jin came in, she was a large bouquet of roses flashed in her eyes, and there was also a gift bag on the table. She quietly came over and took a look. Good man, just by looking at those brand logos, she knew that they were worth a lot. What's the situation? I'll deliver breakfast to you early in the morning. Can you feed me a mouthful of dog food? Comrade Yusha, can you be a person? Yan Jin complained heartbrokenly. Yusha hurried over to take the breakfast in her hand, and said with a flattering face, Master Jin, you are simply an angel left on earth. You know I am hungry and came so timely. Yan Jin glanced at her with a bad smile. I saw that you were also hungry. Then she glanced at Kai Mukang, and whispered in Yuxia's ear, so I want to eat some bitterness of love. Yusha gave her a blank look. Baba, give you a chance to say it again. Yan Jin raised her eyebrows. Are you serious? When will I not be serious? Yan Jin nodded seriously. Okay, if he dares to treat you badly, I will kill him. Yusha beat her in disgust. Can't you expect me to be good? Let's cut off the friendship. Yan Jin laughed. Ha ha ha. That's not good. You are my good friend, who shares life affairs 24 hours a day. Who should I complain about the breakup? Then she helped Yusha put all the breakfast on the table. You can eat quickly. Do you mind if I enjoy your love gift? Yuxia, don't you want to eat together? Yan Jin waved her hand, and I ate it while waiting for the breakfast in the breakfast shop. After appreciating the gift from Kai Mekang to Yuxia, Yan Jin sighed and envied the real name system. Mr. Kai, you are so beautiful. I give you 6 stars and 1 more star. I am not afraid of your pride. Kai Mekang raised his left hand, and raised the corn juice in his hand to her. Thank you. You are very visionary. Yan Jin raised her crimson lips and smiled. Mr. Kai was really awesome. But I am curious about how you prepared these gifts in the middle of the night. Isn't it planned for Yuxia for a long time? Yan Jin just said this jokingly, but Yuxia subconsciously looked up at Kai Mekang, slightly surprised in his heart. Will he have been plotting for himself for a long time? It happened that his warm and clear eyes looked over, and then he heard his light voice. The sun, moon and stars were out of reach, and the rest could be sent. Yuxia's heart was moved and she quickly buried her head in cooking. She can't bear it if she doesn't. Agree with each other. Yan Jin got up and put her bag on her body. She slipped away. The dog food was too full. It was Saturday. Yuxia didn't have to go to work, so she stayed in the hospital with Kai Mekang. After hanging the water and changing the medicine in the morning, Yuxia went to the outpatient clinic, and planned to ask the attending doctor to learn more about the situation, including the care of the wound, and whether there was any special medicine applied. It's just that there are so many patients that I didn't find a chance for a while, so I went to the bathroom first. Stiff when I walked into the bathroom compartment, and closed the door, I heard a familiar voice next to me, which turned out to be Ju Yunhui. Yuxia was speechless. She and this woman were really close to each other. Doctor just said that both babies are developing well. Yuxia raised her ears in surprise. Ju Yunhui was pregnant. Are you still pregnant with twins? This made Zhou Ziyufan satisfied. Chapter 60 Kitara. Yuxia. Men and women can be checked now, and it will take some time. Today, Jiang Yuan came with me, and the old woman had to follow her, which really annoyed her. I don't care. You must come with me next time. Next time, we can check men and women. Don't you want to know whether they are sons or daughters at the first time? I won't talk to you for now. Let us meet at the same place tonight. You are their father. You should talk to them more, and be close to you when you are born in the future. Ju Yunhui didn't talk for too long. She hung up the phone and went out. Yuxia was so shocked by her that she digested in place for a long time and couldn't calm down, and her 3 views were broken all over the ground. Ju Yunhui is pregnant, and the child is not Jiang Yuan. Is Jiang Yuan happy to be a father? This is simply good news for Zidapuban. At the beginning, Jiang Yuan had to say that she cheated on him, but now he finally got his wish, and he was so green that he could shine. Yuxia can only say that this is a present world report. I don't know what kind of scene that strange family will make on the day when the truth is revealed. It's really a little exciting to think about it. I can't help but want to share this amazing melon with Yan Jin. I don't know what grudges I have with them, but I bumped into them face to face when I was in the lobby downstairs. Probably because Ju Yunhui is now pregnant with twins, Zhou Ziyufan. Precious like an eyeball, he carefully supported her, with a caring face, afraid that there was a slip in her stomach. Yuxia didn't want to argue with this family. She turned the corner and was about to take a detour, but was still stopped by Zhou Ziyufan. Yuxia. Isn't this Yuxia? What are you doing in the hospital? The roar of that voice felt like it could alarm all the people in the whole outpatient building. Yuxia frowned and pulled her lips with a smile. It's such a coincidence that you also came to the hospital. Yes. You don't know yet. Xiao Wei is pregnant with twins. What are you thinking about? Xiao Wei is really the lucky star of our family. Since she married Yuan, our family has been smooth, which is all good. Zhou Ziyufan said proudly, and the meaning of showing off was obvious. Yuxia listened with an expressionless face. Oh, congratulations. I thought how proud you are now, and how miserable you will cry at that time. Fortunately, you were separated from Yuan at the beginning, otherwise we didn't. Know that we could only have grandchildren in the year of the monkey, and the month of the horse. After all, you are not as blessed as Xiao Wei. Zhou Ziufan glared at her meanly. Yu Xia sneered. Did she dig their ancestral grave? I can't get along with her. It's the first time to be a human being, and she doesn't need to give way to them. When did your family move to Dunhuang? There are so many murals. How can I have a relationship with you? Jiang Yuan and Zhu Yunhui seemed to understand, and their faces were a little ugly. But Zhou Ziufan obviously didn't understand and was still trying back and forth on the verge of death. After all, we met for a time. I can stand it if you really have a serious illness. However, as an experienced person, you have eaten more salt than you have eaten. I still want to advise you, Don. Rely on your charming face to mess around outside. In the end, it is your own body that will be damaged. You are still young, and you still have a long way to do in the future. Don. Be greedy for a moment of happiness and ruin the happiness of your life. She was originally a loud voice, and liked to play with right and wrong. When she spoke, she was full of emotion, which attracted passers-by to look sideways at Yu Xia. The meaning of ridicule and contempt was obvious. Yu Xia felt that after listening to her words, she would live less than half a month. I can't wait to immediately make public about Zhu Yunhui's pregnancy. Zhou Ziufan's face must be more wonderful than the TV series. But it's not the time to say it now. This is a king bomb. There is no king who comes up and blows them up. She has to stay in the back and blow them up. At the thought of having a king in her hand, Yu Xia's mood suddenly turned gloomy and sunny. She smiled and squinted at the three of them. It looked a little harmless, but in fact, at this moment, she was like a dormant volcano, which could erupt the accumulated anger at any time. What brand of garbage bag do you have? It can be packed so much. Is it a disease to come to the hospital? Then the three of you came at once, and the whole family was sick. If you are sick, go to treat it quickly. Don't delay the treatment. Bah. Zhou Ziufan breathed a breath of turbid air at Yu Xia, and then cursed angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? You don't have long eyes. Why is your heart so vicious? You are not afraid of retribution. We are a happy event. She pointed to Zhu Yunhui's stomach, and showed off. Have you seen it? I have too. We, Xiao Wei, just had the ability to get pregnant at once. Unlike some people, they don't look good at first sight. I'm afraid they won't lay eggs. Yu Xia. Where is her 40-meter knife? It can be cut. She touched her hair. Don't open your mouth and shut up. Or, you regard your daughter-in-law as chicken. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Yunhui's face changed. He looked at Yu Xia, stared at Zhou Ziufan in disgust, and directly shook his hand away. When Zhou Ziufan saw her walking briskly, she suddenly panicked, and pointed at Yu Xia angrily. You bitch, wait for me. Then he hurried to chase Zhu Yunhui. Xiao Wei, slow down and be careful of the child in your stomach. Yu Xia looked at the back of the three people leaving and suddenly found it very interesting. You have to get along with her, don't you? You have to show a sense of superiority in front of her, don't you? Then she wants to see, who is the jumping clown, who is poor. I'm really looking forward to it when I think about it. Looking forward to the day when they know that Zhu Yunhui is not Jiang Yuan's child. She decided to plan the wedding of Zhu Yunhui and Jiang Yuan, and she took over. From this moment on, she is new Cobalt Lu in front of their family. Hitara. Yu Xia. It was almost 11 o'clock when I caught a glimpse of the hospital's electronic display screen. Then I remembered the purpose of my visit to the outpatient clinic, and hurried to find a doctor. The doctor told her that as long as she cooperated with the treatment, followed the doctor's instructions, changed the medicine on time, and did not touch the burn, there was nothing wrong with her recovery, so she didn't have to worry too much. But this is not the answer that Yu Xia wants. Every time I see Kai Muken's narrow and slender left hand, like cold jade, I can't bear to look at his right hand. Moreover, he was more or less injured because of her, so he couldn't see his scars in the future. Isn't there that kind of ointment to remove scars? Please recommend one to me from a professional perspective, please, doctor. Seeing that she was very stubborn, the doctor had no choice but to tell her that there was indeed. But you may not be able to buy it. When Yuxia heard the play, her eyes lit up. You said, Suwu ice cream is said to be made after many improvements, based on the prescriptions left by the previous royal doctor. Among them, a lot of precious flowers and plants are needed, so the output is very small. It can only produce about 1,000 milliliters a year, so the price is also ridiculously expensive. Previously, at an auction, the transaction price of a small bottle of 10 milliliters was 1 million. So just listen to it, and don't take it seriously. Yuxia was indeed shocked by the price. Even if she smashed the pot and sold iron, she couldn't make so much money. But when I think about it, the effect of selling so expensive must be extraordinary.